Chapter 676. Long Baishan's decision was indeed unexpected. No one dared to think too much. At most they thought that Lin Fei was lucky. It was rare for Long Badian to be magnanimous, otherwise he would definitely be kicked out of the Continental Alliance Conference. No. They could afford to wait. They had no choice but to give face to Long Badian. They had no choice but to do so. Especially Sword God Young Master, perfected gentleman. He felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. He wanted to make use of Long Badian to kill him. In the end he gave it to Lin Fei. With Long Baishan's words, the only thing they could do now was to sit and wait for Lin Fei. Of course they hoped that he wouldn't appear. That's great. Nangong Chanchan heaved a sigh of relief. Her heart was in her throat. Daughter, go and see why Lin Fei hasn't appeared yet. The Demon Lord was glad that Lin Fei was lucky. If the dragon race changed their words, it would definitely be a big problem. Fortunately, Long Badian didn't make things difficult for him. No one stopped Nangong Chanchan from leaving the throne. She was the daughter of the Demon Lord. Who would dare to stop her? Following Nangong Chanchan's departure, many people also left. Their departure was not so conspicuous. Everyone knew that they were leaving to stop Lin Fei from coming. Once noon arrived, if Lin Fei didn't appear they could easily chase him out. If they couldn't do it openly they could do it secretly to stop Lin Fei. Nangong Chanchan quickly came to the door. Lin Fei, come out. When are you going to stop? No one. After a while there was no movement inside. Nangong Chanchan pushed the door open. The room was empty. There was no one. What's going on? Nangong Chanchan was puzzled. The room was clean and tidy. There was no sign of fighting but the person was gone. Did he go out? Nangong Chanchan was smart. She turned and left, heading out of the dragon race's barrier. Although the possibility of this happening was very small, Nangong Chanchan had a premonition that Lin Fei would do something unimaginable. Time ticked by. There was less than an hour before noon. Taoist gentleman was already smiling. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Fei would lose this qualification. A disciple appeared beside Taoist gentleman and said respectfully, "Senior brother gentleman, we've already arranged for someone to stand guard outside. As soon as Lin Fei appears, we'll be able to stop him immediately. Go back and watch carefully. If you stop Lin Fei from entering, you will have done a great deed. You will be rewarded handsomely when you return." Taoist gentleman laughed. Just delay him. Someone reported to Taoist gentleman and young master divine swords. The traitor Lin Fei is not on the Dragon Island. We suspect that he is outside. We have already arranged for people to stand guard outside. Sword God young master was expressionless. Once Lin Fei appears, kill him without mercy. Killing traitors is one of your duties. Understood. The other bigwigs made their own arrangements. On the surface they were waiting but in reality they were playing dirty tricks. Long Badian saw everything. Despicable humans. No wonder the foreign tribes are still fighting each other even at this time. Long Badian thought to himself, Lord Dragon King, what are you trying to do? Long Badian had a lot of questions about this young Lord Dragon King. He wanted to understand him, so he closed his eyes and meditated again. What happened inside? Why are there so many people outside the barrier all of a sudden? Someone exclaimed. A few days ago the dragon tribe moved out and a large number of sea beasts were killed. This is really a case of another wave rising before the first wave subsides. Let's stay away from here. Even if we can't see the Continental Alliance Conference, we can still watch the show. The Continental Alliance Conference was a big event. Almost all the mid-tier factions had arranged for people to wait for the final result. Hence, there were many scouts outside the Dragon Tribe's barrier. They are really shameless. Nangong Chanchan's face turned cold when she saw people from different factions coming out. She was very angry. If it was any other time, Nangong Chanchan would have already chased them away. However, at this time, all the top factions of the continent were gathered together. She did not dare to act recklessly. Damn you, Lin Fei. Do you know what you are doing? Nangong Chanchan cursed. Lin Fei was the one and only person who made all the continent's experts wait for him. She loved and hated him at the same time. Miss Nangong. Prince Hai Air walked up and greeted her politely. You are the son of the Sea Emperor. I remember you. Nangong Chanchan remembered. Miss Nangong, you have a good memory. Prince Hai Air smiled. I wonder if Miss Nangong knows where Brother Lin went? Prince Hai Air also came out to scout the situation. I don't know. I suspect that he has left the Dragon Island. Nangong Chanchan had met him a few times in the Myth City. He just likes to cause trouble and doesn't know the situation. Instead he was taken advantage of. Heaven helps the worthy. I believe that Brother Lin will arrive on time. With these people outside, they won't be able to stop him. Prince Haier was very confident. I hope so. Nangong Chanshan swept her gaze over the people she had arranged. Their auras were enormous, as dazzling as suns. Even without thinking, it was clear that they were deliberately trying to prevent Lin Fei from participating. There is still one incense stick's time left. Perfected Gentleman and the others were determined to win. Lin Fei would definitely be chased out of the Dragon Island and lose the right to participate in the meeting. Tai, the Demon Lord, and the others couldn't help but worry. It had already come to this. Why hadn't Lin Fei come out yet? Outside the Dragon Island's barrier, Nangong Chanshan and Prince Haier looked solemn and anxious. They stared at the sea surface trying to see what Lin Fei looked like. It has already been one incense stick's time. Nangong Chanshan was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Could it be that Lin Fei had given up on participating in the meeting? Or was he afraid of Perfected Gentleman and the others, so he left without saying goodbye? No, it couldn't be like that. Lin Fei was a man of indomitable spirit. How could he leave without saying goodbye? He definitely wasn't that kind of person. He definitely wasn't. Nangong Chanshan shook her head and swept away the thoughts in her mind. In her eyes, Lin Fei was a man of indomitable spirit. He had helped her when she was in danger, and he didn't hesitate to meet Perfected Gentleman. There had to be a reason why Lin Fei hadn't appeared yet. Nangong Chanshan believed that Lin Fei would definitely come. Look, someone is coming over there. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the sea. It's Demon Lin. Quick, stop him. When the figure got closer, everyone finally saw that it was Demon Lin. Lin Fei, going quickly. There is less than one incense stick's time left. Nangong Chanshan sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei with her divine sense. She was afraid that she wouldn't know and would waste time. Got it? Hearing Nangong Chanshan's words, Lin Fei's mouth twitched. He immediately understood what was going on. Wasn't she trying to trick him? Stop him. Don't let him in. Chapter 677. Demon Lin? That Demon Lin who made Montilon suffer? Isn't Demon Lin on Dragon Island? Why is he outside? Even though it happened a few days ago, the news of Montilon's suffering at the hands of Demon Lin spread like wildfire. An Emperor Ocean Beast was eaten just like that. Montilon was so frightened that he didn't dare to go out. It was as if he would become food for his pet at any moment. How could they not be shocked when they heard that this person was Demon Lin? There were only a handful of people who had seen Demon Lin before. In their impression, Demon Lin was a ferocious existence. He had to be strong and muscular. He was a giant-like existence. But when they saw Demon Lin, all of them were shocked. Demon Lin was too young. Now they finally understood why Montilon didn't think much of it. Demon Lin was just too young, so young that it was ridiculous. If they encountered him, they wouldn't necessarily think that he was the famous Demon Lin. They really couldn't associate him with the words Demon Lin. Even if Demon Lin appeared beside them, they would treat him as a newbie and show off their strength. Who would know that he was the famous Demon Lin? It was normal for Montilon to be unlucky. They had learned a lot, they had really learned a lot. Of course, they couldn't help but curse the person who named himself Demon Lin. He was simply too ridiculous. Giving such a nickname was simply a scam, okay? One couldn't judge a book by its cover. Now, they had a deep understanding of it and it would be imprinted in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Damn system, I nearly missed something huge. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Originally, one day was enough to modify the demon god body. Who knew that it would exceed the time limit? Apart from that, the clone on Dragon Island also had a problem. After the modification was completed, Lin Fei rushed over right away. He knew that Perfected Gentleman and the others would target him. When he heard Nangong Chanshan's words, Lin Fei knew that they were going to attack. In less than 5 minutes it was noon. Lin Fei understood right away that they were trying to stall for time. Meteor Fire Rain. Even though he wasn't interested in the Continent Alliance meeting, Lin Fei didn't want them to succeed. Stop me? Only you can think of something like that. Lin Fei loved to play the devil's advocate. If they wanted to stop him, he would mercilessly use Meteor Fire Rain, a heavenly immortal level immortal art, to give them a taste of their own medicine. So hot. Run. That's a Sky Immortal's immortal art. A huge fiery meteor shower descended from the sky like meteors, forming a fiery net that swept across the area. The rain of fire smashed onto their bodies, burning them half to death on the spot. The smell of burning was everywhere. Those who were slightly weaker were quickly engulfed by the rain of fire. They didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were directly turned into ashes. The sea of people who tried to stop Lin Fei was broken just like that. Retreat. The originally aggressive people fled in a sorry state, escaping from the range of the rain of fire. A Sky Immortal's immortal art shocked everyone. That terrifying aura seemed to appear in their hearts, causing their hearts to palpitate. Look, a high-level loose immortal was burned to death just like that. Terrifying indeed. As expected of Demon Lin. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, constantly wiping it off. Their backs were also covered in cold sweat. They were really frightened. He was young and looked cultured and refined. Once he attacked, it was a storm of attacks that swept through the group of experts, destroying their obstruction. Go. Lin Fei waved his hand, and a huge power enveloped Nangong Chanshan and Prince Hai Air as they rushed into the dragon race's barrier. Lin Fei, hurry, it's almost noon. Nangong Chanshan was also shocked. Lin Fei's attack had destroyed more than half of the experts from the various factions. His attack power was so fierce that she almost suspected that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Since I'm here, they can forget about doing anything. Lin Fei really wanted to see what they were up to. With Long Badian around, they really couldn't do anything. If they really did something, he didn't mind giving them a few dozen whips to have a taste of his power. Prince Hai Air was also shocked, and he was surprised to find that Lin Fei's strength was amazing. The dragon race's barrier was said to be able to destroy everything, and they had to be careful when entering from the outside. But now, Lin Fei relied on just his body to ignore the dragon race's barrier. The terrifying astral wind attacks slashed on it and were directly sent flying. Prince Hai Air couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. His body was so strong that he could ignore the astral wind attacks. Not only did Lin Fei block the attacks himself, but he also blocked their astral wind attacks. They knew that they couldn't compare to him. Looks like we can announce it now, Perfected Gentleman said lightly. Since noon was about to arrive and Lin Fei had yet to appear, there was nothing anyone could say at this point. All right. People like Lin Fei who don't follow the rules must be expelled. He can be late today and ignore the meeting, but it's hard to guarantee that he will also have problems in the future when fighting against the mutated races. Sword God Young Master said calmly, this is an irresponsible behavior to everyone and we must stop it. This was the start of a revolt. Everyone looked at Long Badian, wanting to see his decision. Long Badian opened his eyes, and a strange look flashed in them. He said indifferently, everyone look for yourselves. The person is here. Who is here? No one doubted Long Badian's words, because there was no doubt about his strength. If he was here, then he was here. There wouldn't be any changes. How is this possible? Taoist Master's face was as ugly as a pig's liver, and he couldn't help but stand up. He had arranged experts outside, so how could Lin Fei barge in so quickly? Do you think that these people can stop me? 2 corpses flew over, emitting a burning smell. They landed on the ground and it was incomparably glaring. Taoist Master's eyes flashed with killing intent. You dare to kill my people. Taoist Master recognized the 2 corpses on the ground at a glance. They were his Mystic Gate disciples. He didn't expect them to turn into corpses in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei had a look of surprise on his face. Your man? I don't know, but I do know. I don't know why there are so many foreign race spies outside the dragon race's barrier. You know that I'm a kind-hearted person, so I sent them home. However, when did the foreign race spies become your people? Could it be that you're colluding with the foreign race? Nonsense, you're talking nonsense. Taoist Master's killing intent was cold. How could my people be foreign race spies? Taoist Master knew that Lin Fei was not someone to be trifled with. He killed his own people the moment he made a move, and he even tried to frame him. He was extremely hateful and he couldn't admit it. Of course, Lin Fei wanted to disgust the other party. If he wasn't disgusted, then when would he do it? Even if it was useless, there was no loss. Dragon Race Patriarch, I suggest that you go out and investigate. Someone might sneak in from the outside and that wouldn't be good. Lin Fei said in all seriousness. As for killing the Mystic Gates people, Lin Fei really didn't care about it. Lin Fei's attitude was indeed incomparably resentful, because they quickly discovered that the people they had arranged outside had countless casualties, and almost all of them had turned into charred corpses. This time, their faces were filled with anger. Disciples had died in the dragon race's territory. What was this? Demon Lin, you're so ruthless. How dare you kill people from our life alliance? Our Tianluo Gate wants justice. They were angry, all of them were angry. So many people had died at once and they died so miserably. If they didn't make a stand, they would lose face. Lin Fei didn't care and still replied. Your disciples? You can't blame me for this. I was just about to enter the dragon race's barrier when a group of people attacked. Of course I had to fight back. Who told them to attack? They were about to vomit blood. If they had known that Lin Fei would be so unreasonable, they wouldn't have arranged for their disciples to be outside, and they would have tried to stop Lin Fei. Now they had stepped on a landmine and they were the ones who were injured. Tragic, very tragic. The Demon Lord laughed. I really can't blame City Lord Lin for this matter. The Endless Sea realm is full of danger. Even if it was me, if I met a group of people who attacked, my first reaction would be to attack. I can't let them attack first, right? The Demon Lord was feeling great, playing tricks in private. Now his disciple was dead and he was injured. His face was also slapped. How great. Everyone be careful in the future. The Sea God Emperor said. City Lord Lin, since you're here, everyone was waiting for you. It's important to discuss business. Lin Fei accepted humbly. Actually, I also wanted to come earlier but something happened. I was too busy, please forgive me. His tone didn't have the slightest intention of admitting his mistake. He walked to his seat with a smile and sat down. His expression made the other big shots have the urge to pinch him to death. Everyone is here, let's begin. Long Badian said with a dignified expression. As for what happened before, he acted as if he didn't see it. He was also shocked because he felt a dangerous aura from the Dragon King's body. This was a very dangerous aura and even he felt shocked. If he wasn't strong, he might not have sensed it. Everyone, let's discuss and express our opinions. The Continental Alliance Conference was not so easy to hold. More than 30 forces started to discuss one after another. Lin Fei, what are you playing at? The Demon Lord asked through his divine sense. Nothing, I just found some good things so I snuck out. Lin Fei laughed. Right, I still have to thank you for what happened today. Otherwise, Taoist gentleman's plot would have succeeded. The Demon Lord felt that Lin Fei didn't mean what he said, so he didn't continue asking. He knew what kind of person Lin Fei was. It was very difficult to get anything out of him. Since that was the case, it was useless to continue asking, so he might as well not ask. Chapter 678. On the first day of the Continental Alliance Conference. The topic of discussion was naturally about how to stop the alien race's army and how to drive them out of the continent so that the continent can return to peace and so on. Everyone had their own ideas and I had mine. I didn't know who was better to listen to. There were more people talking than listening. Everyone had their own opinions and there was no point in listening. Everyone had their own opinions and there was no point in listening. Who didn't want the alien race to get out of the continent? As long as the alien race existed, they would be the unlucky ones. They might be killed one day and their inheritance would be cut off. With so many previous examples, they all knew that the alien race must be driven out of the continent. Driving the alien race out of the continent as soon as possible and restoring peace was what they should do. Driving the alien race's army out of the continent meant that they would have to divide the continent again. This was very important. Their current forces could continue to grow and accumulate prestige. This was the real key. Otherwise, who would come to participate in the Continental Alliance Conference? It was because there were benefits to be gained. If they didn't come, it would be like missing out on a chance to develop. They might not even get another chance in 100 years or 1,000 years. If they didn't act now, when would they? As for the first-rate forces, they were aiming to become the superclass forces. As for the superclass forces, they wanted to expand their influence and become the real giants of the continent. No matter how they looked at it, the superclass forces were much bigger. On the first day of the conference, they didn't come up with any good ideas. Instead, it was a mess. They didn't think that they could come up with a solution on the first day either. This needed time. Plus, this was only the first day. The real core content was the key. That was the real fierce competition. Right now, it was just a warm-up exercise. It couldn't even be considered a warm-up exercise. Just like that, the first day of the conference ended. They didn't come up with anything. Instead, it became a conference of complaints. There was nothing useful to be said. Finally, I can rest. Lin Fei's ears had calluses. It went in one ear and out the other. It was so boring. It couldn't be helped. Lin Fei wasn't interested in this kind of thing. It reminded him of those officials. Didn't they like this kind of thing? Something that was supposed to take an hour could take 4 or 5 hours to make their presence known. Lin Fei despised such a method. From the beginning of the meeting, Lin Fei didn't say anything at all. It wasn't worth talking about. He wasn't interested in unimportant things. Disperse, disperse. No one left just like that. Everyone knew that there was going to be a good show. Their gazes were all focused on Demon Lin. If nothing went wrong, there would be another war of words. Who wouldn't like to watch a show? Lin Fei, it looks like you've escaped yet another calamity. Taoist gentleman walked over with a smile. However, his words sounded sarcastic no matter how one looked at it. My luck is pretty good. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Lin Fei said with a smile, I guess you must be cursing me to die a horrible death in your heart, but you can't do anything here. It must be very painful. Taoist gentleman really had the guts to slap him. This Lin Fei was truly a bastard. Anyone would be angered to death. Didn't he know how to be more reserved with his words? Did he have to expose his scars like that? You killed someone from the Mystic Gate. Don't you think you should do something? Taoist gentleman decided not to continue discussing this topic. He changed the topic. Lin Fei's lips curled up. Do something? Do you think I can do anything? Everyone knew that Taoist gentleman would make things difficult for him. As expected, he did. Demon Lin was more domineering than they had imagined. He didn't even put a sky immortal in his eyes. He simply didn't know what was good for him. If this was a different place, Demon Lin would definitely die. Taoist gentleman knew that Lin Fei would do this. Actually, he had expected it. I don't want much. You killed someone from the Mystic Gate. As long as you kneel down and apologize, I can let bygones be bygones. He wanted Lin Fei to make a fool of himself. Kneel down and apologize? Yang Jian laughed. Yang Jian laughed heartily. Who do you think you are? I kneel to the heavens and kneel to the earth. You want me to kneel and apologize? You'd better do it yourself. I don't have the time. He turned around and walked away. Taoist gentleman instantly had the guts to use his full strength to heavily injure him. In the end, his big move was ready and Lin Fei just walked away. It was like his punch had landed on thin air. He was extremely unhappy. He felt like he had been played. Bear with it, bear with it. Taoist gentleman kept telling himself, let him be cocky for a few more days. When the time comes, he'll be in trouble. The others had a new understanding of Lin Fei. This guy was clearly a tough nut to crack. After Lin Fei shook them off, he returned to his room. As for Taoist gentleman and the others' threats, he really didn't care. A while after he returned, Tai took the initiative to visit. Brother Lin, I haven't seen you in 3 days. You're even stronger than I imagined. The moment he entered, Tai looked at Lin Fei. Dangerous, very dangerous. Are you born in the year of the dog? Lin Fei laughed. I'm not a dangerous person. Don't forget I'm a monster. I'm very sensitive to dangerous auras. Tai actually wanted to show off a little, but when he saw Lin Fei, he couldn't help but feel a dangerous aura. He wasn't a sky immortal, but he was more dangerous than one? How was that possible? Lin Fei chuckled. Congratulations on becoming a sky immortal. This is all thanks to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had this opportunity. Tai was very grateful to Lin Fei. Without Lin Fei, he wouldn't have been able to become a sky immortal so quickly. I just happened to stumble upon it. After the two of them exchanged some pleasantries, Tai revealed his goal. Brother Lin, what do you think about the position of Alliance Leader this time? Was he testing him? Alliance Leader is very important. I think it's better to have someone with publicly recognized ability, like the Dragon Clan's leader. Lin Fei directly brought up Long Badian. Tai was obviously surprised. You don't want to be the Alliance Leader? Taoist gentlemen and the others are all competing for this position. I also heard that they've decided to elect 10 counselors to decide the power. 1 Alliance Leader, 10 counselors. F***CK they're making the standing committee and non-standing committee the same. That's interesting. Everyone knows Sima's intentions. Lin Fei said. Tai clearly didn't understand, but he felt that it made sense. That's what they mean. Brother Tai, I think it's very suitable for us to have a counselor. As for the position of Alliance Leader, that depends on the situation. Lin Fei said after some thought. Chapter 679. The Continental Alliance Conference continued to be held. After the first day, everything was normal for the next few days. At the beginning it was just like a meeting in a market. Now, when they discussed the specific methods, they could vaguely see the outline. This was not the most important thing. It was just to unify the methods. When the time came, they would have a definite direction to choose from. It was not like they could not think of a solution. It had to be said that there was strength in numbers. In this aspect, they were all very good at coming up with good ideas. Moreover, these ideas were very useful after listening to them. They weren't just armchair strategists but real skills and knowledge. The conflict between Taoist Master Gentleman and Lin Fei seemed to have stopped after the first day. Taoist Master Gentleman seemed to have chosen to restrain himself. Of course, for the big shots, Taoist Master Gentleman's restraint was equivalent to an eruption in the future. It was equivalent to accumulating power. Once it accumulated to a certain extent, he would definitely make a move against Lin Fei. The Divine Sword School did not look for Lin Fei. This was also very interesting, especially Lin Fei. After being expelled, he did not have any complaints. It was as if nothing had happened. Everyone could not help but admire Lin Fei's quality. Facing a celestial elite, he could be so calm. That was very rare. If Lin Fei was a celestial immortal, it would really be a great show. But now, it was destined to be a one-sided struggle. Lin Fei was the one who was one-sided. He would lose without a doubt. After spending 3 days, they finally reached an agreement. At this point, the warm-up exercise was equivalent to the end. It was time for the power that they cared about the most. Everything was laid out for the sake of power. In the Continental Alliance Conference, the most important thing was power. Even the strong would be tempted by this power. The first to propose the 10 counselors was naturally a first-rate sect. It was tantamount to starting a craze of competition. The 10 counselors were the true center of power. As for those outside, they were nothing. At most, they could only have the right to speak. As for the right to vote, they basically did not have it. Being a thief was the construction level of power. Once the 10 counselors proposed it, almost no one objected. They could not wait to be happy about such a good thing. How could they object? Once they became a member, their influence in the continent would increase greatly. The 10 counselors, I don't think it's suitable. While everyone was filled with joy, Lin Fei said lazily, undoubtedly interrupting their dreams. Cutting off one's wealth was like killing one's parents. The group of big shots glared at Lin Fei angrily and insisted that he give a reason. Otherwise they could drown him with their saliva. City Lord Lin, I think the 10 representatives are suitable. What's wrong with that? The Tianluo sect leader asked angrily. They had lost many disciples and experts outside the Dragon Clan's barrier. Why don't you tell us? When he heard Demon Lin's rejection, he was the first to step out. Lin Fei smiled and said, I didn't say that the 10 counselors aren't good. I just feel that there's a small flaw. I wonder if anyone can see it? They didn't believe that Lin Fei could point out any flaws. Speak, we want to hear what you have to say. I think you're just playing to the gallery. The 10 great counselors are building a continental alliance. Who would dare to say that it's not good? Facing everyone's criticism, Lin Fei was still all smiles. To him this was nothing. He wouldn't die. His heart was strong and he wouldn't be affected. Don't you think that the 10 counselors might be inappropriate in confirming certain things? For example, 5 against 5? Should they be placed aside? I don't know if everyone has thought of this. A blow to the head. Lin Fei's words were like a blow to the head that woke them up. They were surprised, really surprised. They didn't expect Demon Lin to say anything. But at this moment they had to say that Demon Lin's words hit the nail on the head. Moreover, it hit the flaw of the 10 counselors. If the 10 counselors were confirmed and such a situation occurred, they really wouldn't know how to deal with it. Would they have to do it all over again? Or would they have to waste time on this? I think that it's best if there are 11 of them. Then, such a situation definitely won't happen. Lin Fei laughed coldly in his heart. Since they chose the 10 counselors, then he would add one more. Moreover, the reason was something that they couldn't refute. City Lord Lin is right. We have to have 11. Only 11 counselors would be perfect. Don't look down on a counselor. To the 30+ forces present, this was equivalent to a chance for them to become a counselor. How could they not be grateful to Lin Fei? Gentleman Immortal, Legendary Swordsman and the rest almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei, can't you do this? You've ruined their plans. Lin Fei chose to ignore the gazes that were directed at him. 10 counselors? Only fools would do that. 11 counselors. You'll have to put in more effort. You'll have a good time. Unknowingly, I'll be able to increase my reputation. How great is that? Lin Fei's heart was filled with joy. Those who had a good impression of Lin Fei liked this kind of straightforwardness. Hence, after a round of debate, the 10 counselors finally became 11. To someone, the addition of one counselor wasn't a good thing. No one said anything about the alliance leader who was above the counselors. The selection of the counselors was the most important thing. There was nothing more important than this. I suggest that we let the Sky Tyrant clan leader be the notary for the selection of the counselors. This time, Gentleman Immortal did not ask anyone else to do it. Instead, he took the initiative to say that Long Badian would be the notary. No one had any objections to this suggestion. I think that the candidates for the selection of the counselors must be powerful. Of course they must be powerful. Everyone spoke in a few words. Cough cough. Long Badian said. Since the Continental Alliance has been established, we can't follow the old method of electing the counselors. Coincidentally, the Dragon Tribe collected some meteorite stones from the Tianji secret warehouse. Can be used as a test. Meteorite stones? Everyone was slightly taken aback. They had never heard of this item. It must be something extraordinary to be able to bring it out from the Tianji secret warehouse. May I know what this meteorite stone is? Someone took the initiative to ask. He was unfamiliar with the meteorite stone and had never heard of it. It was rare for Long Badian to take it out. Go down and bring me a meteorite stone, Long Badian ordered. Soon, a member of the dragon tribe came up with a black stone slab. This stone slab was not very big, only the size of a table. It was emitting the aura of the starry sky. This is the meteorite stone. I've looked up some information. It should be from a certain space. It's very hard. I was going to forge it into a weapon. Unfortunately, even I can't refine this meteorite stone. It's so hard. How can it not be refined? Everyone was shocked once again. A stone slab that could not be refined? How hard must it be? The meteorite stone cannot be refined. However, from half-step heaven immortals onwards, we can use a formation to shatter it. Long Badian said. When the continent is in trouble, our dragon tribe has a joint attack formation called the mountain-splitting formation. It can summon an ancient great emperor, Pangu, to shatter the meteorite stone. Everyone understood what he meant. The goal was to shatter the meteorite stone. This kind of selection was really interesting. Why don't everyone give it a try? Long Badian said. Immediately, a member of the dragon tribe took the meteorite stone and handed it to one of the big shots. So hard. The big shot squeezed with all his strength, but it did not move at all. There was not even a trace on it. This big shot was a veteran half-step heaven immortal. He was very powerful, but he could not even squeeze it. Therefore the others could not help but look forward to it. Even a veteran half-step heaven immortal could not crush it. The material was unimaginably hard. It's too hard. I can't crush it. Me too. What is this meteorite stone? Every big shot who tried shook their heads. They had never encountered such a strange thing. No wonder they needed a joint attack formation to shatter the meteorite stone. Young Master Sword God is making his move. Everyone could not help but look forward to it. He was a heaven immortal. It should be very easy for him to crush a meteorite stone. The material is so hard that I've never seen it before. Young Master Sword God smiled and handed the meteorite stone to the next person. This time, everyone calmed down. Even a heaven immortal could not crush it. It meant that everyone was fair and there would not be any cheating. This is the method of the heaven-splitting formation. Go back and familiarize yourself with it. Then, Long Badian arranged for someone to teach everyone the method of controlling the heaven-splitting earth-shattering technique. This action undoubtedly shocked and terrified the experts present. The foundation of the dragon race was indeed unfathomable. Just this formation alone, when it was deployed, would be like heavenly immortals. It was truly terrifying. The dragon race was powerful. Since a long time ago, many people didn't think much of the dragon race now. However, after seeing this, they knew that they were wrong, extremely wrong. The dragon race was still so powerful. After looking at the method, they knew that this formation was very terrifying. It could gather a large number of experts. The more people there were, the harder it was to control. But once it was successfully controlled, it would be truly invincible. It would be able to conquer cities and conquer lands. The dragon race was able to bring out such a technique, but it was a pity that it was the simplest control technique. To them it was like chicken ribs and they were extremely displeased. Even though they were displeased, they still had to comprehend it and grasp it. This concerned the position of the 11 representatives, so they could not afford to make any mistakes. Luckily, each power could send 3 people up. The one with the most broken pieces would be the winner. This was equivalent to giving them 3 chances. Don't look at the 3 chances. It was very significant. Who wouldn't like such a good thing? Everyone hurriedly went back. They still had to find 3 disciples who had a higher chance of succeeding, or experts. Chapter 680. A day later on the Dragon Island. A total of 18,000 people. The experts of the human race stopped in the sky and gathered together. They were like a dark cloud that pressed down like Mount Tai. It was a rather spectacular sight. Everyone please take a look. That's a gathering of 108,000 human experts. They can use the most basic heaven and earth splitting formation. Long Badian said blandly, no matter who controls it, it can ensure fairness for everyone. Ever since Long Badian provided the formation and used the meteorite to screen out the 11 representatives, more than 30 forces were very concerned about this qualification. They were most worried about unfairness. Now that there were 18,000 human experts to ensure fairness, it all depended on one's ability to control it. Everyone was very satisfied with Long Badian's words. Fairness, justice, just like the pride of the dragon race, they would not mess around. Who will go first? Long Bashan's loud voice echoed in the sky. Our Cloud Gate will go first. No one had any objections when one of the forces below took the initiative to fight for the qualification. One of the young men flew up and stood in the sky. Formation. He is Cloud Gate's Yun Tian, publicly recognized as the #1 genius of the sect. He has the strength of a half-step sky immortal. Someone below immediately recognized him. Everyone was paying attention to how much of the power of Genesis Splitter could the Cloud Sect's Yun Tian display. Rise. 18,000 people quickly formed a formation. When the formation was formed, a giant took its place. The giant's body exuded a vast and boundless aura. This is the heaven and earth splitting great Emperor Pangu. Someone exclaimed. The charm and aura are exactly the same. This formation is amazing. If it is used to kill enemies, it will be an invincible weapon. The eyes of the big shots present lit up. Although Pangu was a distant legend, it did not prevent people from feeling the legendary Pangu's aura from the heaven and earth splitting formation. That was the existence of heaven and earth splitting formation, the strongest existence in the world, an invincible existence. Cloud Gate's Yun Tian is quite strong. He can condense Pangu, but I wonder how much of his combat power he will have. Long Badian smiled. This caused some young people to feel pressured. Could it be that he was not strong enough to condense great Emperor Pangu? Yun Tian tried his best to calm himself down. However, that kind of super powerful strength had surpassed the half-step heavenly immortal realm. It had completely reached the level of a heavenly immortal. A casual strike from him could kill a heavenly immortal expert. After controlling great Emperor Pangu for a while, Yun Tian made use of every second to familiarize himself with the formation. A few giant dragons flew over and picked up the table-sized meteorite. One by one, they stacked on top of each other until there were 10 of them like a small mountain. You may begin. Yun Tian took a deep breath and said in his heart, I can definitely do it. A giant axe condensed in Pangu's hand. This was Pangu's supreme treasure, the heaven-splitting axe. Back in the day, Pangu had used this supreme treasure to create the primal chaos world. Kill? Yun Tian let out a loud roar. Pangu's giant axe came down from the sky. It was an ordinary strike, but it caused everyone's heart to tremble. It's just a phantom, yet it has such a terrifying aura. What other treasures are the dragon race hiding? Everyone knew that the dragon race had a deep foundation. A heaven-splitting earth formation was enough to shock them. They wouldn't be surprised if they took out other treasures. It broke. It really broke. The ordinary axe in their eyes was the strongest and hardest meteorite. Cracks appeared on it like a spider web, turning into fist-sized stones. Of the 10 meteorites, the bottom 2 were broken. How is it possible? Only 2? Yun Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. He really couldn't toughen it. His powerful strike ended up breaking into 2 pieces. Yun Tian, you can be proud. Among the half-step heavenly immortals, you are one of the strongest. Long Badian laughed. Yun Tian recovered and felt flattered. I was impolite just now. A half-step heavenly immortal controlling a formation could only break 2 pieces. Everyone was shocked at the toughness of the meteorite. At the same time, they were also shocked by this heaven-splitting earth formation. If this formation was built with the same strength, 108,000, 180,000, or even 1,800,000, then the power would be unimaginable. Next. Yun Tian took the lead, bringing a lot of pressure to the geniuses. My turn. Another genius flew up. He was also a half-step heavenly immortal. He formed a formation and tried to control Pangu. The summoned Pangu was very weak, as if it could be broken with a finger. From this, one could see that this genius was far inferior to Yun Tian. Sure enough, the meteorite didn't even budge after this genius's move. This was a huge embarrassment, and at the same time, it brought them great pressure. It turned out that for a half-step heaven immortal to operate this formation, he also needed his own strength. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain and he would lose face for nothing. His name as a genius would no longer be that of a genius. After this scene, the rest of the geniuses all used their full strength, afraid of embarrassing themselves. The one with the best result was a genius from the Life Union, who had 3 broken pieces. As for the others, they either had 1 or 2 broken pieces. This was just the beginning. Taoist He Tian went up. In the sky, another figure flew up. It was one of the 10 prodigies, Taoist He Tian, an early heavenly immortal expert. Everyone was paying attention to how many meteorites Taoist He Tian could break. Pangu heaven-splitting earth formation. Taoist Haitian's essence, qi and soul merged. Everyone could smell the true danger from this axe. He was indeed worthy of being one of the 10 prodigies. Walala walala. The sound of meteorites breaking could be heard. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 5 pieces, 6 pieces. Taoist Haitian removed the formation and looked at Taoist gentleman with provocative eyes. It meant to say, I am still stronger than you. If you are not convinced, then come and try. The 6 meteorites were all shocked. The best result no one else could compare. If there were no accidents, the force behind Taoist Haitian would obtain one of the counselors. This Taoist Haitian is very strong. With the power of 6 meteorites, his strength is comparable to an old heavenly immortal. This was the thought of the big shots. The world of the young. Taoist Haitian of the 10 prodigies broke 6 in one move. What about the other young prodigies? Will their results surpass this number? Taoist Haitian breaking 6 meteorites out of the 10 gave a lot of pressure to the other prodigies. Chapter 681. Erebus was in first place for now. Aside from the celestial immortals, the rest of the geniuses' expressions darkened. The mountain of pressure was already blocking their way. It would be difficult to cross it. In fact, it was like this. After Black Heaven Priest, the other geniuses who went up were blocked by the 6 meteors. They couldn't surpass them. This Erebus has accumulated a lot of experience. Lin Fei thought, as expected of the 10 prodigies. They've all had great fortunes in the treasury. I hope Sword Divine and Virtuous Gentleman won't disappoint me. Lin Fei felt that the 2 of them had accumulated a lot of experience. From the moment he descended, he treated them as tools for his own advancement. The dragon race's Genesis splitter formation could undoubtedly determine a person's strength. In theory, there shouldn't be too much of a difference between them. Tai, do your best. Another group of geniuses fell dejectedly. It was Tai's turn. Tai wasn't good with words. He stood up. I'll bring out my strongest power. I hope you won't disappoint me. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Aren't you just giving me pressure? Tai curled his lips. Pressure? You're the one giving me pressure. With that, he flew up. Rise. Tai had never taken Sword Divine and Virtuous Gentleman seriously. In his mind, Lin Fei was the strongest. No one else could compare to him. He trusted his instincts. What a shocking display. After Tai flew up, the commotion was very shocking. Although it was not a howling wind, the summoned Pangu the Great had a certain degree of clarity in his facial features. Even Haitian could not be compared to him. Tai's power is too strong. Tai's attack was straightforward. His sky-splitting axe caused everyone's expressions to change. This monster genius was indeed one of the top 3 of the 10 prodigies. I have to be careful of Tai in the future. Divine Sword Master said to himself. Though he'd become a celestial immortal, Divine Sword Master had suppressed Tai with a single strike and seemed to have the upper hand. But now that he saw his opponent go all out, he felt apprehensive. Damn you, Tai. Virtuous Gentleman was wary as well. Why is he so strong? Fortunately, the sect gave me the Flame Lizard. I have a trump card. I'm not afraid of any tricks. 6.5. When the results were announced, Tai shook his head in disappointment. He was not too happy. Tai, I didn't want to admit defeat at first, but now it looks like I have to admit defeat. After being surpassed, Black Heaven was very depressed. Fortunately, you are only half a piece more than me, and your face is not ugly. Brother Tai, if you have 1,000,000 human experts, the great Emperor Pangu you summon will definitely be the strongest. Lin Fei said with a smile. He was not trying to flatter Tai. It's a pity that I only shattered 6.5 pieces. Tai sat down. These words made countless geniuses vomit blood. Only 6.5 and you still have the nerve to say that? How do you expect us to live? After Prime, the rest of the geniuses who broke through to Celestial Immortals all received at least 5 sky meteors. Very few received 6 sky meteors. This sky-defying immortal of the Life League is so powerful. He actually shattered 6 sky meteorites. Prince Kaiser, isn't it still 6 heaven meteor stones? As the peerless geniuses took action one after another, Tai remained in first place. Councilman qualifications were revealed one by one. If nothing unexpected happened, the councilman qualifications were in the hands of these powers. Young Master Divine Sword has made his move. Young Master Divine Sword, who had been motionless, flew out, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, why does young Master Divine Sword give me a feeling that I can't see through him? I don't get this feeling from other geniuses. This was not the first time Lin Fei had this feeling, but he could not see anything. This time I must kill young Master Divine Sword. Lin Fei had already given him a death sentence. This kind of unfathomable person should not be allowed to live. From the moment young Master Divine Sword expelled him from the Divine Sword School, Lin Fei knew that this would be the result. If he did not deal with young Master Divine Sword, young Master Divine Sword would deal with him. Since young Master Divine Sword had to make a move, there was not much difference between making a move earlier or later. The great Emperor Pangu that young Master Divine Sword had summoned had clear facial features and a solid body. It was no weaker than Tai Tai, which shocked everyone again. Kaiser, you have to be especially careful of this young Master Divine Sword. Neptune Emperor said calmly as if he was talking about something unimportant. Kaiser's first prince's face turned serious. Young Master Divine Sword is a strong opponent. His background is very mysterious, but I am not afraid. The stronger young Master Divine Sword is, the more motivation I will have until the day I defeat young Master Divine Sword. Kaiser's eyes were full of spirit as he looked at young Master Divine Sword in the sky. Neptune Emperor was gratified. When you have time, contact Lin Fei more. He is also very mysterious, no weaker than young Master Divine Sword. Kaiser's first prince retracted his gaze. Lin Fei? He has to have strength that I value, otherwise, everything is empty. 7 pieces of meteorite. Below there was another exclamation. The Demon Crown Prince got 6 pieces of meteorite, but young Master Divine Sword got 7 pieces of meteorite, winning by 1 step. This young Master Divine Sword is indeed much stronger than me. Tai was full of fighting spirit. He was not unwilling. City Lord Lin, you are under a lot of pressure, Black Taoist joked. Young Master Divine Sword descended from the sky as if he had just done a small thing. He looked at Lin Fei's side and said, Demon Lin, I heard that you are a monstrous genius. I didn't know you had this ability. From the words Demon Lin, everyone could clearly see that young Master Divine Sword wanted to defeat Lin Fei step by step. First, he seized the position of the Sword God sect's leader and confirmed his strength. Then he drove Lin Fei out, which was young Master Divine Sword's first step. You and I are called monstrous geniuses in the sect, but now you are still driven out by me. I have always believed in one sentence. Nothing is certain until the end. Faced with young Master Divine Sword's provocation, Lin Fei said calmly, I am looking forward to it. Young Master Divine Sword laughed mockingly. After young Master Divine Sword took first place, he was basically qualified. After the remaining geniuses failed, it was Taoist Gentleman's turn. He had been holding it in for a long time and seemed eager to show off. 6 pieces of meteorite. Taoist Gentleman was very dissatisfied with this result. If he was given more time, he would definitely achieve more than this result. He might even surpass young Master Divine Sword's first place result. City Lord Lin, everyone has discussed more or less. Could it be that you have chosen to give up? Taoist Gentleman was not very satisfied with this result, but it didn't mean that he couldn't vent his anger on someone. Taoist Gentleman, your ears are really bad. Who said that I am giving up? Lin Fei said with a smile. Taoist Gentleman knew that Lin Fei was eloquent. He was no match for Lin Fei in this aspect. He could only use facts to mock Lin Fei. Then go ahead. Don't waste everyone's time. We still have to elect the alliance leader. You are eloquent, but how can you, a half-step heaven immortal, compare to me? Taoist Gentleman knew that Lin Fei was very strong. No matter how strong he was still a half-step heaven immortal. Back then he set up the level 9 spell formation to accumulate his strength. Taoist Gentleman believed that Lin Fei's accumulation was very deep. It would be very difficult for Lin Fei to break through to the heaven immortal stage. It could be said that Lin Fei had to break 5 pieces of meteorite to be qualified to become a counselor. You despicable person, watch carefully. Lin Fei laughed heartily and soared into the sky, hovering there. Taoist Gentleman's eyes flashed with anger, but he forcefully endured it. Lin Fei was a bastard. Why bother with him? Brother Sword God, how many meteorites do you think Lin Fei can break? Taoist Gentleman sat down and asked Sword God Young Master. It shouldn't be more than 5. Sword God Young Master said with certainty. Taoist Gentleman laughed, I think so too. Taoist Gentleman, Sword God Young Master, don't you think that Lin Fei will lose for sure? How about we make a bet? Taoist Haitian laughed, if you don't dare then forget it. Taoist Gentleman had already determined that Lin Fei would lose for sure. He wasn't worried at all. Taoist Haitian, I heard that you have a sacred medicine on you. It can regenerate flesh and bones. I quite like it. Taoist Gentleman looked at Taoist Haitian and said. Taoist Haitian clapped his hands, as expected of the profound sect. You even know this kind of information. With a wave of his hand, a wooden box appeared in his hand. Runes were sealed on it. The appearance of the sacred medicine shocked them. With the sacred medicine, one could not die from serious injuries. It was one of the best treasures for self-defense. Taoist gentleman, I've taken out the sacred medicine. Taoist Black Tian said, I heard that one of the profound sex treasures, the unfettered fan, is in your hands. Why don't you take it out for a bet? You think your sacred medicine is worth that much? Taoist gentleman was slightly shocked. He didn't expect this guy to really take out the sacred medicine. Then what about my demon bow? Tai snorted coldly. A black longbow appeared in front of him, emitting boundless demon chi. This time, everyone was stunned. Taoist He Tian taking out the sacred medicine was already shocking enough. Now Tai took out the demon bow. Was he crazy? Could it be that Lin Fei could really create a miracle? Taoist gentleman hesitated. If it was just the sacred medicine, Taoist gentleman definitely wouldn't care. But with Tai's demon bow, he had to think about it. Tai's strength was all in the demon bow. If he lost the demon bow, Tai's strength would decrease by about half. How could Taoist gentleman not be tempted? What's wrong? You don't dare? Taoist He Tian said smugly. Who said I don't dare? Since Taoist gentleman had spoken, how could he refuse? You can take out the sacred medicine and the demon bow. Do you think I can't take out the unfettered fan? Taoist gentleman was still somewhat afraid of Tai's strength. If he could take out the demon bow, Tai's strength would definitely drop. Senior Long, please be the witness. Taoist gentleman turned his head and said. Long Badian said, since you want me to be the witness, leave it with me. In reality, Long Badian was laughing in his heart. When he regretted it later, there would be a good show to watch. Chapter 682. No one had expected that because of Demon Lin, Taoist Master Junzi would place a heavy bet and even take out the Carefree Fan. The Carefree Fan was one of the treasures of Shenmen sect. It was a celestial artifact that could suppress one's fate. It was rarely shown to the public. Who would have thought that they would get to see it this time? It really is the treasure of Shenmen sect. Taoist Master Junzi handed the Carefree Fan to the people of the dragon race. The fan shone brightly and could be considered a treasure. Tai's demon bow isn't bad either. The other treasure was Tai's demon bow. Black fog surrounded it and the roar of a demon beast could be heard. It was made of demon bones and contained the powerful aura of a demon beast. How crazy! Almost no one present thought highly of Demon Lin. Black Sky Priest sat down and sent a voice transmission to Tai. You're quite bold. Aren't you afraid of losing your demon bow? I believe that Brother Lin won't disappoint me. Tai was very calm. You're crazier than me. Black Sky Priest was impressed and thought to himself, Lin Fei, you have to work hard. Don't screw over Tai's demon bow. The people who had been watching the show couldn't help but be tempted. Taoist Master Black Sky, how about we make a bet? Seeing that they could make a huge profit, the other factions couldn't help but be greedy. They headed straight for Black Sky Priest, wanting to get something out of him. Black Sky was originally arrogant and unruly. You people from the Life Alliance have nothing good. Don't join in the fun. The people from the Life Alliance had suffered a huge loss at the hands of Demon Lin. It wasn't easy for them to get some money, so they naturally had to be thick-skinned. Whatever the Shenmen can take out, our Life Alliance can too. With the Life Alliance interfering, the other factions couldn't sit still and all made their moves. They didn't dare to bet with Demon Lin, so they didn't mind starting with Black Sky and Tai. They would take their benefits and attack him. Anyone with eyes could see that they were close to Demon Lin. If they didn't attack him, it would be too unkind. In the sky, Lin Fei was familiarizing himself with the technique. When he saw the scene below, he found it funny. A bunch of idiots. You'll suffer later. When the time comes, you have to get a treasure from Black Sky Priest. I can't lose out. Gambling was what Lin Fei had kindly reminded him about. Tai, I heard that you demons have a decree left behind by the Heaven Realm Patriarch. Why don't you take it out? The Sword God, who had been silent all this while, spoke in a sharp tone. It was obvious that he didn't care for ordinary treasures. A decree. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the Sword God wanted to bet with Tai? Decrees were decrees that could only be refined by a great power in the Heaven Realm. They contained a supreme celestial might that could suppress the 1,000 worlds and no one could stop them. Aside from the top forces, no one else had this kind of lost treasure. The reason why the great sects could survive for 10,000 years was because of their inheritance and their own resources. Just a decree alone was enough to make others feel like they were in the dust. Young Master God of Swords, you are well informed, you even know about this. Tai Yi's expression did not change. The demon clan does have the decree of the demon clan's patriarch. If you're interested, I don't mind fighting with you. Things had developed to this extent, which was completely unexpected. He had even taken out a supreme treasure like the decree. It's just a decree. To me it's just a useless thing. It won't be of any use. Young Master God of Swords waved his hand, and a jade box appeared in front of him. There was a rune stuck on it and it gave off a terrifying aura. A decree. It must be a decree in the jade box. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the big shots. This young Master God of Swords was too mysterious. He was even crazier than them to place such a heavy bet on a decree. This sort of decree precious treasure was entirely capable of crushing a heavenly immortal realm expert as soon as it was utilized, and it was capable of easily annihilating the expert. Now he was using it as a bet? They suspected that they were seeing things. Tai Yi moved slightly, and a jade box also appeared in his hand. It also gave off a terrifying aura, and it was obviously much stronger than young Master God of Swords' decree. Young Master God of Swords is so bold. Tai Yi raised his hand, and the jade box flew out and appeared in front of Long Badian. Young Master God of Swords also brought the jade box in front of him. Long Badian took it quietly and used his own strength to suppress the two jade boxes to prevent any accidents. A decree. What a shocking aura. Lin Fei was multitasking, paying attention to the movements below. Dragon King, what is a decree? Lin Fei was very unfamiliar with a decree. Don't burn me, I'll tell you. In the divine fire space, Long Xiao was wrapped in divine fire, forming a small space. At this time he was extremely miserable and could be extinguished at any time. A decree is actually not a powerful thing. It's nothing more than a sentence. It contains the will of an immortal master, which is the strength of a zenith heaven golden immortal. After a long time the will weaken. Long Xiao said disapprovingly. So, a decree can only be used by an immortal master of zenith heaven golden immortal? In theory, yes. However, this kind of decree must be from a powerful immortal master, otherwise it won't have any power. Lin Fei came back to his senses and had a doubt. Could it be that this sword immortal is related to the immortal realm? Long Xiao said that a decree was worthless, but the sword immortal could easily take it out. It was conceivable that there must be a problem. As for taking it out from the divine sword sect, it seemed unlikely. Begin. Lin Fei threw out the thought and controlled the Big Bang formation of 18,000 people. Come out, Emperor Pango. Lin Fei's divine sense fused into the formation. A huge accumulation burst out and was injected into the formation. Why is the sky dark? The sky above the Dragon Island suddenly darkened, shocking everyone. Could it be that the alien races are attacking? Those who didn't know the reason couldn't help but stand up with a solemn expression. Everyone, don't worry. It's not the alien races. Long Baishan's voice reverberated above the Dragon Island. This is just the power of the Big Bang formation. Power? Bullshit. So many people attacked before, but there was no change in power. Why did Demon Lin attack? Heaven and earth changed color. Although it covered the Dragon Island, one could see that it was extraordinary. The half-step celestial immortal geniuses were all dumbfounded. Just this change in power was definitely enough to make them break out in a cold sweat. I'm not convinced. We're all half-step celestial immortals, how can Demon Lin produce power? These words undoubtedly represented the unwillingness of those geniuses. Having power doesn't mean that he can break more meteorites. It's just an empty shell. Taoist gentleman was obviously very calm. How could Demon Lin be more powerful than him? What a solid Emperor Pango! Someone exclaimed. He really couldn't believe what he saw. Chapter 683. Only one person wasn't surprised. It had to be Long Badian. When they had attacked Lin Fei, they hadn't been able to do anything to him. Instead, they had become his helpers, allowing him to become much stronger. This was something they had found out later on. From this, they could see how strong Lin Fei was. At this moment, Lin Fei had summoned the powerful Emperor Pangu. This wasn't a surprise at all. Long Badian had known from the start. The expressions of the others changed. For example, Black Sky Daoist, Tai, a bunch of genius disciples, and even the big shots. They all stood up at the same time because they were stunned. Tai, did you know this from the start? That's why you took out your demon bow to bet. You're going to be furious. Black Sky Daoist wanted to be on good terms with Lin Fei. One reason was because of Tai, and the other was because of the pills from the Myth Tower. He didn't have much confidence, but who would have thought that the outcome would be so surprising? He had become the big winner. Right now, the Shantian continent was filled with war everywhere. Pills had become a hot commodity, and the Godmyth Tower was one of the most outstanding of them all. Despite having researched for several years, they were still unable to unravel the mysteries of pills. As a result, pills had become mainstream and everyone wanted to obtain pills from Lin Fei. Thus, they came to the conclusion that Lin Fei wasn't that great of a person, but his pills were top-notch. Brother Lin was born a monster. There's nothing to be surprised about. Tai was really calm. Before he was half a step into heaven celestial, Lin Fei had been able to fight with perfected gentlemen. Tai also knew about the battle outside Myth City. He had been so terrifying back then. After becoming half a step into heaven celestial, his strength had increased. Tai believed that Lin Fei would give them a surprise. Haha, we're rich. Black Sky's eyes lit up. With this aura, the Emperor Pangu that he summoned would definitely be extraordinary. There should be no less than 5 meteors that could be smashed. The other big shots weren't in a good mood. In order to get some money from him and attack Lin Fei, they had spent a lot of money. When they saw Demon Lin's attitude, their faces turned black. They were just short of praying to the gods. Why did they have to put on such a show? If they knew that Demon Lin's accumulation was so terrifying, they definitely wouldn't have placed such a huge bet. Now they had placed such a huge bet. On the contrary, he could not see any hope. A shadow shrouded his heart like a mountain pressing down on him. Open. Emperor Pangu opened his eyes, and a disdainful aura enveloped a large area. Those with low cultivation immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. The others couldn't do much either, but they all had good expressions on their faces. Crack, 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 the giant axe falling from the sky seemed to have landed on their hearts, causing them to palpitate in fear. The dark clouds parted and Pangu the Great scattered. Dragon Island returned to normal. However, to them the scene from earlier was a huge blow. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 7 pieces, 8 pieces, a total of 8 pieces. A giant dragon reported the final number. The geniuses were stunned. The big shots were stunned. They wanted to scold him and suspect that he was cheating. Since when did a half-step heaven celestial have such strength? That didn't make sense. No matter how much accumulation he had, he shouldn't have reached such a level. He was even stronger than Sword God Young Master? Noble Master, Sword God Young Master, the bunch of geniuses were all stunned. Their gazes landed on the shattered meteor stones and they were unable to connect it to what had happened just now. Demon Lin smashed 8 of them right away. 8 meteor stones, he exceeded Sword God Young Master. City Head Lin, you really make me look at you differently. The first to speak was the demon leader. He was also shocked by Lin Fei's actions. A total of 8 meteor stones. City Head Lin, you are young and promising. In the future you will be the younger generation. We are old. Ocean God Emperor smiled and said. At the same time he said to Crown Prince Kate, do you still need to question Lin Fei now? Crown Prince Kaiser's reputation had already spread far and wide. He was subconsciously disgusted by Lin Fei who had caught up to him. Lin Fei was just an undeserved reputation. No matter how strong a half-step heavenly immortal was, how strong could he be? 8 meteor stones. Crown Prince Kate was speechless. Noble Master, I'm sorry. I'll be taking it away. Hei Tian came back to his senses and shouted excitedly. The carefree fan was one of the treasures of the Xian sect's righteous path. How could Hei Tian not be happy? Daoist gentleman's face darkened. He had simply lifted a rock and dropped it on his own foot. He was in a bad situation. Senior Brother Noble, the carefree fan is our Xian sect's treasure. Are you going to let him take it away? An elder was furious. He could only use this method to express his dissatisfaction. Elder, don't worry. I will take the carefree fan back. Noble Master suppressed his anger and cursed in his heart. How could Demon Lin break 8 meteor stones? He didn't even have the strength of a heaven celestial. After breaking 8 meteor stones, Noble Master was reborn. Lin Fei's strength was like before, half-step heaven celestial. However, half-step heaven celestial had played a huge joke on him. Lin Fei, you must have cheated. A half-step heaven celestial genius flew out and questioned Lin Fei's ability to break 8 meteor stones. You're just a hindrance. Everyone saw Lin Fei shoot forwards like an arrow and appear in front of that genius. His fist smashed into that genius's body, sending him flying. Lin Fei's foot came down from the sky and trampled the genius into the ground. The ground beneath that genius's body cracked open and he fainted. I don't know. Who dares to say that I cheated? I don't mind helping him loosen his bones. A cruel half-step heaven celestial. Those who were originally dissatisfied saw the other party in such a miserable state. After weighing the pros and cons, no one dared to make a move. They were not on the same level, so they decisively chose to remain silent. All the big shots had tried the meteor stones. Lin Fei had a grudge against the dragon race. How could he cheat? Lin Fei kicked the genius away. I'm in a good mood today. Otherwise I would have crippled him. The sect behind this genius did not dare to say a word. It was simply unreasonable. City Lord Lin, the carefree fan is useless to me. How about exchanging it for pills? Just give me one and Tai one. Lin Fei just walked back. Heijin came down with the carefree fan and tossed it to Lin Fei without a word. It was as if he didn't care about the treasure at all. No problem. Lin Fei picked up the carefree fan. This fan is not bad. It will be good for auction. I think many people will like it. Heijin knew that this would happen. He took out other treasures. City Lord Lin, will you accept these pills? Lin Fei wasn't afraid at all. He waved his hand. Of course we will. Can't you see these treasures? They are worth a lot. Our legend tower is lacking items to auction. The people who placed the bets cried out in their hearts. They wanted to get benefits from Heijin, so naturally they placed huge bets. In the end they suffered heavy losses. The treasures landed on the legend tower. They were stunned once more. This was really bad. Lin Fei didn't wait for them to react. He kept the treasures. When the auction starts he would make all of them vomit blood once more. Heijin was satisfied. Since Lin Fei said that, then there would definitely be no problems. Tai, do you have a problem with this? Tai smiled. No, I like this way of doing things. When the elders saw that Taoist Erebus, Tai, and the others had sold their treasures to Demon Lin and didn't care about them at all, they were furious. If the treasures landed on Heijin and Tai, they might be able to get them back. But when they heard that Demon Lin wanted to auction them, they were stunned. They were so furious that they vomited blood. Each of the treasures in their hands was extraordinary. If Demon Lin really took them out to auction, it wouldn't be a small matter. If the treasures landed in the hands of other sects, they would lose all their face. I didn't expect you to hide so much. Sword God Young Master lost the decree treasure. There were no emotions on his face, but in truth he felt pained. He had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. He didn't have heaven's celestial strength, and instead, he was even stronger than them. He had used the power of an emperor. Hide. Lin Fei shook his head. I have never hidden anything. It is just a problem with your eyesight. It is just a decree. You don't seem to feel any heartache. Lin Fei was the best at mocking people. Next, Long Badian spoke up to stop them. They were about to continue arguing. After Lin Fei showed off, the geniuses behind him were all covered up. No one paid attention to them anymore. Just like that, the 11 representatives were chosen. Apart from 3 first-rate factions, the other 8 were from the top 10 factions. As for why 2 of them didn't get chosen, it was because they had hidden their strength well. The 11 representatives were chosen. They had an important role in the continent. They would become giants that could punish any faction. From this moment onwards, the 11 forces would change the power structure of the continent. Especially after the Outsiders' army was driven out, the 11 counselors would replace the 10 super forces and establish the true importance of the continent's alliance. Over time, a new interest group would be formed. If not for the appearance of the alien race army, the factions of the continent wouldn't have allied together. The current situation had reached a point where they had to ally together. Okay, now that the representatives have been chosen, we will begin the selection of the alliance leader tomorrow. Long Baishan's words meant that today's matters ended here. Tomorrow would be the most intense day. But speaking of which, today was still very lively. For example, the elders who lost many treasures. Chapter 684. Bastard. Lin Fei, you bastard. I will kill you. In a resting room. Taoist gentleman was in a rage. After returning from the meeting, he was in a state of rage. His originally smiling face was replaced with malevolence. Lin Fei. Taoist gentleman had never hated a person so much, and Lin Fei was the one he hated the most. Everyone in the room, including the elders and others, did not even dare to breathe loudly. At the same time, they had to resist the immortal might of a heaven immortal. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat, and they were suffering unspeakably. They originally thought that they had Lin Fei in their grasp, but in the end, it was as if the heavens were playing a joke on them. Taoist gentleman's plan was to first chase Lin Fei out of the position. When the time came, he would have a legitimate reason to take care of Lin Fei, and no one would be able to find fault with him. In the end, Lin Fei climbed all the way up to the position of counselor. Not just anyone could change the Continental Alliance Conference. Taoist gentleman was powerless. Now that Lin Fei was in this position, he had the qualifications and his status would be the same as them. Every time Taoist gentleman saw Lin Fei, he felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Today's scene was especially infuriating. 8 pieces of sky meteor. If it was someone else who broke 8 pieces of sky meteor, Taoist gentleman would not be so angry. However, it was this brat Lin Fei who kept swaying in front of him. I must kill him. Taoist gentleman did not plan to deal with Lin Fei step by step. He could not wait any longer. If he did not take care of Lin Fei, there would always be a shadow in his heart that would affect him and his cultivation. It was like an inner demon, and if he did not get rid of it, the impact would be great. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed my way to Myth City when I became a heaven immortal and killed Lin Fei. It would have been better than him sitting in the position of counselor. Taoist gentleman really wanted to slap himself. He was filled with regret. If Lin Fei became one of the 11 counselors, he would be one of the top powers in the continent. Myth City had the ability to develop, and no one dared to look down on them. Tomorrow's selection of the alliance leader will be an opportunity to kill him. Taoist gentleman thought to himself, when the time comes, as long as I act quickly and don't give Lin Fei any chance to escape, I'll kill him. Even if the others have other thoughts, they won't oppose me. A dead man, no matter how valuable he is, will vanish with his death. Taoist gentleman continued on, but he felt that the longer the delay, the more trouble there would be. Taoist gentleman, can you come out for a chat? Taoist gentleman's face darkened, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, since young Master Divine Swordsman has invited me, how could I dare not come? I'll be there in a moment. In the room, the celestial might dissipated. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, but their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Taoist gentleman didn't even spare him a glance. He dutifully opened the door and walked out. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing that the sect leader asked senior brother gentleman to come. An elder let out a light sigh. His performance and actions this time had greatly fallen short of his standards. Even more so, he had been blinded by hatred. Outside the Dragon Clan's barrier, an elegant voice came from an island. At the beginning, the tune was elegant, making people feel relaxed and happy. Then a storm arrived filled with killing intent. The scarlet smell of blood spread across the surface of the sea. Sea beasts surfaced one after another, but they were not breathing. What a killing tune. The sound waves contain sword intent. It truly kills without leaving a trace. The white-clad man landed on the island and the sound waves surged up, but they were dispersed. The sound waves split into 2, bypassing the white-clad man. The sound of the zither stopped, and the sudden storm faded away. The surface of the sea returned to normal under the night sky. Sea beasts leaped out of the sea one after another, devouring the bodies of the sea beasts happily. It was as if nothing had happened earlier. It's just something that can't be shown in public. This white-clad man was naturally Taoist gentleman. As for the person who played the killing tune, he was none other than young Master Divine Swordsman. His zither-playing skills were excellent, and few could compare to him. Young Master Divine Swordsman withdrew. With a wave of his hand, a long table appeared in front of him and wine was placed on it. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a reunion between old friends. Everyone knows that young Master Divine Swordsman is good at sword techniques, but who knows that not only is his sword technique outstanding, but he is also good at playing the zither? I'm very impressed. Taoist gentleman was very wary of young Master Divine Swordsman. This guy was too mysterious and he could even make an upper realm decree. It was impossible not to be wary of him. Young Master Divine Swordsman poured himself a cup of wine and drank it in one gulp. I know you want to deal with Lin Fei, but I also want to deal with Lin Fei. It's not a good thing if we don't get rid of him. Taoist gentleman smiled. Divine Swordsman, you have a grudge against Lin Fei, so why did you invite me? With your ability, dealing with Lin Fei should be a piece of cake. Deal with Lin Fei? I won't be a knife in your hand. I'm not an idiot. You want me to make a move? Don't think that I have to give you face just because you're the sect leader. We're both heaven immortals, there's nothing to compare. Although Taoist gentleman wanted to deal with Lin Fei, it did not mean that he would be his knife and charge through enemy lines. Young Master Divine Swordsman shook his head. A mere Lin Fei is nothing to me. In my eyes he's just a clown. I can crush him with one hand. I didn't ask you out for Lin Fei but for something else. Interesting. Taoist gentleman was puzzled. What was this young Master Divine Swordsman up to? He poured himself a cup of wine and said, I'm all ears. Have you thought about what it would be like to go to the upper realm? Young Master Divine Swordsman looked at Taoist gentleman. What do you mean? Taoist Master Gentleman's expression changed, and he put down his wine cup. His previously calm demeanor was replaced by a serious expression. It's nothing. It's just that if a genius like you doesn't have anyone to support you in the upper realm and doesn't have a good sect, you will fall into obscurity. Young Master Divine Swordsman said, you can treat it as a lie, but your heart will tell you that the upper realm is cruel. It's not as beautiful as you imagine it to be. Taoist gentleman fell silent. Although everyone spoke of the upper realm as beautiful, as an elite of a large sect, Taoist gentleman knew that the upper realm was even more cruel than the lower realm. In the lower realm he was a genius, but in the upper realm geniuses were everywhere. Speak your mind. Taoist gentleman said bluntly. Chapter 685. P.S. The title of the previous chapter was wrong. It should be Secret Talk instead of Spy. Sorry for the mistake. Young Master Sword God and Taoist gentleman both went out. Aren't you worried that they're plotting something? They're definitely up to no good. During the day Lin Fei displayed his skills, suppressing young Master Sword Deity and shattering 8 meteorites. At night Erebus and Tai came to visit. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Fei had already expected this scene. It was not strange at all. It was not surprising to say that they were colluding with each other. What will come sooner or later. What can I do worrying? Stop them? People should be open. As the saying goes, even if the sky falls we can cover it with a blanket. What do you think? Young Master Sword God and Taoist gentleman leaving Dragon Island was not a big deal. Many people paid attention to it. After all, they were both elites and sky immortals. Their every move was closely watched. After Erebus found out, he dragged Tai along. He did not expect that Lin Fei did not care. He felt ashamed. He was not as calm as Lin Fei in this aspect. Young Master Sword God and Taoist gentleman might be plotting something. They would care about anyone. Lin Fei being so relaxed made Erebus feel uneasy. There seemed to be a gap between the two. They are colluding with each other. So what? Brother Lin is right. Tai squinted and smiled. They're probably plotting something to torment people. No matter how powerful they are, they will only be like that in the future. There's nothing worth paying attention to. They won't amount to anything. Tai never liked people who liked to play tricks. No matter what their background was, they were useless in his eyes. They wouldn't amount to anything. Coming from the mouth of a sky immortal, it was hard to refute. Erebus did not want to continue on this topic. City Lord Lin, these are the treasures they lost. I'll give them to you now. You don't know, but when it was over they all asked to trade with other treasures. They wanted to get their treasures back. Their hearts ached. The room was immediately filled with suppressing treasures. Every single one of them was made by a big shot and was extraordinary. Lin Fei looked at the pile of treasures. This is the result of being greedy. However, this is also good. Let them bleed a lot and let them remember this lesson for the rest of their lives. These treasures were all quite good and could be considered precious treasures. Compared to the carefree fan of the Shenmen Orthodox path, it was still quite a bit inferior. However, it was still of a high grade. If it was used in an auction, it would definitely be very eye-catching. They would definitely buy it at a high price. Lin Fei took out some of the pills and handed them to Black Sky and Tai. These are the pills you need. As for the rest, I'll give them to you when we get back. Greater One Dao said, that's enough. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to defeat them. As for the rest, forget it. Black Sky was also a smart person. This time they could win. The most important thing was Lin Fei. Didn't he just say that greed didn't have a good ending? He wasn't willing to miss out on making friends for the sake of some pills. I also think that Greater One is right. We can't take any more, Black Sky said with a chuckle. He put away the pills. If there's a good opportunity like this next time, City Lord Lin, don't forget about me. The two of them sat in the room for a while before leaving. Before they left, Greater One said to Lin Fei, Black Sky's personality is not bad. You can get along with him. However, you have to be careful of young Master Divine Sword and the others. I have a feeling that this person is very mysterious. He must have many tricks up his sleeve. Alright, take this decree. With that, he took out a jade box. Lin Fei refused. This is your treasure. Keep it to protect yourself. Things like decrees can still be used in critical moments. He had learned from the Dragon King that the decree contained the will of an immortal lord. It could be considered a protective talisman. Young Master Divine Sword might look indifferent, but Lin Fei guessed that he must be feeling the pinch. Tai was very determined. I have my own decrees. This one belongs to you. I'd like to know what the Master of Swords would be like when he loses his own decree. Would be very interesting. He left without waiting for Tai to speak. Greater One, this guy. Lin Fei shook his head. He looked at the jade box in his hand and put it away. He turned around and went back to his room. Hairball, come out. Over the past few days, Lin Fei had given Furball a holiday. Furball had run off to who knew where, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He called out a few times but there was no response. Originally he had wanted to go to Long Baishan's place. On Dragon Island, every move was watched. Lin Fei didn't dare to act recklessly. He didn't want to expose his relationship with the Dragon Clan for the time being. A trump card was a real trump card that others didn't know about. If others knew about it, it wouldn't be a trump card. Stupid Hairball, if you don't come out now, I won't bring you out anymore. Seeing that Hairball didn't come out, Lin Fei had to use his trump card. As expected, Hairball came out as soon as he finished speaking. She looked very different from before. After devouring a lot of natural treasures, Hairball's body had grown a lot bigger. Jingguang was shining all over her body. She was obviously a nouveau riche. Don't be fooled by the golden glow around him that made him look mighty. However, Lin Fei knew very well that this guy only looked impressive on the outside. In reality he was nothing at all. Up until now he still didn't have any mystiques. As for his disguise, that didn't count. Lord Dragon King. With Hairball's ability to travel through the void, Lin Fei appeared in front of Long Badian without anyone noticing. He didn't have to worry about being discovered by others who were watching. Long Badian stood up and said respectfully. Lin Fei swaggered and sat on Long Baishan's previous seat as if it was his own house. You've done well these past few days. If he hadn't subdued the Dragon Clan and impersonated the Dragon King, he didn't know what the outcome of the Continental Alliance Conference would be. This is what your people should do. Long Badian didn't take credit at all. Lord Dragon King, you have to be careful in tomorrow's Alliance leader battle, especially that sword prodigy. Oh, what's so special about him? Lin Fei asked. I sensed the aura of an immortal on him. Long Badian thought for a while and said, Dragon King, don't misunderstand. I'm not talking about his aura. There's another aura on him, a pure immortal aura. I suspect that he has communicated with the immortals of the upper world. Lin Fei suddenly understood. He always felt that sword prodigy wasn't ordinary, as if there was a powerful existence spying on him. Long Baishan's words enlightened him and he realized what it was. Communicating with the immortals of the upper world? How is that possible? Lin Fei was surprised. To go up from the lower world, one had to go through the heavenly tribulation. But to come down from the upper world there were many difficulties. Ordinary immortals would rarely do that. Even communicating with them was extremely difficult. Sword prodigy communicated with the immortals of the upper world? Unbelievable. Nothing is impossible. Sword prodigy isn't ordinary. He might be a pawn of the immortals of the upper world. I can't tell what he is exactly. Lord Dragon King, you have to be careful. Long Badian couldn't know the inside story and could only remind him. We will know what the purpose of the upper world is in 3 months. Lin Fei didn't know about the upper world. It was an illusory place. Oh yes, I have a decree with me. Help me take a look. Lin Fei suddenly thought of something and took out the jade box. He believed that Long Badian would be able to tell something. Long Badian was flattered. Lord Dragon King, don't worry. If there's something wrong with the decree, I will definitely be able to tell. Back then our Dragon Clan had decrees, so I'm very familiar with them. Long Badian carefully took the decree and set up a formation around it to prevent the aura from leaking out. Opening the jade box, a majestic aura covered the sky and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, he set up a formation to block all the aura. Lin Fei and Long Baishan's faces changed. Although this was the aura that leaked out from the jade box, they could clearly feel that it was an incomparably powerful existence. Inside the jade box was a golden talisman that shone with a resplendent light. It was like a sun, causing people to feel the urge to worship it. Lin Fei hurriedly summoned the motionless Wisdom King, and only then did he suppress this urge to worship. Terrifying, truly terrifying. If I really meet an immortal monarch of Zenith Heaven, I'm afraid the other party can make me lose consciousness with just a thought. Lin Fei was shocked. Long Badian took a look and his face changed. There's something wrong with this decree. There's something wrong with it. As the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, he had lived for a long time and knew many secrets. Others might not be able to see the difference in the decree, but Long Badian was different. Is it fake? This was the first thought that came to Lin Fei's mind. No, the decree is real. Long Badian shook his head and said, however, this decree was made recently and has lost its ancient flavor. Newly made? This time Lin Fei was shocked. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal recently refined a decree. What a joke, how could this be possible? It should be like this. Long Badian closed the box and the terrifying aura was taken away. Behind the sword god young master, there should be a zenith heaven golden immortal. Lin Fei squinted. No wonder there was a rumor in the sect that this sword god young master had a mysterious origin. The higher-ups attached great importance to him and allowed him to do whatever he wanted in the sect. At that time I didn't believe it. Now it seems that this sword god young master really has such a thing. However, the zenith heaven golden immortal can't come down. Why should I worry? Maybe I can even plunder treasures from him. If a zenith heaven golden immortal was in the upper realm, Lin Fei might be worried, but in the lower realm, there was nothing to worry about. Could it be that he could kill him through the air? Long Badian listened to these words and his heart shook. Sure enough, this guy is crazy. He is not worried even when a zenith heaven golden immortal is watching. If it was me, I'm afraid I would run away. Lord Dragon King, it's best not to use the decree in the jade box. Otherwise you will be fooled. Long Baishan's expression was dignified. However, no matter how strong a zenith heaven golden immortal is, it can't affect the people below. Because breaking the passage requires a tyrannical power. A zenith heaven golden immortal is not enough. Moreover, other zenith heaven golden immortals and immortal emperors may not allow it. Chapter 686. Under the azure sky, waves after waves washed over the pitch-black rocks. On the huge dragon island, 11 counselors and a part of the alliance had gathered. They were all looking forward to the selection of the alliance leader. Although the conference had not been held for a long time, for some reason, the foreign race's army outside seemed to have caught wind of something and started to move out. They kept attacking the various forces in a frenzy. Many forces fell one after another and surrendered their cities. No one could guess what was going on. Therefore, the various forces could not wait to end the conference as soon as possible. If it dragged on, there would be terrible losses that they could not afford. Once the position of the alliance leader was confirmed, the mainland would launch a counterattack and chase the foreign race's army out of the mainland. The position of alliance leader was very important. The dragon tribe leader is here. Long Badian landed with a dignified face. He did not seem to be affected by the selection of the alliance leader. Everyone please be quiet. After Long Badian sat down, he stood up and his loud voice reverberated across the dragon island. Everyone knew that Long Badian had something to say. Since the start of the conference, the only thing that is missing is a leader who can lead everyone. As the notary, the dragon tribe will not interfere. Long Badian looked around and many people lowered their heads in shame. Since the foreign race's army is attacking the various forces, this is not a good thing. The alliance leader will be chosen today. 3 days later we will launch a counterattack against the foreign race's army. Does anyone have any objections? 3 days later. We agree with the dragon tribe. The foreign races have taken the wrong medicine. They are attacking us from all directions. We must choose a leader as soon as possible to lead us against the foreign races. Everyone agreed with Long Badian. The situation outside was changing too fast. They could not afford to waste time. The conference was not to waste time. It was to unite and fight against the foreign races together. They would chase them out of the mainland and return peace to the mainland. 11 counselors, each force will choose one person to be the alliance leader. This person must be strong. Otherwise don't come out and embarrass yourself. Long Badian continued. When the time comes, it will be a one-on-one battle. The loser will step down and the winner will step up. The last person will be the supreme alliance leader. No one had any objections. In a position like the alliance master, martial prowess was a must. No one could ignore this topic. Actually, there was no need to say anything. Everyone had already chosen a genius who could take on the role of an alliance leader to fight for the position of alliance leader. Don't look down on it just because it was a small alliance leader. It would become a true commander of the continent and would be extremely useful. Who wouldn't be envious of it? If we were talking about the qualifications of a member of parliament, in that case the Paragon Alliance Master would be the chairman, and his authority would be doubled. The most important thing was that the Paragon Alliance Master was the righteous one. Otherwise, the position of Paragon Alliance Master wouldn't be so important. One by one the geniuses were selected. They gave off powerful auras and did not hide anything, displaying their strongest side. With the dragon race as the judge, no one doubted the fairness of the selection. 11 representatives, 11 geniuses, and the position of the Supreme Alliance leader. Everyone subconsciously stood up and looked at the sky above the island, at the array formation and the arena on the sea surface. The first match. Long Badian personally drew the lots. No one present was more qualified than him. The Dragon Island was qualified, no one was dissatisfied. Jiang Hai of the Life Alliance versus Taoist Master Junzi of the Profound Sect. The candidates for the first match were surprising, especially Taoist Master Junzi. His strength was tyrannical and he was already a celestial immortal. He was stronger than Jiang Hai. The people of the Life Alliance had ugly expressions. Taoist Master Junzi's strength had spread far and wide. How could they not be nervous? Everyone had one chance in the selection of the alliance leader. If they failed, they would lose the opportunity. The two of them flew out and landed on the sea surface. After that, the array formation was activated to prevent their auras from leaking out. Many people present couldn't resist it. Taoist Master Junzi, people say that you are the top 3 of the 10 prodigies. I, Jiang Hai, have always been unconvinced. Today you and I have become celestial immortals. Let's have a match. Jiang Hai was a middle-aged man around 30 years old. He seemed very mature. Taoist Master Junzi smiled. You are not my opponent. It's better for you to admit defeat. Otherwise you will lose face. Arrogant. Jade wave blue sky. Jiang Hai let out a loud roar. The seawater behind him rose up and formed a huge white wave that blotted out the sky. It seemed as if it was going to cover the entire Dragon Island. A black spear appeared in Jiang Hai's hand as he landed on the top of the wave. He rushed towards Taoist gentleman to suppress him. Taoist Master Junzi. Taoist Master Junzi made his move. His sword technique didn't seem to have any intention of harming his opponent, but it caused people to feel apprehensive. Outside the array, everyone was watching attentively. The position of the alliance leader would have a huge impact on the upcoming changes. This Jiang Hai's attacks are fierce, but it's a pity that he can't do anything to Taoist Master Junzi. Taoist Master Junzi's sword technique is elegant. He has inherited the essence of the Junzi sword technique. If this goes on, Jiang Hai will definitely lose. On the sea surface, Jiang Hai and Taoist Master Junzi were fighting non-stop. The dragon tribe provided the array formation to deceive the heavenly Tao. Hence, the two of them would burst out with immortal energy from time to time, but the heavenly Tao wouldn't send down a heavenly tribulation. Wrath of a Gentleman. After Taoist Master Junzi dodged Jiang Hai's powerful spear, a white-robed gentleman floated out. Immortal energy runes fell from the sky like raindrops, enveloping Jiang Hai. Clang clang clang, Jiang Hai resisted with all his might, but he still couldn't block Taoist Master Junzi's attack. His body was covered in wounds and the sword landed on his throat. I admit defeat. Jiang Hai said unwillingly. You admit defeat. Taoist Master Junzi smiled. No matter how one looked at it, it was advantageous and no one could get angry. Jiang Hai took the initiative to admit defeat. The people of the Life League looked even worse. They didn't expect Taoist Master Junzi to be more powerful than they thought. He could even condense immortal energy runes. A newly advanced Heaven Immortal's attack was nothing more than immortal energy. Runes formed from immortal energy was another function that required time to study. Ordinary Heaven Immortals who had just advanced could not use it. Under such circumstances, Jiang Hai's defeat was a foregone conclusion. First round, Taoist Master Junzi of the Profound Sect wins. Long Badian announced the result of the first round. No one was surprised by the result. It seemed like it was destined to be like this. Taoist Master Junzi's reputation was not undeserved. I didn't expect Taoist Master Junzi to have mastered immortal energy runes. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The two of them must have had some secret exchange last night. Fortunately, I have primordial qi. Otherwise, these immortal energy runes would be hard to deal with. Chapter 687. In the first round, Taoist gentleman defeated Taoist Master Jiang Hai. The rest of the people couldn't help but be afraid, except for a limited number of people. The Taoist Master had defeated the Taoist Master Jiang Hai in one fell swoop. This meant that he was qualified to become the Supreme Alliance Master. For a moment, the remaining people couldn't help but regard the Taoist Master as an imaginary enemy. After the first round ended, the second round began immediately. The second match also exceeded everyone's expectations. It turned out to be the Celestial Swordsman of the Celestial Sword Sect versus the Celestial Net Sect's Young Master Meng. A very strange name. Of course, those who knew of Young Master Meng would not treat him as an ordinary person. Instead, they would treat him as a worthy opponent. The Tianluo sect was also one of the top 10 super forces, and Young Master Meng was one of the elites among them. His reputation was not small either. More importantly, Young Master Meng specialized in the dream world divinity. He was truly invincible and terrifying. Anyone who fought with Young Master Meng would be subconsciously dragged into the dream realm. No matter how cautious they were, the outcome would be the same. The dream realm would continuously deplete the opponent's strength. Other than that, he could also assassinate the opponent in the dream realm. It was a rather impressive ability. Since the beginning of the world, no one had ever been able to break through the dream realm ability. Even though young Master Meng wasn't the strongest, he was still the most bizarre. This was something that everyone acknowledged. Therefore, the battle between young Master Sword and young Master Dream was seen as a battle where the disparity in strength was not too great. From the very beginning, young Master Meng used his dream realm divine art. It was as if he knew that he had to make young Master Divine Sword fall into his own dream realm in order to deal with young Master Divine Sword, whose sword will could reach the heavens. Once young Master Divine Sword entered the dream realm, he would gain the upper hand, and victory or defeat would be in his hands. Young Master Meng's dream realm divine ability is indeed impressive to be able to pull young Master Sword God into a dream realm so quickly. On the surface of the sea, young Master Sword God and young Master Meng were motionless. In the blink of an eye, young Master Meng made his move. He had successfully trapped young Master Sword God into a dream and launched an attack on him in reality. When young Master Meng's attack attempted to land on the Sword God young Master, it was blocked by a sword intent. The sword intent pierced through the heavens and fortified the surroundings. It was actually automatically protecting its master. The Sword God young Master is not easy to deal with. That was the common thought of many big shots. Young Master Sword Deity was able to force the sect master of the Divine Sword sect to retreat, so it was clear that his abilities were extraordinary. If young Master Meng were to take care of him so easily, the disparity between their abilities would be too great. Young Master Meng's attack had failed, so he entered the dreamland to attack. As for what would happen in the dream, no one knew. However, they knew that this dream was not a random dream. I didn't expect there to be someone in your world who cultivates the dream god art. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen someone who could use the dream realm divine ability. It sounded very extraordinary, and the Sword God Prince could not break it in a short time. Dream ability? Is it very powerful? Lin Fei asked. Although the dragon roar was controlled by the divine fire, it could still be seen outside. As for the voice transmission, it was Lin Fei alone. It was not easy to find a topic, so of course he had to pretend. 3,000 dreams, do you understand? There was an immortal emperor in the upper realm who was proficient in the divine ability of dreams. One dream of 3,000 worlds and he knew everything. This little guy has only scratched the surface. The great dream of the 3,000 realms is omniscient. So awesome. Lin Fei was very surprised. He knew that Long Xiao would not lie to him. Otherwise, if a divine flame went down, it would be unavoidable for him to suffer. Of course, Long Xiao said with certainty, maybe this young Master Meng is a disciple of that immortal emperor. So, can this young Master Meng defeat young Master Divine Sword? That's hard to say. Long Xiao did not dare to speak carelessly. If the Sword God Prince cannot come out of the dream, it is equivalent to losing. In the future, if you meet an immortal with the divine ability of dreams, you'd better run as far away as possible. It's better not to offend him. If your luck is bad and you live in the dream for the rest of your life, you will really suffer. Lin Fei looked at the sea and the Sword God Prince still did not move. He secretly remembered Long Xiao's words. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, everyone thought that the Sword God Prince would be defeated. Young Master Meng spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face showed a shocked expression. His body was unstable, and then the Sword God Prince came to his senses. Very powerful divine ability of dreams, but unfortunately, you have only scratched the surface. You can't trap me. Sword God Prince, you are really good. Young Master Meng's face was pale, and it seemed that he was seriously injured. I admit defeat. In a battle of dreams, young Master Meng was defeated, which was very shocking. Young Master Meng, who was famous for his strangeness, was finally defeated by the Sword God Prince, which was unimaginable. The second round, the Sword God Prince wins. The second round ended in an exciting way, and the two strongest experts took a step forward. This young Master Meng really knows how to conduct himself. After being defeated in a dream, he directly chose to admit defeat. If he didn't admit defeat, his vitality might be greatly injured. The Sword God Prince's sword will is not to be trifled with. With regards to young Master Meng's defeat, Lin Fei was quite surprised. But on second thought, Long Xiao said that he had only scratched the surface, but to be able to trap the opponent for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, it was already quite impressive. The third round, the Myth Cities perfected Lin Fei versus the Fallen Immortal Sects perfected Fufeng. it's finally my turn. Lin Fei thought that Long Badian would let him pass, which would be too boring. Luckily, Long Badian didn't do that, or else he wouldn't mind giving him a few lashes at night. Seeing Lin Fei's expression, Dragon Overlord Body heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and thought to himself, luckily I didn't pass or else I would really have suffered. At the thought of the pain of being whipped by the dragon taming rope, he subconsciously shivered and didn't want to try it again. Originally, Long Badian was prepared to let Lin Fei pass, as it was just a small trick that others wouldn't be able to detect. But after thinking about it, he finally made the right choice. The two appeared on the surface of the sea, facing each other. City Lord Lin, seeing that you are a half-step heaven immortal, I'll allow you to take the initiative, lest you say that I'm bullying you. Perfected Fufeng's face was cold, as if everyone owed him money. He was so pretentious. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Lin Fei smiled. I Fufeng always mean what I say. Go ahead. Perfected Fufeng's expression was still the same, as if he was a peerless expert who would defeat his opponent. Because if I make a move, you will definitely lose. In fact, Perfected Fufeng did have this thought, and he was more excited than anyone else. At least on the continent, there had never been anyone who had defeated Demon Lin. Demon Lin had been defeated by him. This was a glorious thing. Anyone would be happy if they were in his place. Since you say so, then I won't be polite. Don't blame me if you regret it later. Lin Fei flattered. Meteor Fire Rain. Lin Fei activated an immortal art. It was none other than Meteor Fire Shower. Boom, boom, boom. A rain of fire fell from the sky. The blazing aura instantly evaporated the water. Light smoke curled up on the surface of the sea, making it look like a fairyland as it smashed toward young Master Fufeng. Whoosh! The fist-sized rain of fire smashed onto the surface of the sea, causing water vapor to evaporate and fly up at a speed visible to the naked eye. What can a mere rain of fire do to me? Perfected Fufeng excelled in speed. He coquettishly took out a defensive celestial artifact, a red heaven gauze umbrella. He tried to move through the rain of fire and defeat Lin Fei fair and square. Seeing this, Lin Fei muttered in his heart, what a show-off. A grown man using a red umbrella. So effeminate. Bah. The rain of fire smashed onto the heaven gauze umbrella. According to Perfected Fufeng's thoughts, it was just a rain of fire. His celestial artifact could naturally block it. A blazing aura came from the heaven gauze umbrella, and he almost sank into the sea. The rain of fire was so heavy that it made a dent on the umbrella. My heaven gauze umbrella. Perfected Fufeng almost vomited blood when he saw it. He doubted his eyes. Was it because his heaven gauze umbrella's defense was too weak, or was the opponent's attack too overbearing? This had never happened before. Bah, bah, bah. The fiery rain smashed down like raindrops, continuously smashing against the Heaven Luo umbrella. Everyone could clearly see that the Heaven Luo umbrella was in a state of collapse at an extremely fast speed. Crack. With a crisp sound, Perfected Fufeng's heaven gauze umbrella was destroyed. It completely lost its function and became scrap metal. Demon Lin, you're too despicable. Perfected Fufeng was enraged. He held his celestial sword horizontally, and the rain of fire attacked. He was truly angry. But even though Perfected Fufeng's speed was shocking, he couldn't dodge the dense rain of fire. It kept smashing onto his body and the flames spread. Finally, his face revealed a look of horror. Pa 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 pa, the rain of fire kept hitting Perfected Fufeng's body. His thick armor was instantly reduced to nothing. As for his celestial body, it was broken and battered. One celestial artifact after another was destroyed by the rain of fire. At first, Perfected Fufeng was furious, but then he calmed down. The rain of fire was like a kingdom. No matter how he tried, he couldn't break it. I admit defeat. Hurry up and stop the rain of fire. Perfected Fufeng was so anxious that he was about to cry. This rain of fire was too overbearing. One celestial artifact after another was destroyed by the attack. There was no one else worse off than him. Demon Lin is still so savage. Perfected Fufeng, we're going to lose so much this time. But why is this celestial art so terrifying? Immortal artifacts are destroyed after just a few hits. Is there something wrong with them? No one had expected Demon Lin to be so ferocious. Taoist Fufeng was really unlucky. He had lost so many immortal artifacts for no reason. At the same time, he was weighing in his heart. If he encountered Demon Lin's fire rain, would he be able to survive? Demon Lin's attack was too ferocious and too beastly. Just one celestial art was enough to make Perfected Fufeng speechless and make him admit defeat. He was probably the most miserable celestial immortal. But in reality, who knew that Lin Fei's meteor rain was bought from the system? Together with the heaven and earth divine fire, it surpassed ordinary celestial arts. Even if Lin Fei couldn't unleash its full power, the might of the heaven and earth divine fire wasn't something a small celestial artifact could resist. Third round, perfected Lin Fei of Myth City wins. Chapter 688. Many people were surprised that the outcome of the third match was decided so quickly. From that moment on, they started to pay attention to Demon Lin's strength. Very few people had seen his true strength. At most, they had heard rumors and didn't know much about his true strength. Apart from that, Demon Lin was famous because of that demon immortal. In addition, he had been in seclusion for the past few days and everyone suspected that he was afraid of Perfected Gentleman and the others. Now, it seemed like it wasn't that Demon Lin was afraid but that he didn't care. He had the combat power of a sky immortal. Perfected Gentleman Fufeng was amazing. He was one of the elites and was good at speed. In the end, a celestial technique forced Perfected Gentleman Fufeng to admit defeat. He lost a few celestial artifacts and suffered heavy losses. Lin Fei returned to his seat. Many people looked at him with admiration. It was obvious that they were trying to get on his good side. There were 11 representatives and Demon Lin was one of them. His rise was inevitable. Regardless of whether he became the alliance leader or not, it was necessary to curry favor with him. Don't forget that behind Demon Lin was the Myth Tower. They were proficient in elixirs, battle armor and everything else. There was a saying in the continent, anything produced by the Myth Tower is definitely of the highest quality. Just because of that and his status as a representative, as long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't find trouble with Demon Lin. Instead, they would repair their relationship. Demon Lin's strength was obvious. He had defeated Perfected Gentleman Fufeng when he was half a step to Sky Immortal. It wasn't something that could be faked. Lin Fei thought to himself as he looked at the gazes. They are all fence-sitters. When the wind blows they fall. Fourth round, Tai Yi from the monster race against Ice Palace's Ice Fairy. The Ice Palace was the only female sect within the superpowers. They didn't accept any men, and the women in the sect were all beautiful, cold, and aloof. They were like celestial maidens who didn't eat the food of the mortal world, and they rarely walked the continent. What a cold aura. Look, the surface of the sea is starting to freeze. It's too shocking. I can feel the cold even through the formation. If they fought personally, I would probably be frozen into an ice sculpture before I even attacked. When the white-robed Ice Fairy went up, everywhere she went, a land of ice instantly formed. It was like she had entered a country of ice and snow, shocking everyone. Even though this super faction kept a low profile and nurtured disciples that no one dared to look down on, the disciples they nurtured were all geniuses. So cold. Lin Fei was equally shocked. As expected of a heavenly daughter, this Ice Fairy was indeed powerful. I wonder if Tai can defeat this woman. Lin Fei could tell that this woman was extraordinary. The Ice Fairy lived up to her name. If someone with low strength met her, they would be turned into an ice sculpture and lose all signs of life. Swish swish swish, 3 scorching suns shone in the sky. Tai was the first to act, using the divine archery. The sword radiance was like a scorching sun, shining with treasured light, dispelling the cold air. From this divine archery one could see how extraordinary it was. What amazing archery. I wonder if the Ice Fairy can block it. Everyone's attention was focused on the surface of the sea. No, it should be the attacks on the ice. Among the geniuses, Tai was one of the best. His archery never missed and he was unparalleled in the world. He rarely lost. The Ice Goddess was like a goddess as she blocked Tai's attack, surprising everyone. Her movements were relaxed but the crowd was shocked. That's right, Tai said with a smile. The Ice Palace had raised a Valkyrie. Tai was skilled in long-range attacks. If it weren't for the fact that the demons' bodies were strong enough to block the cold air, the Ice Fairy wouldn't even need to attack. He would have admitted defeat. In a world of ice and snow, there was nothing but white on the ice surface. The Ice Fairy remained calm as she continued to shrink the area. Tai, this isn't good. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the leaders saw the signs. Even though Tai's divine archery was unparalleled in the world, the Ice Fairy's cold air turned into ice blades. They were everywhere, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. She gradually suppressed Tai. No one had expected this result. Tai was suppressed by the Ice Fairy. She used the Way of Ice to completely suppress Tai. She kept shrinking the area of the battle, including Tai of the demons. Tai is going to lose. Lin Fei shook his head. The Ice Palace was indeed powerful. They had defeated Tai in one move. He's frozen. This is the Ice Palace's Ice Sword technique. The calm Ice Fairy had used an opening in Tai's defense and used the Ice Palace's Palace Sword technique to defeat Tai. You're powerful. Tai admits defeat. The defeated Tai wasn't angry. If I'm not wrong, you're using 9th Hellfrost Chi. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so passive with my body. 9th Hellfrost Chi. Everyone was shocked. They finally understood why the Ice Fairy's cold air was so cold that it could suppress Tai of the demons. The Ice Fairy's voice was as cold as an iceberg. You're the first person to block 9th Hellfrost Chi. It really is 9th Hellfrost Chi. Hearing the Ice Fairy admit it herself, everyone realized that there was another strong opponent among the geniuses fighting for the position of Alliance leader. The 9 Nether Cold Chi was an extremely cold Chi in the world. Very few people could subdue it. Many people were frozen to death before they could even touch it. The number of people who could subdue and refine it was less than 1 in 10,000. No one on the continent had ever successfully cultivated it. The girl of the Ice Palace was able to cultivate the 9 Hells Cold Chi, which was shocking. She was able to sweep through everyone. It made sense that Tai had lost to her. Then I'm convinced. Tai came out of the formation. The surface of the sea returned to normal, but the remaining cold air was still shocking. 4th round, Ice Palace's Ice Fairy wins. Tai was eliminated in the first round. That was unexpected. It was a dark horse. Tai, why did you lose to that woman? He Tianjinren was gloating at his misfortune. Tai said coldly. When you meet her, you'll be frozen into a popsicle. Black Sky didn't dare say anything else. Even Tai couldn't block 9th Hellfrost Chi, let alone himself. It was possible that he could be frozen into a popsicle. Tai, I don't see any emotion on your face. Lin Fei joked. He felt sorry for Tai. He hadn't expected to meet the Ice Fairy, who cultivated 9th Hellfrost Chi. He was such a dark horse. Your sarcasm doesn't work on me. I accept reality. Tai sighed. There's always someone better than you on this continent. It's normal to have an Ice Fairy. I wanted to spar with you to see who's stronger. I didn't expect to meet a woman. I can't bear to look back. Is 9th Hellfrost Chi really that powerful? Lin Fei did not try to discourage him. Isn't the physical body of the Fei race incomparably strong and not inferior to that of the Dragon race? Chapter 689. Even though he had never fought with Tai Yi before, Lin Fei knew how strong he was, especially his strong body. It was famous in the Demon Clan and few could compare to him. The Dragon Clan was one of them. They were born with strong bodies. Lin Fei had experienced this before, but he did not expect to meet his Waterloo this time. He had lost to a woman. I'll be careful. Lin Fei did not know much about the 9 Nether Cold Energy. It was not common on the continent either. Didn't they say that no one had succeeded in practicing it for a long time? Then he thought of Long Xiao. This guy had lived for so long and was like an old monster. He should know something. Dragon King, can my sacred fire suppress the 9 Nether Cold Energy? Lin Fei had wanted to ask but was met with Long Xiao's disdain. I'm dying of laughter. Even though I don't know where your sacred fire came from, you can trap me and refine me. Do you think the 9 Nether Cold Energy is your match? I really suspect that there is something wrong with your IQ. Long Xiao had been holding it in for a long time, and now he finally had a chance to laugh at his opponent. Of course he had to laugh a little and then show off a little. He had failed because of this divine flame. Even now, he still hadn't figured out the origin of this divine flame. In any case, he knew that this divine flame was very powerful, which was why he was so scared. Looks like my memory is bad. If I don't torture you for a few days, you will rebel. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know what pain is. Long Xiao immediately realized that things were not good. He had been too proud just now and forgot that he had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. This guy was going to teach him a lesson. When the sacred fire came, Long Xiao's pained voice could be heard. He was depressed. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so cocky. Stop burning. If you continue, I will die. Long Xiao had long lost his temper. If he had to say what he was most afraid of, it would be this extraordinary sacred fire. Every time he suffered, he could not resist it. Lin Fei only stopped after burning for a while. This Dragon King was really asking for a beating. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would not know how many eyes the Horse King had. As for killing him, he could not bear to do it for the time being. After all, this kind of antique was like an encyclopedia. Keeping him by his side would be beneficial. A year later, when he went to the Heaven Realm, he would at least need a guide. This kind of free guide was not easy to find. Lin Fei was clear about this matter. My divine fire can block the chill of the underworld. It looks like there's no need for me to worry about the chill of the underworld. If I run into the ice fairy, I must avenge Tai. In fact, Lin Fei was scared by himself and didn't think too deeply about it. No matter how powerful the netherworld cold chi was, how could it be a match for the worldly divine flame? Even if it was a worldly divine flame that could not unleash its true power. The fifth match, Prince Caesar of the Sea God Empire versus Black Heaven Priest of the Dark Nation. Because everyone's battle was not sloppy, it was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already the fifth match. One of the lucky ones successfully made it to the next round. This made the geniuses who had been defeated jealous. Why weren't they that lucky one? The fifth match, whether in terms of popularity or other aspects, was not as good as the previous matches. At the beginning of the battle it was very fierce. Both of them used their strongest attacks. The two of them were equally matched and it became a tug of war. The battle was not ordinary and it depended on who could last longer. In the end, the victor was Prince Caesar, who cultivated a water cultivation method. Water cultivation methods had an important function, and that was to heal oneself. Over time, Black Sky Priest had no choice but to be defeated. If Black Sky Priest cultivated a water cultivation method, then the outcome of the battle would be difficult to predict. The fifth match, Prince Caesar of the Sea God Empire wins. At this point, the first round of selection was over. A total of 6 lucky people successfully entered the next round. They were one step closer to the Supreme Alliance leader. Rest for half an hour, then the next round. Soon half an hour had passed. The exciting scene was about to continue. Perfected Gentleman, Sword God Young Master, Perfected Lin Fei, Ice Fairy, Prince Caesar, and the last lucky one, Perfected Changfeng, entered the next round. 6 true geniuses. Who would be able to take another step forward and enter the final battle? Everyone was looking forward to it. The voices of Taoist Gentleman and Sword God Prince were quite loud. They believed that they could become the Supreme Alliance Master. There was also the Ice Fairy. Her 9 hells cold energy was unrivaled. She also had a chance of success. As for the others, their voices were not that loud. Long Badian personally drew the lots. The first match is Perfected Gentleman from the Xian sect against Perfected Lin Fei from the Myth City. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up. This was the scene they were looking forward to the most, even if it might not happen. But now it had appeared. He could not help but be excited. After all, the feud between Demon Lin and Taoist Gentleman had been going on for a long time. The Celestial Gate had suffered a lot because of Demon Lin. They had even lost a few half-step Celestial Immortals. He had even killed an emperor under the Celestial Gate in public. Demon Lin and Perfected Gentleman's meeting was the most exciting thing that had ever happened. I didn't expect them to really meet. Tai was also surprised. It was as if everything had been arranged. I'm really looking forward to it. Tai's expression didn't seem like he had been eliminated just now. Let's bet, let's bet. Taoist Erebus seemed to be addicted to gambling. He opened the bets in front of everyone. The odds for Perfected Gentleman to win are 1-1. Those who bet on Perfected Lin Fei to win are 1-10. Come on, I guarantee my credibility. Many people were tempted. Subconsciously they felt that Perfected Gentleman would win. Whether it was in terms of reputation or anything else, he would completely crush Demon Lin. I bet 1 billion true essence crystals on Perfected Gentleman. Perfected Gentleman, 2 billion true essence crystals. He will definitely win. A few billion true essence crystals wasn't a lot of money to them. It was just for fun. In a short period of time, there were trillions of true essence crystals. Some big shots also made their moves. Taoist Erebus was planning to have some fun, but when he saw this, he panicked. Lin Fei, you have to work hard. So many people bet on Perfected Gentleman to win. If you lose, I will really be in debt. 1 trillion true essence crystals was an astronomical figure. Even Taoist Erebus couldn't take it out easily. He even had to sell his treasures. He really didn't expect them to be so crazy. Taoist Erebus, I bet 50 billion on Lin Fei. Nangong Chanchan smiled as she appeared. Miss Nangong is the best. Taoist Erebus smiled. However, there were very few who bet on Lin Fei. It seemed like they didn't have high hopes for him. Maybe it was because one was a half-step Heaven Celestial and the other was a Heaven Celestial. Taoist Erebus opened bets here. It was just a small bet. Everyone just laughed at it. Of course, if Demon Lin lost, they would be happy to take some from Taoist Erebus. Mosquito meat was meat too, wasn't it? On the surface of the ocean, Taoist Gentleman smiled. The huge ocean formed a platform that was covered with celestial power runes. Lin Fei, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Taoist Gentleman looked at Lin Fei. In his eyes, this person was just an ant. In such a short time, he had grown to such an existence that could threaten him. In his heart, he regretted killing him at the first level of the Heaven's secret treasury. If not, such a situation wouldn't have happened. Now, Myth City had become a unique power on the continent. Outsiders couldn't imitate them at all. With their endless treasures, they caused many merchant associations to pale in comparison. If he had killed Lin Fei, such a thing wouldn't have happened. There wouldn't have been Myth City, there wouldn't have been Demon Lin, there wouldn't have been an opponent for him to fight for the position of alliance leader. Everything wouldn't have existed. Lin Fei understood that Long Badian had done something. This was good as it saved him trouble. Anyway, they would meet sooner or later. I have waited a long time for this day. Lin Fei smiled. The heavens are good to us. We met so quickly. Do you know what I want to do the most right now? Taoist gentleman had an intoxicated expression on his face. I'll trample you under my feet. I'll trample your dignity, your face, and everything else. I'll use my strength to show you that your destiny is nothing but a fleeting cloud in front of me. Actually, I also want to say that in my eyes, you are nothing. You are just born into a good family. In a while, I will trample on your face and tell everyone that you are nothing. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Even though Lin Fei said so, Taoist gentleman still had a smile on his face. Then let us wait and see. Such self-restraint and quality made many geniuses admire him. Taoist gentleman was indeed worthy of cultivating the noble swordplay. He wasn't swayed by the words of the outside world. If they encountered him, it would be very difficult for them to restrain themselves. Just based on this point alone, Taoist gentleman was stronger than them. Taoist gentleman has cultivated the noble swordplay to grand completion. A gentleman's heart wins in following his heart. The eyes of an elder from the celestial gate of wonders were filled with pleasant surprise. Taoist gentleman cultivated the noble swordplay, which emphasized on the unwavering heart of a gentleman. Happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy were all contained within. Before this, Taoist gentleman's swordplay had not reached grand completion, so he would still be swayed by the outside world, unable to reach a perfect state. This last step seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult. The celestial gate of wonders elder didn't know how Taoist gentleman had passed this stage, but he knew that after this step, Taoist gentleman's swordplay would reach grand completion. Even if Demon Kin Lin had divine abilities, he would still be suppressed until he was completely defeated. Yes, sir. Taoist gentleman shouted. An immortal sword flew out, and a white-robed man strode forward. The aura of a gentleman rippled through the air, causing everyone to feel the urge to worship him. Above the vast sea, the aura of a gentleman transformed into a 10,000-kilometer-long scroll. Some people were reading, some were worshipping, and some were paying attention to etiquette. The celestial gate of wonders elder was once again shocked. As soon as the aura of a gentleman appears, everyone will worship him. Taoist gentleman's swordplay had reached grand completion, but they could tell that it was equivalent to raising his battle prowess to another level. Chapter 690. Back to the night before. The stars were dazzling, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. Taoist gentleman, you made the wisest choice. I believe you won't forget it for the rest of your life. Tomorrow I want you to kill Lin Fei and make him fall on Dragon Island. Lin Fei is mysterious and unpredictable. He has a backer and a treasure to protect himself. I can suppress him, but killing Lin Fei will be troublesome. On the island, the two were still sitting opposite each other. It's fine. I see that your gentleman's swordsmanship is about to reach great success. I'll lend you a hand. I believe that with your strength and trump card, you will definitely be able to kill Lin Fei. You won't disappoint me. Demon Lin is in trouble. The same thought popped up in the minds of all the big shots. The Taoist gentleman, who had reached great success in his swordsmanship, had formed a kingdom of his own, constantly influencing his surroundings. No matter how strong the person was, they would still be affected. Father, will Lin Fei be in trouble? Nangong Chanshan's face was filled with worry. It's hard to say. The demon lord still couldn't see the flaws in this swordsmanship. Judging from Lin Fei's expression, he should have a countermeasure. However, there's something strange about the Taoist gentleman's swordsmanship. It's puzzling. Although the Taoist gentleman's sword was not earth-shattering, it was still a show of strength. Whether Demon Lin could withstand it was something to look forward to. Lin Fei, because of you, my swordsmanship has reached great success. Enjoy my way of the gentleman. The Taoist gentleman laughed. I hope you won't lose too quickly. On the surface of the sea, the way of the gentleman was vast and boundless. On the sealed sea, sea beasts emerged one after another. Their violent aura disappeared and was replaced by piety and the aura of a gentleman. What a terrifying way of the gentleman. He has enlightened the savage sea beasts. The Gentleman Tao was based on the teachings of the Gentleman Grand Emperor. He used the might of a gentleman to enlighten all living beings. Putting aside a sea beast, even a great villain would have to submit to the Gentleman sect, learn the Gentleman Tao and worship him. This despicable person indeed has some skills. This is the rhythm of becoming a Buddha after laying down the butcher's knife. Lin Fei's expression did not change, unmoved. With the suppression of the Akalanatha, he realized that this sword technique was terrifying. It was merely terrifying but not to the point of making him feel apprehensive. Taoist gentleman, you're just a despicable person. Even if you've mastered your sword technique and formed a kingdom of your own, you're still a despicable person. You'll never become a gentleman. Let me tear apart your Gentleman Tao. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Towering flames spread out on the surface of the sea. The flames turned into soldiers, forming a dense black mass. The army charged forward with a murderous aura. The sound of metal pierced through the air. The great army pressed on, killing gentleman etiquette. The gentleman nation formed by the enlightened gentleman was instantly slaughtered by the great army. Cities fell one after another. Etiquette should be killed. Modesty deserves to be killed. If he wasn't angry, he should be killed. The originally peaceful country of noblemen was now filled with the flames of war and chaos. This was a rebellion against a country, using slaughter to retaliate and destroy all noblemen's ways in the world. What a good sword technique, using slaughter to destroy the Gentleman Tao. Everyone was shocked by Demon Lin's shocking performance. He didn't even need to attack, but once he did, he showed off his abilities. He actually wanted to destroy the gentleman nation and become a king. He was too bold. Using slaughter to retaliate was the Gentleman Tao. One could see that Demon Lin worshipped strength. No matter what, he would kill first. In terms of strategy, it was completely correct. Taoist gentlemen didn't care. Killing is a sin. A gentleman's words are to lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The gentleman nation, which was originally at a disadvantage, started to reform and slaughter. Many noblemen suppressed the great army and the situation instantly changed. As a demon, I shall sweep through the world. Gentlemen are just despicable people who wear hypocritical masks. Watch me kill them all and destroy your nation. The divine flame appeared once more and the killing aura was even stronger than before. Flames filled the sky and wherever the great army went, they destroyed many cities. They were truly invincible as they killed the noblemen of the world. In the blink of an eye, they descended upon the world, wanting to destroy the last resistance. When a gentleman is angry, there will be millions of corpses. However, the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Convert and you can atone for your sins. Taoist gentleman's sword technique didn't stop. The gentleman emperor appeared, wanting to reform Lin Fei and the gentleman nation and enlighten this demon. Haha, it's useless even if the gentleman emperor is here. The demon has nothing to fear and will sweep through the world. What's the use of a mere gentleman emperor? A flame giant appeared above the gentleman nation. Its face was that of Lin Fei. He raised his blade and thousands of people died as he started a massacre. This was a battle of wills. Everyone's expressions changed. They didn't expect Demon Lin to be so strong. His heart of slaughter was so strong. It was truly an invincible will. Demon, what a demon. Taoist gentleman's Gentleman Tao is feasible in times of peace, but when it comes to the slaughter Tao, it's slightly lacking. It can't suppress everything, but it's different when it comes to killing. It can fill the sky with blood and become a hero among men. Taoist gentleman was constantly suppressed. He was about to cough up blood. His perfect sword technique couldn't suppress his opponent's sword will. Was Demon Lin's sword will really so terrifying? Although Taoist gentleman kept using the Gentleman Tao to suppress the rebellion, he wasn't the true gentleman emperor. He couldn't completely suppress the rebellion. It was just like what was said. In times of peace, the gentleman was king. Once war broke out, it would be obvious that it wasn't enough. Who had ever seen a benevolent ruler who could reform a rebel? Taoist gentleman took a step back and coughed up a mouthful of blood, which flowed down the corner of his mouth. He had completely lost in the battle of wills. This was something he hadn't expected at all. The Gentleman Tao couldn't be compared to slaughter. No one could stop him wherever he went. Gentleman is a villain. Your sword technique isn't that great. If you still have any big moves, just use them. Lin Fei laughed and looked at Taoist gentleman. I admit that I underestimated you, said Taoist gentleman. Taoist gentleman said, you're even more powerful than I thought. However, that's all there is to you. Take this. Taoist gentleman opened his mouth and spat out an immortal item, which transformed into a square jade seal that blotted out the sky. Immortal runes rained down from the sky, suppressing Lin Fei from above. All the sea beasts below the surface of the sea were shaken to death, and a river of blood was formed. The moment the square jade seal appeared, everyone was shocked again. This was the mysterious gate's most precious treasure, the mysterious gate jade seal. This item isn't bad. It can be sold for some money. I'll take it. Lin Fei soared into the sky, his flame saber radiating a blazing aura. It turned into a blazing sun as it chopped down on the square-shaped jade seal. It was tyrannical and ferocious. As it neared, a dragon appeared and opened its mouth, swallowing the square-shaped jade seal. Chapter 691. Taoist Master vs. Lin Fei. In everyone's imagination, it should be a one-sided battle. The difference in their realms was obvious. But the result was too huge. First, in terms of sword intent, Taoist Master was defeated. That was already surprising. Now, the treasure of the Shenmen Gate was taken away. What the hell was going on? Here. Lin Fei smiled and the square-shaped jade seal flew out, heading straight for the gentlemanly Taoist. This time everyone was surprised. Could it be that Lin Fei couldn't suppress the square jade seal? After all, this was the treasure of the Shenmen Gate. Not everyone could suppress it. Once it was suppressed, the battle would be one-sided. Is there a trap? Taoist Master thought. Impossible. He can't do anything in such a short time. If the Shenmen Gate Jade Seal could be taken away so easily, it wouldn't be the Shenmen Gate Jade Seal. In order to compete for the position of alliance leader, the sect leader had specially asked him to bring it along just in case. Taoist Master reached out and grabbed it. He thought that Lin Fei had used a secret technique to temporarily block the connection, which was why he couldn't control it. As for giving up, it was because he couldn't suppress it. But when Taoist Master was about to take it, the Shenmen Gate Jade Seal turned into a mountain and smashed down on him. It was suppressed into the sea and waves splashed everywhere. He actually controlled the Shenmen Gate Jade Seal. The Shenmen Gate Elder was speechless. He had been dealt a heavy blow. The expressions of the other elders changed. In the blink of an eye, Demon Lin grasped the Shen Sect Jade Seal. How was that possible? The Shen Sect Righteous Path Jade Seal was so easily controlled? They couldn't understand or imagine it. The Shenmen Gate Jade Seal was a treasure of the Shenmen Gate. To control it, one had to have a technique. But Lin Fan had mastered it in just a few breaths? How could they not be shocked? City Lord Lin is amazing. Taoist Master Heijin was beaming. You are too admirable. You can even do this. Taoist Master Heijin is going to cry. The people from the righteous path of the celestial sect were already in a state of panic. Losing the carefree fan was still understandable, but now the four-direction Jade Seal had been taken away and controlled by someone else. They almost suspected that there was a traitor in the celestial sect who had leaked the technique. Lin Fei, how can you control the four-sided Imperial Jade Seal? Taoist Gentleman's attack left him in a sorry state. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal had been passed down for more than 100,000 years. Aside from the sect leader, almost no one knew how to use it. Taoist Gentleman's face was filled with shock. Who doesn't know how to control a piece of scrap metal? Taoist Gentleman cursed silently in his heart. If anyone could control it, would it still be a treasure? You really know how to make sarcastic remarks. Lin Fei didn't seem to care. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal flew out again, smashing into the Taoist Master and sending him into the sea. Aren't you very awesome? You can't even hold on to your own sect's treasure. What a shame. Nonsense. Taoist Gentleman was furious. He rushed up from below and was met with the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal, which smashed him down again. He was once again drenched. That's the truth. Why are you angry? It's better to experience the power of your celestial sect's Jade Seal. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. He controlled the four-sided Jade Seal and smashed it down on the surface of the sea. As mentioned before, this formation was set up by the dragon race. It directly sealed everything, which was equivalent to restricting the area. Taoist Gentleman was doomed. Every time the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal smashed down, Taoist Gentleman would cough up blood. His celestial immortal body was also constantly crumbling. This celestial sect's treasure was really too awesome. Bang 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 in the sky, Lin Fei was having a lot of fun. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal kept smashing down, and no one knew how many times. The onlookers were alarmed. The pitiful Taoist Gentleman had nowhere to run. That fiend Lin Fei was too savage. Even a treasure like the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal had fallen into his hands, and he was still able to control it so quickly. Little fire bite him to death. Taoist Gentleman was in a sorry state. There was not a single spot on his body that wasn't wounded. A dignified celestial sex immortal was being suppressed by the sex treasure. At the thought of this, Taoist gentleman could not help but cough up blood. Helpless, Taoist gentleman decided to use his trump card to buy himself some time. At the same time, he cursed the dragon race in his heart for setting up a restricted area. Wasn't this a trap? He had nowhere to run. The mysterious imperial jade seal was too powerful. Taoist gentleman was worried that if this continued, he would die under the mysterious imperial jade seal's attacks. That would truly be the greatest joke on the continent. A 10,000-foot-long red flame lizard flew out of the sea. The seawater instantly evaporated, turning into water vapor. The flames that filled the sky turned into small flame lizards that opened their mouths and bit at Lin Fei. A heaven immortal realm monster. The mysterious imperial jade seal is so powerful. It raised the flame lizard to the heaven immortal realm. This is a demonic immortal. Taoist gentleman is going all out. Seeing this scene, they were shocked once again. The mysterious imperial jade seal's foundation was indeed amazing. Back then, a monster that was comparable to a half-step heaven immortal had directly become a demonic immortal. Fiend Lin had shot himself in the foot. They had expected this day, but they did not expect it to come so quickly. Everyone knew that the flame lizard was sold to the mysterious imperial jade seal by Taoist gentleman. Once Fiend Lin Fei was attacked, Taoist gentleman would be able to extricate himself. He still had a chance of winning. Taoist gentlemen, don't even think about escaping from the mysterious imperial jade seal's attack. Lin Fei did not react at all to the flame lizard that was flying towards him. He took out the mysterious imperial jade seal and smashed it down, not giving Taoist gentlemen any chance. Hairball, hurry up and come out. There's going to be a feast. As soon as he said that, Hairball's figure appeared on the surface of the sea. At this moment he had dispersed his jingguang. He was no longer the nouveau riche from before. This fellow also knew how to keep a low profile. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Taoist gentleman, who had appeared once again, laughed loudly. Do you think that this little fellow can stop the flame lizard? The others laughed as well. They could not feel any aura from this little fellow, but the flame lizard was a demonic immortal, a heaven immortal. How could they not laugh? They really could not understand why Fiend Lin would use this to fight. They were confident that they would not be wrong. Harry Ball winked at the giant flame lizard. Everyone saw the little fellow open its mouth, and a huge black vortex descended from the sky. It landed on the giant flame lizard's body, and the giant flame lizard's gigantic body disappeared just like that. It's gone. This little fellow ate the flame lizard. Did I see wrongly? This is a demonic immortal. Those who had been laughing earlier now had stiff expressions on their faces. Clearly they were dumbfounded. Even demon immortals could be devoured. This was simply too terrifying. Even the big shots present could not help but break out in cold sweat. If this was to devour them, would they be able to stop it? The one who had been calm the whole time was Long Badian. A bunch of country bumpkins. How could you understand Hairball's ability? If it wasn't for this fellow, would our Dragon Tomb's dragon grass have been plundered? Subconsciously, Long Badian was still very resentful towards this Hairball. Unfortunately, Hairball came and went like a ghost. Even the noble dragon clan leader couldn't do anything to this little fellow. This is too domineering. This kind of pet is so king awesome. Like person like pet. Taoist Hei Tian was already in admiration. I remember that Hairball. Back then, the Sea Emperor Sea Beast that ate Montan was precisely this Hairball. Someone immediately cried out in surprise. Glutton, this is a glutton. Even Sea Emperor Sea Beasts and demonic immortals, this fellow won't be stuffed to death. They had all heard of the scene outside the Dragon Clan's barrier. Very few would remember the Hairball that ate the Sea Emperor Sea Beast. This time Hairball was really famous. Eating a demonic immortal in one bite. If it really ate a human one day, wouldn't many people be drenched in cold sweat? They were scared out of their wits. Primordial evil dragon? Young Master Sword God frowned. This was the first time he frowned because of something. But the legendary primordial evil dragon has long been extinct. Where did it come from? Rumor has it that when the primordial evil dragon reaches maturity, it can swallow planets. There's nothing it doesn't eat. Because of its gluttony, it was finally destroyed. It should be a special divine beast similar to the primordial evil dragon. After Hairball's performance, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, the shock she left behind was unforgettable. Gentlemen, you've finally done something good and let my fur ball have a good meal. Lin Fei once again sent Taoist gentleman flying off the cliff. Taoist gentleman coughed up blood incessantly. He had suffered a crushing defeat that he had never experienced before. No matter how he tried to evade, the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal was like a nightmare, constantly battering at his confidence. No matter how he tried to activate his technique, he still couldn't make contact with the seal. If he wasn't restricted, Taoist gentleman would have dodged the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal's attack. He wouldn't be in such a sorry state. The immortal force in his body was constantly being consumed. Demon Lin was beating him to death. Taoist gentleman was regretful. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. I admit defeat. These 3 humiliating words came out of Taoist gentleman's mouth. It was easy to imagine Taoist gentleman's mood after losing to the sect's treasure. Taoist gentleman actually admitted defeat. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. A dignified celestial immortal, Taoist gentleman, admitted defeat just like that. Haha, I don't have to go into debt anymore. Taoist He Tian was the happiest. 90% of the people bet on Taoist gentleman's victory. A minority bet on Lin Fei's victory. How could he not be happy? Lin Fei's methods are indeed mysterious. A treasure like the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal has fallen into his hands. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal has lost a lot of face this time. Tai smiled. Admit defeat? Lin Fei was startled. I was prepared to smash you to death and make you the first celestial immortal to die. How boring, how boring. Taoist gentleman couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Lin Fei, you won this time. I underestimated you. Next time I will definitely kill you. You won't have such a good chance. How shameless. Lin Fei had never seen such a tone after losing. He smashed the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal, sending Taoist gentleman into the sea once again. I already admitted defeat and you still attacked. Chapter 692. On purpose. It must be on purpose. Taoist master gentleman was almost angered to death. The mystic Jade Seal had fallen into Lin Fei's hands. How could he not have truly grasped it? He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It was obvious that Lin Fan wanted him to lose face and make him speechless. Of course, Taoist master gentleman had completely lost in this battle. He had not only lost the mystic Jade Seal, the treasure of the mystic sect, but he had also lost the celestial immortal demonic beast, the flame lizard. He had lost all his face. First round, Taoist Lin Fei wins. As Lin Fei flew down from the surface of the sea, he immediately felt an intense killing intent rushing towards him. The location was where the elders of the mystic sect were. Boom. Lin Fei waved his hand and threw the mystic Jade Seal out. The mountain that covered the sky happened to cover the area of the mystic sect and smashed down from the sky. Demon Lin, how dare you? The sharp voice was directed at Lin Fei. Then the voice stopped. The scene was silent. Obviously they were frightened by Lin Fei. You have the mystic Jade Seal, but you don't have to torture people like this. This is to scare people to death. After all, this is the treasure of the mystic sect. Once you make a move, the power is extraordinary. Demon Lin, you are so cruel. Lin Fei put away the mystic Jade Seal, revealing the elders of the mystic sect. At this time they were seriously injured. As for the other disciples, they were dead. Sai, your mystic Jade Seal is really hard to control. It always has to run back. I can't do anything about it. Lin Fei's face was sad. Actually, I didn't want to. Well, the elders vomited blood. They were obviously angered. Shameless, can you be more shameless? It was obvious that you did it on purpose. Oh no. The mystic Jade Seal swayed and was about to fly out again. The remaining elders were shocked. City Lord Lin, you are a famous figure. Don't make things difficult for me. The elders of the celestial sect of wonders lowered their heads. How could they not lower their heads? They were injured by the Shenmen Imperial Jade Seal in one move. If it came again, they would definitely die. After all, their elders were not celestial immortals, but only half-step celestial immortals. Even if they hated Lin Fan to death, they did not dare to continue fighting with Lin Fan. They could not afford to. See, it's normal again. Actually, I didn't want to attack you at all. The Jade Seal of the Celestial Sect of Wonders flew halfway and landed back in Lin Fei's hands. Everyone couldn't help but want to laugh. Your Celestial Sect of Wonders also has such a day. You clearly suffered a loss, but you still have to take the initiative to admit your mistakes. Only a ghost would believe you. Just like that, Lin Fei returned to his seat. Those who had been hostile to Lin Fei didn't dare to show any hostility now. They were afraid that Lin Fei would say that he couldn't control the treasure and harm them. The only thing he couldn't figure out was how Lin Fei could control the Celestial Jade Seal so quickly. What if they bumped into him? They couldn't help but be terrified. They didn't dare to continue thinking about it. If that really happened, then they would have lost all their face. Luckily, after Lin Fei returned, He played with the celestial jade seal in his hands and didn't do anything at all. They heaved a sigh of relief, afraid that it would land on their bodies. The weirdest thing was that Long Badian always paid attention to the rules. Demon Lin had already attacked and injured him, but he didn't come out to punish him. City Lord Lin, you are really amazing. You even got the Celestial Sect's treasure. The Celestial Sect is probably going to vomit blood. Black Heaven walked over. He had won a large sum of money, so of course he was excited. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Don't you think you should share some with me? Black Heaven wasn't cocky enough. He was stunned. Demon Lin was really direct. He tried to suck up to him. Of course, let's split it half. Everyone looked at the two of them splitting the true essence crystals. One was envious and the other was jealous. Even if they didn't become rich, they were close to it. Second battle, Sword God Sect Young Master against Chang Feng. Long Badian acted like he didn't see it and started to announce the second battle. To them, this battle should be one-sided. They were more optimistic about Sword God Young Master. His grasp of the sword path was probably something that only Demon Lin could compare to. Wind come. The moment he went up, Chang Feng used the wind element technique that he was good at. He created a country of wind and merged into it. It was ethereal and untraceable. This Chang Feng isn't Sword God Young Master's opponent. Lin Fei played with the celestial jade seal. He already knew the final outcome. Sword God Young Master was like a god. Sword energy protected his body and sword intent filled the air. Everywhere he looked, sword intent filled the sky. A sharp aura intersected. Just as Lin Fei had guessed, Sword God Young Master was really strong. No matter how Chang Feng attacked, he didn't move. Sword energy protected his body and sword intent hurt. I am going to lose. Metal and metal clashed. Sword God Young Master stabbed out with his sword. It was as heavy as Mount Tai, breaking Chang Feng's concealment technique and blowing off one of his arms. The outcome was decided. Young Master God of Sword technique has already reached the acme of perfection. When the simplest attack lands in his hands, it can still display great power. All the big shots commented. True sword technique wasn't about cultivating a sword technique to the greater mastery or perfection state. That was just a kind of peak, not the greater mastery. Sword God Young Master's sword technique returned to the basics. That simple stab contained endless might. The sword intent condensed into a single point and broke through Chang Feng's technique. Second battle, Sword God Young Master wins. Both of them came down from the stage. The third battle was announced. Third chapter, Ocean God Empire's Prince Caesar vs. Ice Palace's Ice Fairy. Ice Fairy had defeated Tai with the cold air of the 9 hells. This undoubtedly made everyone remember this girl. Would she be able to defeat Prince Caesar, who was good at fighting? Everyone was looking forward to this battle. Who do you think will win? Tai asked with a smile. You actually want to ask if Ice Fairy will lose, right? Lin Fei's words had a hidden meaning. Tai laughed dryly. Of course not. Lin Fei smiled proudly. I didn't expect a demon genius to have feelings for a cold woman. Tai glared at him. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just curious about what will happen if she encounters Prince Caesar's attack. Isn't that simple? This woman is very smart and scheming. I dare say that if Prince Caesar were to meet the Ice Fairy, he would suffer. Lin Fei was very confident. That's impossible. Just watch. Everything was as Lin Fei had said. Ice Fairy froze the sea as soon as she appeared. Cold air of the 9 hells raged, cutting off Prince Caesar's escape route. When the water met the Ice Fairy's cold air of hell, it was a one-sided battle. Prince Caesar had a water elemental body, so he was in an even worse state than Tai. He was frozen into a popsicle, and that was not an ordinary tragedy. The Kaiser Prince had been defeated by the Ice Fairy, shocking everyone at the Ice Fairy's calculations. Every step had been within her calculations and it was truly amazing. Third battle, Ice Fairy wins. Chapter 693. Out of the 3 battles, Taoist Master was eliminated, Demon Lin won, and the strong Ice Fairy was a topic that everyone loved to talk about. The main reason was because of Demon Lin. He was just too mysterious and rose up too quickly. He could compare to the top 10 heroes and was unimaginable. At the same time, he was a cultivation genius and could control the Xian sect's treasure in the blink of an eye. Moreover, out of the 3 treasures, 2 were gone and they were all in his hands. How could people not remember him? Many people were anticipating that Demon Lin would take the Carefree Fan and Xian sect jade seal out for auction. If that day came, they would be willing to pay a high price to buy them. If not for the fact that all the big shots were here, they would have shamelessly contacted Demon Lin and paid a high price for them. They wouldn't care about it as it would be worth it. Apart from that, Ice Fairy's strength made people pay attention to Ice Palace. They were really low profile and luxurious. They didn't compete, and behind that was the accumulation of strength. From now on, all the powers in the continent would remember this place. City Lord Lin, we are going to draw lots. If you meet Ice Fairy, how confident are you? After tasting the sweetness, Black Taoist priest was addicted. Countless people were secretly cursing him. Could he at least act like a celestial immortal? Demon Lin was just a half-step celestial immortal. What would the other celestial immortals think of him? Let me say this first. If I win, I will take half and you half. You don't have any objections, right? True essence crystals weren't useful to Lin Fei. Hundreds of billions of true essence crystals were also beneficial to the development of Myth City. As for me and Ice Fairy, it will depend on you. If you believe it, then it will happen. If you don't, then it won't happen. No problem, let's work well together. Black Heaven ignored all their gazes. How could he let them take advantage of such a profitable business? At the moment, Black Heaven treated Lin Fei as the god of fortune. Half-step Heaven Celestial? He could defeat Taoist Master and steal the Shen sect treasure with a thought, so how could he be a normal half-step Heaven Celestial? Even if he was a Heaven Celestial, he would have to respect him. Don't look at how Black Heaven Saint usually doesn't look like a serious person. In fact, he is very smart. Once he ascends, Demon Lin will still be in the lower world. It won't be wrong to build a relationship with him. It will be of great help to the power behind him. When that time came, Demon Lin would be like a fish returning to the sea, or a fierce tiger leaving the mountain. No one would be able to stop him, unless those ancient celestial immortals made a move. But such celestial immortals were very, very rare, and even if they did exist, they would rarely appear. Their strength had reached the pinnacle, and they could no longer be suppressed. Once they appeared, they would be chased out of the continent by the Tao of Heaven. Who knew how many people were jealous that Taoist He Tian was able to form a relationship with Demon Lin? They regretted not having such a thought in the first place. Instead, Taoist He Tian snatched him away. In the next round, one person will be left empty. Long Badian stood up. That person will be the final contender. Let's wait and see. Demon Lin, Sword God Young Master, Ice Fairy, no one knew who would fight for it in the end. Sword God Young Master was mysterious and his sword technique was shocking. As for Demon Lin, he was also extremely mysterious. As for Ice Fairy, she successfully cultivated the 9 Hell Cold energy, which was extremely overbearing. Therefore, any one of the three had a chance. At the same time, above the endless ocean region. What happened to the ocean beasts in front? On the ocean region, a few ocean race warriors patrolled along a fixed spot. But when they entered a region, they saw some ocean beasts crawling at the bottom of the ocean. Quick, go up and take a look. Did something happen? But when they went up, they saw that the ocean beasts were terrified and had no aura at all. Even the Emperor ocean beasts were the same. They couldn't help but be shocked. They were all frightened to death. They are all strong ocean beasts, so how could they be frightened to death? Quick, go back and report that something happened here. When these ocean race warriors saw the ocean beasts crawling on the ground, they were terrified. Strong ocean beasts were frightened to death at the bottom of the ocean. How could they not be shocked? To scare ocean beasts to death, one needed such a terrifying existence. All of a sudden, their expressions changed and they hurried back to report. If they didn't get to the bottom of this, it would be a dangerous matter. Somewhere in the endless ocean region, under the dark water, there was a huge existence that couldn't be seen moving along the bottom of the ocean. A few ocean beasts that were foraging for food instantly stopped breathing. We have received reliable news that today is the last day of the competition on the Dragon Island. At that time, a Supreme Alliance leader will be chosen to fight against us. This huge figure was like a round ball, and there was a completely different world inside. It was a dimensional beast of the alien race. It had the ability to travel through space and time, and it was raised by the Queen Mother. This time we have to catch them all in one go. As long as we kill their genius, their Continental Alliance conference will become a joke on the continent and go down in infamy for 10,000 years. There were 10 people sitting on black thrones in this dimensional beast of the alien race. They were expressionless. They were none other than the 10 divine kings of the alien race. All of them had gathered together. The dragon race is the strongest. We should take advantage of the moment when their defense is the most lax to kill their human genius and deal them a heavy blow. The dragon race has always been unwilling to submit, so we have to teach them a lesson. So these alien race were preparing to sneak attack the Dragon Island. The 10 divine kings were all heaven immortals. However, with the experts gathered on the Dragon Island, they didn't dare to attack recklessly. Their final goal was to kill some experts of the human race like the 10 heroes. The Continent Alliance Conference had just ended, and everyone was attacked by the alien race. They had completely lost face, and this had a huge impact on the morale of the human race. The goal of the alien race was that simple. This time we left behind all kinds of substitutes to deceive their surveillance. We also used our dimensional beast of the alien race. No matter what, we have to succeed in beheading them. Divine King Hao Tian, who was sitting on the highest seat, said. After the Queen Mother gave the order, the army of the alien race was fully mobilized. All kinds of beasts of the alien race were used continuously, and the results of the battle were great. The top forces of the human race occupied the continent. This was the most important problem. Once this problem was solved, it would be a piece of cake. The alien race had long known about the Alliance Conference on the continent, but to numb the other party, they didn't make a move. Now the crux had come. What Divine King Hao Tian said was actually what everyone was thinking. I think that during the beheading, Demon Lin of Myth City must be killed as soon as possible. Crimson Light God King had a fearful expression. Who asked him to suffer the last time? That's right, Demon Lin is too mysterious and he is very powerful. Furthermore, the pills sold by Myth City behind him have shocking effects. It's hard to guarantee that he doesn't have other pills in his hands. Heavenly Wings Divine King said. They had all heard of the name of Demon Lin before. He was very famous, especially when Crimson Light God King fought him the last time. In the end he returned in defeat. It was still fresh in their memories. I think that Demon Lin must be killed. At this very moment, Demon Lin was already playing a decisive role. I just received news that Demon Lin will compete for the position of the Supreme Alliance Master. If he becomes the Supreme Alliance Master, along with the pills that he will provide later, it will affect our alien race quite a bit. Transformation King said. The group of Divine Kings was slightly shocked. If that was really the case, it would be quite troublesome. It would affect their attack quite a bit. Demon Lin will be the first target for beheading. Divine King Hao Tian's tone sank as he gave the beheading order. On the Dragon Island. Spiritual Master Lin Fei of Myth City against Ice Fairy of Ice Palace. This time it wasn't Long Badian who drew the lots. They were the ones who drew the lots personally. It was fair and just, and no one could find any objections. This is bad, this is bad. Ice Fairy's 9 Hells cold energy is shocking. I'm afraid Demon Lin won't be able to block it. That might not be the case. Demon Lin's flames are also very terrifying. He might be able to fight against Ice Fairy. Both of them are strong existences. I wonder who will win in the end. The result of the draw was within their expectations. After all, the last 3 people would either be Lin Fei against the Ice Fairy, Lin Fei against the Celestial Sword Prince, or the Celestial Sword Prince against the Ice Fairy. *CK. Spiritual Master Hei Tian was also surprised when he heard the result. This woman was very powerful, and her 9 Hells cold energy was very terrifying. Could Lin Fei withstand it? That was a problem. Demon Lin, let's see how you will lose this time. The elders of the Celestial Sect of Wonders secretly cursed. Taoist Master Junzi had lost to Lin Fei and had killed so many of their Celestial Sect of Wonders disciples. It would be a lie if they didn't hate him. The Ice Fairy and Lin Fei undoubtedly gave them hope. On the surface of the sea, the Ice Fairy walked over. Wherever she passed by, it turned into a world of ice and snow. Snowflakes drifted down. City Lord Lin, I've long heard of your great name. I didn't expect to have the honor to fight with you. The Ice Fairy's tone was still cold, as if she didn't eat the fireworks of the mortal world. Lin Fei was startled. Haha, to be remembered by the fairy, I am deeply honored. I heard that City Lord Lin not only has a powerful sword technique, but also a strange flame technique. Can you show it to me so that I can appreciate it? The Ice Fairy said it in a relaxed manner, but in reality she wanted to ask Lin Fei for advice on his fire attribute cultivation technique. Fairy, I will not disappoint you. Lin Fei laughed. I also want to experience the power of the 9 Hells cold energy. Snowflakes fall from the sky. The Ice Fairy cupped her hands and thrust it out with her sword. Sparkling and translucent snowflakes fell from the sky. Each of them contained the 9 Hells cold energy. The air seemed to be frozen, causing everyone to change color. A snowflake landed on the surface of the ice, smashing a huge crater and creating spiderweb-like cracks. If this landed on a person's body, it wouldn't be impossible to resist. Fire come. A huge lotus appeared under Lin Fei's body. The lotus was vivid and lifelike. When the snowflakes fell, they were instantly evaporated. Thousands of snowflakes slowly fell, unable to approach him in the slightest. Chapter 694. The Ice Fairy's sword intent was cold and it contained the might of the 9 hell cold energy. Not to mention facing it personally, even the geniuses outside couldn't help but feel nervous. The 9 hell cold energy was too terrifying. Until now they couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Even the air seemed like it was about to be frozen, let alone their bodies of flesh and blood. Generally speaking, they felt that martial artists who cultivated fire element techniques could block the 9 hell cold energy. It seemed like he could block the 9 nether cold chi, but it was hard to tell how confident he was. Lin Fei's Fire Lotus defense made everyone's eyes light up. However, they then realized that the level of this strange flame wasn't low. They could vaguely sense a dangerous aura. Some martial artists who cultivated cultivation techniques subconsciously shook their heads and sighed at their inferiority. Demon Lin's strange flame was quite amazing and had long been famous. Seeing it today, it lived up to its reputation. They couldn't help but feel wary. This strange flame wasn't inferior to the Ice Fairy's 9 hell cold energy. Ice Fairy, just admit defeat. The moment Demon Lin said this, everyone was stunned. He was too arrogant. The strange flame against the 9 hell cold energy had a 50-50 chance of winning. Demon Lin actually had the guts to say such a thing? It was really hard to predict. Arrogant. The Ice Fairy was cold and arrogant. Naturally, she couldn't accept Lin Fei's words. From the start, she had treated Lin Fei as a strong opponent. The moment he said this, her impression of him worsened. This person was no different from others. Go. An enormous white ice phoenix appeared. It was vivid and lifelike and its entire body was formed from ice. With a flap of its wings, large amounts of ice feathers flew out, covering the sky and covering the earth, covering Lin Fei. Peng peng peng, the ice feathers were extremely lethal. Each one was no weaker than a sky celestial's attack. Apart from that, they also had the freezing effect of the 9 hell cold energy. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. Huofeng, come out. Lin Fei didn't panic. The red Huofeng flew out from behind him. It was no weaker than the Ice Fairy and actually used the same method of attack. The white ice and red flames clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion in a small area. Massive shockwaves blasted out in all directions and crashed into the magic formation, causing light to fall and the magic formation to be affected. Even though the 9 Hells Frosty Chi was powerful, it was not a match for the divine flame, and it was quickly suppressed by Huofeng. The Ice Phoenix let out a long cry and pounced towards Huofeng, directly attacking. Junior Sister Hanbing's situation isn't looking good. In the area where the Ice Palace was located, a few elders of the Ice Palace were visibly moved. They could tell that the situation wasn't good. As the two phoenixes fought, the Ice Phoenix was at a disadvantage from beginning to end. Its astonishing 9 Hells cold chi was firmly suppressed, and it was unable to gain the upper hand. The frozen sea surface continued to melt. It's impossible for a mystical flame to be this powerful. However, the opponent's mystical flame is too powerful. Now we can only rely on Junior Sister Ice. As soon as this flame appeared, the elders of the Ice Palace could tell that something was wrong. It had a suppressive effect. After a long attack, Huofeng broke the Ice Phoenix with a claw. Her huge figure shook, and the flame shot out, shooting towards the Ice Fairy like a cannonball. At this moment, the Ice Fairy knew that she had finally met her nemesis, who could suppress the 9 Hells cold chi of others. City Lord Lin, take another attack from me. This is a sword technique I created myself. If I can block it, I will admit defeat. Lin Fei was very gentlemanly. He knew the result from the start. Even though the 9 Hells cold chi was powerful, with the divine flame protecting her, she was unstoppable. Ah, make your move. Lin Fei was very generous. Come out, 9 Hells divine sword. A vast amount of netherworld cold chi leaked out. The Ice Fairy transformed into a black sword and disappeared into the void. The entire sea was bone-piercingly cold and the cold wind howled. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows and a powerful sword appeared in front of him. It turned out that the Ice Fairy's sword had merged her body into the environment. It was truly a divine sword. Dang, 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 the terrifying 3 swords were faster than any other sword, stabbing into the center of Lin Fei's eyebrows. The 9 Hells cold chi surged out, suppressing the lotus incarnation. Ice wrapped around his body, turning him into an ice sculpture. The Ice Fairy returned to her original form and stood in the cold wind. Her face was much paler. It was obvious that these 3 swords had used up a large amount of her mental energy. Demon Lin has been finished? No matter how one looked at it, Demon Lin, who was sealed in ice, seemed to have lost. The 9 Hells cold chi was incomparably domineering. At this moment he was frozen into an ice sculpture, and his injuries weren't light. Ha, Demon Lin, to think that you would have such a day. The elder of the Xian Gate finally exhaled. He was most happy to see this happen. The Supreme Alliance leader and Demon Lin weren't fated. If Demon Lin became the Supreme Alliance leader, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Xian Gate. Instead, they would be filled with anger. No way, City Lord Lin lost. Many people were dumbfounded. There's a fire. Lin Fei, who had turned into an ice sculpture, had flames rising from within. The domineering Nine Hells cold chi turned into water vapor and rose up. Lin Fei walked out calmly. What a powerful sword move. The Nine Hells divine sword should be the main body of the Nine Hells cold chi. City Lord Lin, you win. The ice fairy felt extremely bitter as she said this. Just as she said, the ice fairy used the main body of the Nine Hells cold chi and condensed it into a sword body. No one could withstand the attack of the cold chi. However, the ice fairy had underestimated Lin Fei's strength. It was just a fluke. The ice fairy turned around and left. She was so decisive and straightforward. Lin Fei remembered this ice fairy. If it was someone else, they would have probably lost today. The Nine Hells cold chi entered the body and froze everything. At the same time, it also froze one's true essence. This was the most terrifying thing. Losing true essence was equivalent to losing everything. Lin Fei relied on the god fire to block the invasion of the Nine Hells cold chi, so it was a fluke. Lin Fei reversed the situation and obtained victory. This meant that he could fight for the final battle. Sword God, let's not waste time. Get up here and fight with me. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the Sword God young master. Ever since he entered the Sword God sect, the Sword God Society had been making things difficult for him. Today he could finally solve it. As you wish. The Sword God young master stepped forward like a god looking down on all living beings. He emitted a powerful aura. After the ice fairy returned, she consumed a pill to recover. Junior sister, is Demon Lin really that powerful? They could all see how terrifying junior sister Ice's sword was. She used 3 swords but couldn't hurt him at all. This was the most difficult thing to accept. Very strong. His deviant flame can restrain my Nine Hells cold chi. The ice fairy said. There is no other flame in the continent. This must be the flame of the upper world. How is this possible? Demon Lin can communicate with the upper world? Could he be a seed planted by some big power? The Ice Palace elders were shocked. We must report this. This Demon Lin is very likely a seed of the upper world. Chapter 695. If there was a dark horse this time, it was none other than Demon Lin. The final battle, the fight for the position of Supreme Alliance leader, was finally decided between Demon Lin and young Master Sword God. No matter how strong Demon Lin was, he was at a disadvantage. He was half a step to Heaven Celestial, so there was a certain gap. But who would have thought that Demon Lin would shock everyone and fight for the final position? The position of Alliance leader was very important. If Demon Lin became Alliance leader, everyone would feel disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. They didn't accept Demon Lin from the bottom of their hearts. For example, Xian sect had suffered the most losses. They had lost 2 out of 3 treasures. If Demon Lin became the Alliance leader, they would be depressed. With the existence of the Alliance Treaty, Xian sect wouldn't dare to act rashly. Dealing with the Alliance leader was the same as going against the Parliament. Xian sect naturally didn't want Demon Lin to become the Alliance leader. Taoist gentleman's essence energy was injured. He stared at the battle platform with hatred and a cold smile appeared on his face. Demon Lin, so what if you enter the final step? How can you fight against Sword God young master's strength? In one night he made my sword technique complete and improved the flaming giant lizard. No matter which one it is, it will be earth-shattering. I want to see how Sword God young master tortures you until you are killed. No one had ever seen young master celestial swordsman in action, so no one knew his true strength. That night, Taoist gentleman was confident that he wasn't afraid of young master celestial swordsman, but he was defeated miserably in their fight. He couldn't forget that scene until now. Demon Lin met Sword God young master and it was destined that he would be defeated. Taoist gentleman had already guaranteed it. Lin Fei and Sword God young master fought for the position of Alliance leader. The Sword God sect's elders were the most conflicted. For example, one of them was very unhappy about chasing Demon Lin out of the sect. If they didn't chase Lin Fei out, Sword God sect would be so mighty. It was too late to regret now. The entire group of elders would probably be so shocked that their glasses would shatter. On the surface of the sea breeze blew past, bringing with it the smell of seawater. Lin Fei and Sword God young master faced each other from afar. One of them rose up in the continent while the other was famous for a long time. Most importantly, they came from the same sect. I never imagined that an abandoned disciple of the Divine Sword sect would be able to arrive at this step. It's truly an eye-opener for this young master. The moment the sword god young master opened his mouth, he belittled Lin Fei to the point that he was worthless. His tone carried a sense of superiority. You sent the virtuous gentleman enlightened being to deal with me. In the end he was defeated by my hands. You must be feeling very bad, right? I have wasted all the effort you put into nurturing me, Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not take the words from before to heart. There's no need to test the relationship between me and Taoist gentleman. Young Master Divine Swordsman seemed to have expected this. There's no harm in telling you directly. Taoist Master Gentleman is just a dog by my side, a useless dog. I can change to another dog at any time, a dog that's even more powerful than him. The Divine Swordsman did not purposely suppress it, so everyone on the Dragon Island could hear it clearly. Shocking. Absolute shock. How could Taoist Gentleman be young Master Divine Swordsman's dog? Both of them had similar statuses. They were both celestial immortals and Junjunjia. They almost doubted their ears. Taoist Gentleman was a dog of the Divine Swordsman young master. He was one of the 10 prodigies. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. With Taoist Gentleman's arrogance and his combat strength at the early stage of Heaven Immortal Realm, how could he possibly lower his noble head? None of them could do it, let alone Taoist Gentleman. The various big shots were shocked. They subconsciously looked at the Taoist Gentleman Immortal, who was at the mysterious gate. They found it hard to believe Sword God Young Master's words. A heavenly immortal expert submitting to another heavenly immortal expert wasn't too reliable in the end. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Taoist Gentleman's expression was indifferent. There was no sign of anger on his face. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They couldn't help but be shocked once again. Could it be that everything was true? Young Master Sword God's words were equivalent to a provocation to the Gentleman Enlightened Master. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to remain calm and might even start a fight. The dignity of a heaven immortal was not to be blasphemed. However, they did not see any changes in the Gentleman Enlightened being. This was completely abnormal. Too indifferent. Taoist Gentleman, why aren't you greeting everyone? Young Master Sword God smiled. To be able to follow me is the fortune you have accumulated over several lifetimes. Taoist Gentleman stood up. Everyone, there is no need to guess. Young Master Sword God is my lord. A wise man submits to circumstances. My lord is worthy of my following. I advise everyone to follow my lord and not regret it for the rest of your lives. Taoist Gentleman, what's wrong with you? The elders of the mysterious gate were shocked. It was obvious that they did not expect such words. Taoist Gentleman's expression darkened. I don't need you to say anything about my choice. Correct your position and figure out who you are. Then, obediently sit at the side. The elders of the mysterious gate wanted to say something but hesitated. The last sentence hit him right in his weak spot. This time, the leader of the Continental Alliance was Taoist Gentleman. He was qualified to participate in it with the strength of a heaven immortal. However, they felt very sullen. Even if you followed young Master Sword God, we would not interfere if you did it in private. Why did you say it in public? Wasn't this clearly showing that the Celestial Sect was inferior to the Celestial Sect? The 10 great heroes had all gone to the Divine Sword Sect. Where would the Celestial Sect put their face? Once the news spread back to the sect, wouldn't the entire sect be infuriated to death? Taoist Gentleman's admission undoubtedly made everyone re-examine this young Master Sword God. What did he do to Taoist Gentleman to make him say such words? He would rather be a dog by his side. Young Master Sword God is very resourceful. He managed to make Taoist Gentleman surrender with just one move. Unbelievable. It's really hard to accept that a heaven immortal would choose to surrender. Could it be that young Master Sword God really has an extraordinary background? Is he worth following? Could it be that young Master Sword God helped Taoist Gentleman greatly when he mastered his swordsmanship? The fact that Taoist Gentleman would rather be a dog by young Master Sword God's side was still hard to digest. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Fei raised his hand and applauded. The sound of his clapping echoed on the Dragon Island. So Taoist Gentleman is a dog by your side. Looks like you are going to stand up for your dog? Then let me give you a piece of advice. Dogs are the easiest to devour. Don't suffer when the time comes. Lin Fei had a kind look on his face, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. F***ck Long Badian was right. This sword god has an immortal monarch backing him up. That's why Taoist Gentleman chose to surrender. Lin Fei thought quickly. He finally figured out the crux of the matter. Lin Fei, I think you are suitable to be my second dog. Young Master Sword God continued, as long as you become my dog, I will immediately help you advance to the heaven immortal realm and ascend to the heavenly realm. I have seen many arrogant people, but they all died horrible deaths. In that case, you are rejecting my kind intentions. Young Master Sword God said, you should know that this kind of opportunity only comes once in a lifetime. Not everyone can have it. Lin Fei curled his lips, to think that you have the nerve to say such old words. Back then, the God King of the foreign races also said this to me. In the end, I didn't even care. Do you think that I will care about you? Young Master Sword God did indeed have the intention to recruit Lin Fei. Anyway, there was no harm in it. On the contrary, he could obtain what he wanted. Especially since he suspected that Lin Fei had a huge power behind him. This result was within young Master Sword God's expectations. Young Master Sword God shook his head in disappointment. Usually this young master will kill those who reject me without mercy. It just so happens that you are one of them. I thought that you would let me think about it. It seems like you are not a magnanimous person. Lin Fei laughed heartily. If you have any abilities, take them all out. Young Master Sword God no longer had any intention of subduing him. This young master's methods will let you know what true despair is. Hearing this, everyone knew that they were going to make a move. Demon Lin was good at sword techniques and young Master Sword God was also good at sword techniques. Could it be that they were going to compete on the path of the sword? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Tongtian God Pagoda. Young Master Sword God was the first to make a move. He took out a pocket-sized black pagoda. The moment this pagoda appeared, it rose with the wind and the color of heaven and earth instantly changed. An endless Tongtian God Pagoda appeared in the sky and connected with heaven and earth. It seemed to have the power to reach the heavens and suppress heaven and earth. The moment the Tongtian God Pagoda appeared, the expressions of all the big shots changed. They all felt an unprecedented danger from the Tongtian God Pagoda. This has already surpassed the scope of a celestial artifact. How could young Master Sword God have such a treasure? Impossible. To be able to make the big shots feel a dangerous aura, the Tongtian God Pagoda was truly extraordinary. Before they even made a move, they already felt a sense of powerlessness. This was simply a one-sided suppression. I'm afraid that Lin Fei is in trouble. The Demon Lord also stood up. This is clearly a celestial artifact that surpasses the celestial artifact. Even if it doesn't surpass it, it is still a top-grade celestial artifact that can crush everything. Moreover, it has the name Tongtian. It is not just an ordinary kind of powerful. Could it be stronger than the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal? Nangong Chanshan revealed a look of worry. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal had been continuously refined for generations and had already reached the upper grade. How could it be inferior to young Master Sword God's Tongtian God Pagoda? The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal is also inferior to this Tongtian God Pagoda. The Demon Lord shook his head. Young Master Sword God clearly wants to use the celestial artifact to directly suppress Lin Fei. He does not intend to waste time on this. Heaven's path suppress. From the sky, a heaven's path with no end in sight, rushed from top to bottom towards Lin Fei. The array on the sea surface was instantly broken, and the sea surface was forcibly suppressed. Lin Fei, this is the heaven's path, where white bones are piled up. You will be one of them. Young Master Sword God activated the Tongtian God Pagoda, and the heaven's path descended. He did not intend to waste any time and directly suppress Lin Fei. Mysterious Imperial Jade Seal. Lin Fei did not hesitate and took out the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal, which turned into a tall mountain. The 4 words, Mysterious Orthodox Path, trembled, and a door appeared out of thin air, rippling with boundless righteousness. Chapter 696. The path to heaven was like a black torrent with a majestic aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was invincible as it violently collided with the gate formed by the awe-inspiring righteousness. Clang! An earth-shattering sound rang out. It was as if a majestic bell had been violently struck by someone. The sound reverberated and the sound waves attacked. The first to bear the brunt were the sea beasts on the calm sea. They were instantly annihilated. Millions of corpses littered the sea, and fresh blood dyed the sea red. The other weaker geniuses were severely injured by the loud sound waves. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in front of the big shots and had immortal artifacts to protect themselves from the sound waves, the geniuses would have suffered heavy casualties. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The 3 consecutive words showed how overbearing young Master Sword God's attack was. Young Master Sword God was too cruel. The path to heaven made everyone's expression change drastically. It was as if they had encountered a peerless existence. Even if they attacked, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. If this kind of sound wave attack came a few more times, even these big shots might not be able to withstand it. They would inevitably die. On the huge Dragon Island, everyone retreated 100,000 miles away. The big shots worked together to activate their immortal artifacts and construct a protective formation to resist the divine might brought by the path to heaven. I always thought that among the 10 prodigies, Tai was the first. Who would have thought that young Master Sword God would be the first expert? With the divine tower, young Master Sword God is invincible. I haven't felt danger in a long time. This is the first time I feel such a terrifying killing intent from young Master Sword God. Demon Lin doesn't have a high chance of winning. With just one move, all the big shots were shocked. They didn't dare to underestimate young Master Sword God anymore. Even if they attacked, they might not be a match for young Master Sword God with a heaven-defying immortal artifact. At this moment, they seemed to understand why Taoist gentlemen would take the initiative to seek refuge with young Master Sword God. If they were his age, they would also choose young Master Sword God. The path to heaven crushed down with the power of the heavens. The gate shook and Lin Fei was injured. Cracks appeared on the mysterious gate jade seal like a spider web. Lin Fei, don't think that the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders can withstand the might of the heavens. The sword god young master stood proudly. In this young master's eyes, the Xianmen imperial jade seal is merely a piece of trash. This young master will soon destroy this trash immortal equipment. The path of ingress descended once more, turning into a torrent that crashed into the door once more. Ka, the flood-like path to heaven smashed into the door. The island behind Lin Fei exploded and sank to the bottom of the sea. Waves surged up into the sky and a white screen appeared. The gate formed by the awe-inspiring righteousness shattered. The mysterious gate jade seal's body continued to crack, covering its entire body. With a boom sound, the mysterious gate jade seal shattered, turning into fluorescent powder that filled the sky and quietly disappeared. Oh my god, the Xianmen jade seal is broken. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. The mysterious gate jade seal, the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders, had been successful since the day it was refined. It had suppressed thousands of experts and had never been damaged before. After accumulating for a long time, the awe-inspiring righteousness had gathered, and in the future, it would definitely be promoted. However, in today's battle, under the celestial tower, the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders, the mysterious gate jade seal, had shattered just like that. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This sword god young master was too domineering. The treasure of the celestial sect of wonders was broken just like that. They had already seen the veins of the celestial sect of wonders bulging, and they were in a state of jealousy and anger. This celestial tower of the sword god young master indeed has the ability to transcend the heavens. The mysterious gate jade seal was shattered in just 2 strikes. It's too terrifying. The big shots were even more afraid. Their immortal equipment was not inferior to the mysterious gate jade seal. It was broken after 2 strikes, and they were afraid that theirs would be the same. This young master said that I will destroy your immortal equipment, so I will destroy your immortal equipment. The sword god young master looked down on the world. So what if you have the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders? In this young master's eyes, it is just scrap metal. No matter how many come, I will destroy them all. In a while, this young master will completely destroy you. What physical body? It's a complete joke. I will let you know what it means to be unable to withstand a single blow. The sword god young master used the celestial tower to display his divine might. With one move, he destroyed the treasure of the celestial sect of wonders, massacred the sea beasts within 10,000 miles, and looked down on all living beings. Go! Lin Fei took out the carefree fan again. The 10,000 miles of carefree mountains and rivers formed a space of its own. It suppressed thousands of enemies and trapped the path to heaven within the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. This daddy has a lot of treasures. If you have the ability, destroy them all. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He activated the carefree fan and captured the path to heaven. The sword god young master shook his head in disappointment. The difference in strength between us is not something that can be made up for with immortal equipment. The mysterious gate jade seal can be destroyed by this young master, and the carefree fan is even more inferior to the mysterious gate jade seal. Boom. The 10,000 miles of carefree river suppressed the path to heaven. Who would have thought that the celestial tower would suppress the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers would be suppressed instead, falling into the control of the path to heaven? The carefree fan was covered in runes. It repeated the same mistake as before and once again shattered into pieces. The path to heaven was too powerful. Everywhere it passed, a flood destroyed everything in the world. It revealed its malevolent face and suppressed towards Lin Fei, sweeping him into the path to heaven. On the path to heaven, corpses piled up. The white bones were like mountains and the end couldn't be seen. The white bones formed a line. The consequence of rejecting this young master is to be suppressed. You will be suppressed on the path to heaven forever and suffer all kinds of torture. The sword god young master was very disappointed in Lin Fei. Wanting to block his attack with just 2 supreme treasures was just wishful thinking. The white bone mountains flew down and suppressed Lin Fei's body. They wanted to drown him under the white bone mountains and he would never be able to rise again for the rest of his life. Sword god, you want to suppress me? I'm afraid you're daydreaming. Lin Fei resisted the white bone mountains with all his might. He raised his head and laughed. The only thing you did wrong was that you shouldn't have taken out your treasures to deal with me. I can even take the celestial jade seal, let alone your celestial tower. I was just worried that I didn't have any supreme treasures on me. Your celestial tower is barely passable. I'll take it for you as compensation for what happened before. The sword god young master didn't think much of it. Take the celestial tower? He really had the guts of a leopard and was asking to be humiliated. To deal with people like you, suppression is the most direct way. The winner takes all. The loser has no right to speak. I want to see how you are going to take away my treasures. It will also be an eye-opener. Why did Demon Lin take away the supreme treasure from Taoist gentleman's hands? This had always been a question in everyone's mind. The art of refining treasures, refining all the supreme treasures in the world. Celestial tower, come to me. Lin Fei stomped his foot. The endless white bone mountains shattered from bottom to top, turning into white mist. Black runes flew out from his body, emitting an endless mysterious aura. There were more than 100 of them and they escaped into the path to heaven. Chapter 697. Treasure Refining Technique? Everyone exclaimed. They searched through their memories and it was obvious that they were unfamiliar with this name. Did you see that? The treasure refining technique that Demon Lin is using is such a weird power. It has a mysterious aura and it's clearly not true essence or celestial power. What kind of power is it? An elder frowned. Once it was mentioned, they were shocked to find that the power of runes was something they had never seen before. It wasn't the celestial power that they had imagined. They had knowledge and experience, but they were completely clueless when it came to refining treasures. They had never heard of this name before. The moment Demon Lin used it, they realized that it was extraordinary. If it was celestial power runes they wouldn't be too surprised, but a power that wasn't celestial power runes was the weirdest. Ever since Demon Lin rose up, he had been shrouded in a layer of mystery that made everyone want to see what was going on. Every surprise made them curious about Demon Lin. A strange treasure refinement art once again allowed them to witness the mysteriousness of Fiend Lin. Even for the big shots present, this was the first time they had seen such a method. There were people who could seize treasures, but there were very few who could sever the connection and refine the treasure on the spot. The treasure refining technique could refine all treasures in the world. If everything was as Demon Lin said, then it was really amazing. He could refine whoever's treasure he liked. At the moment, they didn't know how strong the treasure refining technique was, but with young Master of Swords' divine might, no matter how amazing the treasure refining technique was, it wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At this moment, young Master of Sword was like a god descending to the world. He swept through the world and the path to heaven was filled with white bones. Chief, the situation isn't good. Should we help Lord Dragon King? 100,000 miles away. Long Badian used his strong body to block the divine might released by the heaven-reaching God Tower. No need. Long Badian shook his head indiscernibly. Young Master of Swords' heaven-reaching God Tower is limitless, but Lord Dragon King isn't someone to be trifled with. I think that his treasure-refining technique will definitely show its power. I believe that it will be very interesting. Can Dragon King really do it? Have you ever seen such a mysterious talisman? It's not immortal force runes, it's a completely new kind of power. Long Baishan's eyes shone like torches. This power is extraordinary. Do you think the treasure refining technique is useless? Refining all the treasures in the world, I like to hear that. We just need to watch the show. The Dragon King was glad that he recognized the other party as the Dragon King back then. Even though he knew that the other party had a problem, he did not expose it. Now it seemed that everything was right. The Dragon King was quite extraordinary. With Long Baishan's many years of experience, he would not be wrong about him this time. You're quite capable to be able to shake this young master's celestial tower. Young Master Sword God said. He then laughed out loud. Your refining techniques are indeed extraordinary. However, with your strength, you are overestimating yourself if you want to snatch away the heavenly God Tower. Even though he said so, the Sword God Young Master's heart was in turmoil. He was almost the same as everyone else and there was no difference between them. He was just trying to keep up appearances. It's not immortal force runes. What kind of power is this? I have never seen it before. This kind of mysterious runes is continuously weakening my control over the heavenly God Tower. If this continues, it will be ridiculous. I must not let Lin Fei's treasure refining technique succeed. The Sword God Young Master thought. I must find the treasure refining technique from his hands and learn the mysterious power of the runes. When the time comes, who can compete with me when I snatch the immortal equipment? This was the first time the Sword God Young Master had a greedy thought when he saw the treasure refining technique. In this world, even a high-grade immortal equipment like the mysterious Imperial Jade Seal was disdainful. One could imagine how harsh it was towards immortal equipment. He must take this treasure refining technique for himself. How could such a mysterious power appear in the hands of a lowly ant? It should be in the hands of a superior person like him. Kill? Young Master Sword God made a grabbing motion with his 5 fingers. Millions of white sword intents interweaved to form an inescapable net that flew towards Lin Fei. They wanted to strangle him to death in this inescapable net. Lin Fei laughed complacently. Sword God, you are feeling guilty and anxious. I thought you would be calm. Seems like you are still human and can't escape. Thinking about it, you must be unable to control the heavenly God Tower if you make your move so quickly. Fortunately, I learned the essence technique. Otherwise, this Sword God would not be easy to deal with. This treasure refining technique was the essence technique that Lin Fei bought from the system store. The price was shocking and he finally bought it while clenching his teeth. Such an essence technique surpassed the knowledge of everyone in this world. The mysterious Imperial Jade Seal in Taoist Junzi's hands was used to weaken his control over it using the essence runes. The black runes from before were the essence runes. The moment the Sword God Young Master attacked, Lin Fei knew that he was panicking. Even though he couldn't see his expression from his face, his actions revealed the panic in his heart. Facing the inescapable net, Lin Fei didn't panic at all. Divine flames shot out from his body and turned into a fire net that burned. Everywhere it passed, the seawater evaporated and smoke spread for thousands of miles. Chi-Chi-Chin Young Master Sword God's sword net contained a supreme will. Lin Fei's divine flame was the flame of heaven and earth. When the two of them clashed, a hole appeared in the inescapable net, and the sea of flames devoured it, extinguishing it. Demon Lin's flames are equally terrifying. Even the Sword God Young Master's sword intent was destroyed. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Of course, Demon Lin's words shocked them. The Sword God Young Master was actually unable to block the invasion of the runes and was in a hurry to attack? It wasn't as if he had the world in his hands and was in a hurry to attack. Demon Lin exposed the situation. The Sword God Young Master still had a calm expression on his face. Your strange flame is indeed extraordinary. I wonder if you can block my next move. The long sword came out of its sheath. The dragon roared and the Jingguang shone. It was as if a peerless sword god had appeared and crossed the sky. Multicolored light danced and celestial music rang out. It was really shocking. This is the Sword God Young Master's sword? The Sword God Young Master was famous for his sword path, but from start to finish, no one had seen him use a sword. It was as if he only existed in legends. The moment this sword appeared, it gave off an extraordinary aura. 50,000 kilometers away, the genius cultivators with swords suddenly discovered that their swords were moving uncontrollably, flying out of their scabbards and sword cases. Shio, my sword. It flew away. How is that possible? I used my blood to refine this celestial sword. I can move it at will and no one can take it away. Why did it fly away uncontrollably? A genius swordsman spat out. In the entire area, anyone with a sword had their swords flying out. That must be a god sword. A big shot tried his best to suppress the celestial sword. He was barely able to suppress it so that it wouldn't fly out and become a part of the celestial sword. A godlike sword? If that's the case, then the Sword God Young Master's sword technique is really terrifying. Any swordsman who meets the sword god will have their combat strength greatly reduced. The celestial sword that flew out appeared behind the Sword God Young Master. Sword control technique. The Sword God Young Master hollered. The Jingguang in his eyes flashed and the Jingguang behind him suddenly charged out. In an instant, it appeared in front of Lin Fei. The sword intent raged as it headed straight for his brow. This sword was too fast and exceeded the imagination of the big shot. This sword had a speed that exceeded that of a heaven celestial. Even divine sense couldn't capture its trajectory. Demon Lin Fei was in danger. The sword god young master didn't think that Lin Fei could block his sword control technique. Even if it was just the first move, once the sword control technique was used, it would be easy to take the head of someone from 1,000 miles away. With his strength, it would be effortless for him to take the head of someone from 1,000,000 miles away. Too fast. Lin Fei was startled and his eyebrows twitched. Just one sword strike had forced him into a dangerous situation. Great danger, great danger. Lin Fei, you won't be able to block my sword. You should be proud to die to it. Haha, you aren't worthy? At the moment of danger, Lin Fei retreated. A flame wall appeared out of nowhere and bought some time for him. The sword twisted and the flame wall collapsed. The sword attacked once more. Lin Fei was enough to buy a chance for himself. Dang, the sword turned into a jingguang and charged over. Its speed was too fast and it shot into a furnace, unable to enter at all. I blocked it. In such a dangerous situation, Lin Fei relied on the heaven and earth furnace to block the fatal sword. Scram down. Lin Fei's left hand turned into a dragon scale. He grabbed and tried to grab the sword. However, the moment the sword pulled out, Lin Fei's left hand was covered in blood. He was injured. What a sharp sword. Lin Fei didn't dare to fight barehanded anymore. He used the heaven and earth furnace to protect him and dodge the sword. He once again used energy runes which surged into the heaven-reaching god tower to weaken his control. You actually blocked that sword. What kind of furnace is this? Sword God Prince's sure kill sword was something that, in theory, Lin Fei shouldn't be able to block. In the end, the furnace in front of him blocked it. This was really unexpected. The heaven-reaching god tower was used but it wasn't able to suppress him. The sword was unsheathed but it was still useless. Sword God Prince was on the verge of collapsing. You can have a sword, so why can't I have a furnace? Lin Fei had a lingering fear. This sword god was really a strong enemy. He had never seen such a sword technique before. Heaven-reaching god tower, why aren't you coming over? Lin Fei released energy runes. The heaven-reaching god tower in the sky shook and it seemed like the situation was one-sided. Kill? Sword God Prince controlled the heaven-reaching god tower and used the imperial sword technique to attack Lin Fei. He tried to break the furnace, otherwise things would be bad. A scene that was hard to digest also appeared in the sky. The heaven-reaching god tower was sometimes on the left and sometimes on the right. It was a tug-of-war that had never happened before. Success. Lin Fei used the furnace to block the sword and focused on attacking the heaven-reaching god tower. He finally suppressed Sword God Prince's control and the heaven-reaching god tower flew over. You dare. Sword God Prince coughed out blood. He grabbed with his hand and wanted to keep the heaven-reaching god tower. Lin Fei laughed and slashed out with his sword. A sword river rushed out and blocked this grab. The pocket-sized pagoda landed in Lin Fei's hand. Energy runes flew out and entered the heaven-reaching god tower. Treasure light circulated and the control was completely weakened. Chapter 698. The battle on the surface of the sea was filled with raging waves. The battle between the two of them was extremely dangerous. The slightest bit of carelessness and one of them would die. The area 50,000 kilometers away was deathly silent. Sword God's god tower was taken by Demon Lin. The most unbelievable scene appeared. The god tower changed owners in front of everyone. The powerful sword god young master coughed up blood in front of everyone. It was a huge visual impact. They had seen how terrifying the god tower was. They knew that the celestial artifacts they had couldn't compare to it. They weren't on the same level. The treasure refining technique is too heaven-defying. This was the common thought of all the big shots. A treasure refining technique that they had never heard of became famous in the Xinjiang continent. From now on, no one would dare to use celestial artifacts against Demon Lin. Sword God's god tower could change owners. How could their celestial artifacts compare to the god tower? If it changed owners, it would be a huge loss. Demon Lin took the god tower and didn't seem to want to stop. He immediately took out the god tower and tried to suppress Sword God's sword. Savage. Demon Lin was so mighty that it was a mess. The divine swordsman coughed up blood. He had lost the heavenly divine pagoda, and his consciousness had been erased. He was injured and now Lin Fei wanted to suppress his divine sword. His anger was unquenchable. Ever since he became famous, he had never been in such an embarrassing situation. For the god tower, Sword God Young Master had spent a lot of effort to communicate with heaven and earth. Only then was he able to take it down and turn it into an extremely powerful celestial artifact. One mistake, one underestimation, the god tower that he had worked so hard to get had changed owners. How could Sword God Young Master accept that? Don't even think about taking my sword. Sword God Young Master had already coughed up blood after losing the god tower. Losing the sword was like losing his right arm. It was a huge loss. Lin Fei stood on the path of ascension. Sword God, you are a piece of trash. In your hands, the Ascension Divine Pagoda is like a precious jade covered in dust. In the end, it's just a form of attack. Let me show you what the true might of the Ascension Divine Pagoda is. Once the Tong Tian Divine Tower was in his hands, Lin Fei knew that he had picked up a big treasure. No wonder the Sword God Prince was in so much pain. This Supreme Sky Divine Pagoda was created by the Supreme Sky Great Sage, and it had the ability to transcend the heavens. Young Master Sword God had not truly grasped this celestial artifact, so he could not use its true power. The young Master Sword God was infuriated and coughed out blood non-stop. Lin Fei had hit the nail on the head. Until now, the biggest regret of this celestial artifact was that he didn't have time to comprehend it. He could only use the path to heaven. If he had comprehended it completely, how could it have been snatched away? Lin Fei's words were like rubbing salt into his wounds. Kill? The divine sword attacked. The Jingguang was like a multicolored light dancing in the sky. The sky was filled with a rain of swords. The Sword God Prince was about to lose his will and attacked Lin Fei with all his might. Heavenly Gate suppressed the divine sword. With the Tong Tian Divine Pagoda, Lin Fei could use his strongest attack. The Tong Tian Divine Pagoda flew out. Treasure light flowed and celestial music lingered. A giant gate flew from the sky and pressed down from the sky. The sky changed color and the mountains collapsed. Dong, this gate was tens of thousands of zhang wide and was black. It was just closed, but it gave off a heavenly aura. Everyone had no doubt that once the heavenly gate was opened, no one would be able to stop it. This gate was the heavenly gate that the Tong Tian Divine Pagoda used. With the pressure of the heavenly gate, everyone within a million li were sea beasts. They were unable to move. The big shots 100,000 li away had red faces. They kept activating the celestial artifact but still coughed out blood. The path to heaven was already terrifying enough, but who would have thought that the heavenly gate would be even more terrifying? Kong, the Sword God Prince was within the range of the suppression. His body was constantly collapsing and blood was flowing. His eyes were wide open and filled with endless resentment. He said crazily, "But how could the heavenly gate appear? The method has long been lost. It shouldn't have appeared." When the heavenly gate appeared, the terrifying suppression power made even Lin Fei feel a lingering fear. The huge consumption made his scalp go numb. Yuan Qi runes, return of the divine sword. Lin Fei rushed up and waved his hand. Hundreds of Yuan Qi runes flew into the divine sword. The divine sword was sentient. It roared and resisted being refined. The divine sword once again burst forth with golden light. With the heavenly gate suppressing everything, the divine sword's resistance was futile. Lin Fei grabbed the divine sword in his hand and finally grasped it. Good sword. With the divine sword in hand, the world is mine. Lin Fei's body emitted boundless divinity. The divinity contained in the divine grass had finally burst out and perfectly fused with the divine sword. Golden divine light spread out continuously. Everyone was bathed in the Jingguang. The sea surface within a million li turned golden and emitted an auspicious aura. Divine miracle. The divine sword chooses its master. The Sword God Prince looked at such a shocking change and went completely crazy. Divine miracle? How can there be a divine miracle? A miracle? How could there be a miracle? This shouldn't be happening. This should be mine. I, Sword God, am a genius of my generation, blessed with great fortune and luck. The heavens have favored me time and time again, bestowing me with supreme treasures. How could I lose to an ant, a lowly mortal? I'm not willing, I, Sword God, am not willing. Sword God's eyes were dripping with blood. I will definitely kill you. A white jade box flew out, along with a golden talisman. The talisman transformed into a 10,000-mile-long scroll, exuding a boundless aura that was not inferior to divine might. An indistinct figure walked out of the void and stood on the scroll. The immortal monarch commands the myriad worlds. Chi chi chi, the illusory figure opened its golden mouth and large characters flew out one after another. The big shots that were 100,000 miles away all coughed up blood and their immortal artifacts were all shattered. The martial arts genius didn't even have a chance to make a sound before exploding on the spot. The scene was tragic and there were heavy casualties. This is the immortal monarch's will. Long Badian exclaimed. This was the immortal monarch's will. The Sword God Prince wanted to kill everyone and not leave a single survivor. Lord Dragon King, quickly break the decree or everyone will die. Long Bashan's body was lacerated. The dragon race, famous for their strong physique, could not resist the immortal monarch's supreme will. The words were like immortal monarchs looking down on the world. No one had expected that young Master Sword Divinity would use the decree in a frenzy and wanted to kill them all. He had completely lost his mind. All the big shots were heavily injured. The power of the decree was unparalleled and could not stop the Sword God Prince at all. Chapter 699. Within millions of miles of the sea region, large numbers of sea beasts died one after another. Especially near the dragon race barrier, there were even more casualties. Cries of pain could be heard everywhere and there were people panicking. There were even people fleeing in all directions not knowing where to go. Every time a supreme immortal lord spoke a word, it would transform into an immortal character. A martial artist would die, unable to resist the supreme might of the immortal lord left in the decree. This was not the power of this world. What was surprising was that the power of the decree did not attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Even if the decree was just a few words left behind by a celestial lord was still a celestial lord. His status was different and he had a supreme will. It was the same logic as a god descending and sweeping the world. Peng peng peng, the bodies of the sea beasts exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the surface of the sea had already turned a devilish red. The martial artists who were still in shock were at a loss. When had they ever faced such a terrifying thing? Under the endless sea region, a giant sea beast was slowly advancing. Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the violent power leveled the water region below to the ground. Nothing could be seen. Cough cough coughed, many people charged out from the bottom of the sea, coughing blood non-stop. All of them were injured and it looked like they were not light. Who can tell me what's going on? Who attacked just now? Let me kill him. He actually dared to kill our foreign race's god beast. Kill him, we must kill him. Godly King Hao Tian coughed out blood. It was obvious that he was still in shock and was stunned by the attack. They were hiding outside the dragon race barrier and tried to deal a lethal blow to the alliance. Who knew that their alien race god beast would explode and be instantly killed? They were affected and all of them were injured. Even though they were just lying down, they were still injured. The celestial lord has a decree. The sovereign's might descended and a will swept out. Before the 10 godly kings could react, the supreme will press down on them. They coughed out blood and were heavily injured. All of them were sent flying, destroying the bottom of the sea. They were so frightened that their scalps turned numb. Not good, this is the human race's decree. Rumor has it that it possesses supreme might, and is even more terrifying than the decree from back then. As the outsiders, they understood the human race the best. They had been preparing to ambush the human race, but in the end, a decree came down and caused them to lose a divine beast of the outsider race on the spot. They really couldn't swallow this. Vast heaven, let's retreat. Heavenly Wings Divine King said. The power of the decree isn't something we can resist. We're currently caught up in the shockwaves. If this goes on, we'll all be severely injured. These godly monarchs had suffered at the hands of the decree back then. Now that they encountered the power of the decree again, it was more than 10 times more terrifying than the last time. Danger enveloped them, causing their expressions to change. Godly King Hao Tian was truly unwilling to accept this. They were supposed to ambush the people of the alliance, but why did they have to encounter such a thing? Why did a decree have to appear, and a terrifying decree at that? He shook his head. This is a place of trouble. To use such a powerful decree, there will definitely be changes in the human race. What a pity. How could the godly monarchs not know what godly King Hao Tian meant? If they attacked now, they would definitely be able to deal a blow to the various forces of the human race, causing them to suffer heavy losses. Regrettably, they didn't dare to take the risk. The outsiders were powerful, but their bodies couldn't withstand the attack of the decree. If this continued, they might die here. Regardless of whether there are any changes, they'll definitely be severely injured. It won't be any worse than the blow we dealt. Let them live for a few more days. Retreat. Godly King Hao Tian didn't dare to take the risk. He led the group of godly monarchs and left. Along the way there were constant decrees. It had become a land of death for millions of kilometers, making them shudder with fear and trepidation. They were noble godly monarchs and celestial immortals, but against such ancient existences, they had to flee miserably with just a decree. They even lost a divine beast of the outsider race. Who could they find to complain about this? Their ambush plan was also ruined. They were filled with depression and had nowhere to vent it. They had to suffer this loss. On the surface of the sea, the divine swordsman had already gone mad. The decree had descended upon the world. For the sake of Lin Fei's death, he did not hesitate to use such a heaven-defying sacred object. He did not ask for anything else, only for one result. Normally, something like a decree was nothing more than a sect guarding treasure, and it would only be utilized when a sect was annihilated. It would absolutely not be utilized because of a battle, and it would be a waste to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Lin Fei, you hit it well. I'm afraid you've deceived everyone. The legendary swordsman grinned hideously. So what if you're the Dragon King? Do you think you can stop the supreme decree? You're destined to be unable to compete with me today. You've lost your mind. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. The decree was too powerful and its direct impact was the greatest. He recalled the heavenly divine pagoda and used it to guard his body. Only then did he barely manage to block it. Aha, so what if I'm insane? The legendary swordsman disapproved. Those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Originally, after I became the Alliance Master, I wanted to gather them under me. However, everything was because of your appearance. You've obstructed me time and time again. I really regret not personally killing an ant like you back then, which led to today's events. However, once the decree is used, I can still annihilate you. The phantom on the scroll continued to chant. The will of the immortal continued to link together, and the pressure gradually increased. Just like what was said, it would sweep away everything. It's just a decree. Watch how I destroy your last hope. Lin Fei took out the heavenly divine pagoda, and with the godly sword in his hand, he slashed at the phantom on the scroll. A Jingguang sword river surged forward and collided with the phantom. Clang, a blurry phantom appeared and a brilliance appeared. The long sword was deflected and it was not injured at all. F***ck so strong. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse. It was just a will, but it was so powerful that it could block his sword. Haha, it's useless. How can the decree be broken by you? Even if you have my godly sword, I will see you die here today. The legendary swordsman absolutely did not believe that Lin Fei could break the decree. Lin Fei scolded. Bullshit, I'll break it for you. Boom, a towering momentum and celestial might descended. An aura that was 100 times more terrifying than before exploded from Lin Fei's body. At this moment, Lin Fei finally broke the seal on his body and released the aura of a celestial, showing the celestial realm in front of everyone. From the beginning, Lin Fei had sealed a part of his power and had never unlocked it. At this moment he couldn't care so much. Without the control of the formation, the battle strength of a celestial realm was revealed. It was undoubtedly challenging the existence of the heavenly Tao. Dark clouds came from the horizon and lightning flashed. Slash. Lin Fei held the godly sword and slashed again. The invincible sword will was infused into it, and its power was dozens of times more terrifying than before. Everyone's attention was drawn. You are actually not a half-step celestial realm. The legendary swordsman lost his voice. If Lin Fei was just a half-step celestial realm, the decree wouldn't be able to be broken. But once he was in the celestial realm, a bad feeling shrouded his heart. This sword was the strongest and fiercest sword that Lin Fei had ever used. It surpassed any sword he had used before, and with the support of the invincible sword will, no one could block it. One by one, the celestial characters were mercilessly shattered by the sword will. Golden dots fell from the sky and their power was reduced. They swept towards the blurry figure and a bright golden light burst out. The power of the godly sword exploded once again. The Tongtian God Tower and the godly sword were obtained by the legendary swordsman in a fortuitous encounter. They were not ordinary items. Now, Lin Fei used them with the battle strength of a celestial realm, and they were like precious pearls that appeared in the world. Dang dang dang, this sword exploded with the attack of thousands of swords. The swords rained down on the scroll and the scroll shook, directly affecting the illusory figure. No! The legendary swordsman shouted. I can't beat the illusory figure, but can't I break the main body of the decree? Lin Fei saw the weakness and he laughed towards the sky. He took out the Tongtian gate and smashed it on the scroll. Just like what he said, the decree wasn't something that a real celestial lord could use. Under the desperate eyes of the legendary swordsman, the godly sword turned into a 10,000 Li Jingguang, and it flew across the sky. The celestial characters that were barely holding on exploded, and the blurry illusory figure was finally split apart. The 10,000 Li Jingguang landed on the surface of the sea. The decree was broken and it was truly destroyed. Lin Fei had to use all of his strength, the heaven and earth smelt, the Tongtian God Tower, and the godly sword to break the decree. Only then did it work. Sword God, now it's your turn to taste my sword. The godly sword whistled, and Lin Fei, who was going all out, was like a god looking down on the world. He slashed towards the legendary swordsman. Gotcha. The might of the divine sword still exceeded young Master Divine Swordsman's expectations. Half of his body was split open, and his flesh was badly mangled. His vitality was greatly injured. Even after his flesh recovered, he still could not accept that he had lost to Lin Fei. How can I lose? I won't lose. After the legendary swordsman recovered, his face was pale and he was still crazed. Sword God, you have lost. From today onwards, you will lose everything, and you will become the public enemy of the continent. Lin Fei stabbed his godly sword. The legendary swordsman was crazy, and he used the power of the decree. This was the behavior of a madman, and it was unforgivable. The elders wouldn't let him off, and they would definitely kill him. Lin Fei definitely wouldn't let him live, and he had to kill him. This person was too crazy, and he had so many tricks up his sleeves. Who knew what other treasures he had? The second sword slashed down, and its power didn't decrease at all. He was determined to kill his opponent, and he couldn't let him escape. Who said that I have lost? The legendary swordsman laughed maniacally. I didn't lose. Lin Fei, I will let you off today, but the next time I return, it will be the day of your death. A small black boat was taken out by the legendary swordsman, and it flew inside. After a round, it brought adept noblemen away, and they tore open the space created by the dragon race, disappearing without a trace. Lin Fei's speed was fast, but he still couldn't catch up. He knew that the opponent had a treasure that surpassed the speed of a sky immortal, and it was extremely good at escaping. Could it be that this legendary swordsman is really lucky? He keeps using treasures and it's impossible to defend against them. Hong. Chapter 700. Lin Fei was sighing over the sword god young master's endless treasures. He had great luck and great opportunities, or else he wouldn't have taken out a small boat. He could only watch as the other party left. He was truly a difficult opponent to deal with. Meanwhile, the silent heavenly lightning descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the sea turned into a hell of lightning. Boom. A blue lightning bolt as thick as a bucket hit Lin Fei's body. The legendary lightning is just SOSO. Lin Fei raised his head and allowed the lightning to land on his body. He was unharmed and there wasn't even a burning smell. Godfiend body is really amazing. Heaven's celestial body is so weak. After the Heaven's celestial realm was activated, the hidden Godfiend body was also activated. The lightning that landed on the Godfiend body was like tickling it. It didn't have any effect. Let me see how terrifying the heavenly tribulation is. Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He kept all his treasures and used his body to block the attacks of the heavenly tribulation. The elders who were struggling at death's door felt like they had just escaped death. Young Master Sword God's craziness nearly caused them to suffer a huge setback. The famous Dragon Island was now in a mess. Many islands had sunk and only a few of them weren't destroyed. The corpses of the sea beasts all proved that a destructive battle had happened here. Lin Fan is the first person in history to block the heavenly tribulation with his body. They only felt gratitude towards Lin Fan. If he hadn't defeated young Master Sword God at the crucial moment and destroyed the decree's attack, they wouldn't have been able to gain any benefits. They might have even died on Dragon Island. He is the first person to block the tribulation with his body. It didn't matter if he was convinced or if he hated Lin Fan. At this moment he was completely convinced by Lin Fan. Even the extremely strong young Master Sword God had to flee in hatred. Lin Fan was worthy of their worship. So what if he was the first? He had the right to do so. In the sky, Lin Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a god blocking the heavenly tribulation. No one present could compare to him. Lin Fei was the first person to go through the heavenly tribulation on the continent. Alliance leader is amazing. Alliance leader Lin is amazing. The geniuses who survived the disaster worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. If people were jealous of Demon Lin's bad reputation before, then at this moment they were completely convinced. Demon Lin was like a god standing in front of them. As for the heaven celestials of the 10 heroes, they could only look at Demon Lin's back view. They thought of themselves as geniuses among geniuses, becoming sky immortals at such a young age. However, they did not take Demon Lin seriously at all. They thought that he was just making a fool of himself. After defeating the godly swordsman, they realized that the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. They could only watch as the silhouette of the other gradually disappeared from their field of vision. They might not even have the qualifications to fight. When he was a half-step heavenly immortal, he was already so terrifying. After becoming a heavenly immortal, he would most likely be the number one heavenly immortal. Alliance head Lin truly deserved to be the number one. Doubt. Who would dare to question it? With a heavenly divine pagoda above his head and a divine sword in his hand, he had an incomparably strong physical body. It was easy for him to defeat them. Who had ever seen a tribulation transcendence that could be resisted with one's physical body? They knew that they couldn't do it and they didn't dare to imagine it either. In the past thousands of years, no one had been able to achieve what Demon Lin had achieved. Contending? Who would dare to do so? At this moment, Alliance head Lin was like a blazing sun. The 10 prodigies were convinced. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the tribulation dissipated and Dragon Island returned to normal. However, the marks left behind from the battle were shocking. Lin Fei walked out of the lightning hell with his upper body naked. Golden light covered his body and he gave off a peaceful aura. You don't have to look at me like that. The moment he came down from the sky, Tai and the others flew up and all of them were dumbfounded. We monsters are proud of our strong physical bodies. I didn't expect you to be even more monstrous. You managed to withstand it with just your physical body. I'm afraid even the old antiques among sky immortals aren't your match. Tai sighed. You are really invincible this time. Boss, are you still accepting subordinates? What do you think of me? I'm a standard talent. Taoist He Tian smiled cheekily, his eyes shining with deep worship. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I was just lucky. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Tai and Taoist He Tian rolled their eyes. They didn't believe him at all. Lucky? We also have great luck. Why aren't we as strong as you? Lin Fei liked this kind of atmosphere. City Lord Lin, thank you for saving everyone. Regardless of whether they were enemies or others, they all came to thank him. The battle between Lin Fei and Sword God Young Master was too terrifying. There were endless treasures, each of which was almost heaven-defying. Even the big shots couldn't handle it. Congratulations, Alliance Leader Lin, for showing your might and defeating that demon sword god in one fell swoop. The Sea God Emperor walked over with Prince Caesar. Alliance Leader Lin, you have shown your might. I believe that under your leadership, you will be able to sweep the alien races and chase them out of the continent. Congratulations, Alliance Leader Lin. Then they all came up to congratulate Lin Fei. No, it should be Alliance Leader Lin. Alliance Leader Lin was the best candidate for this position. The big shots were proud of their strength, but they couldn't compare to Alliance Leader Lin at all. Others transcended their tribulations with their physical bodies, but they relied on immortal artifacts and treasures. How could they compare? They couldn't compare at all? Alliance Leader Lin alone could deal with a few of them. Sword God Young Master's escape undoubtedly cast a shadow in their hearts. Especially the small boat that he took out at the end, it was undoubtedly another treasure. Who knew what other treasures he had on him? Lin Fei became the Alliance Leader. In the future, when Sword God Young Master returned, wouldn't Alliance Leader Lin be there to support him? Lin Fei naturally took the position of Alliance Master. Just the name alone was enough to make one feel awe-inspiring. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for becoming the Alliance Leader, the continent's leader. Lin Fei was inwardly overjoyed. Even becoming the Supreme Alliance Master would give him a reward? This deal wasn't bad at all. He had snatched the Heavenly Divine Tower and Divine Sword from young Master Sword God. He had gained quite a lot and the system had rewarded him. Lin Fei felt like he could die of happiness. The fight with young Master Sword God earlier seemed to be nothing. I wonder what the system will reward me with? After all, I am the continent's leader, the Alliance Leader. If the rewards are too bad, then I won't go. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the system's reward, Heaven Suppressing Seal. Ding. Player Lin Fei has triggered the continent's leader mission. Within a year, defeat the alien races and recover the continent. Rewards unknown? Chapter 701. Spiritual energy filled the air in the undulating mountain range. Large birds and demonic beasts gathered in groups, looking carefree and unfettered. In the middle of the mountain range, a huge mountain rose from the ground like a celestial sword, piercing through the clouds. It seemed like it was going to break through the clouds and penetrate deep into that faraway existence. On the mountain peak, there was a Jingguang hall that exuded a long history. At this moment in the hall, a group of people were dumbfounded. They couldn't accept the news that had been sent back. No gentleman was like a stick to their heads, knocking them all out. They wouldn't be able to wake up for a while. No, Taoist gentleman wouldn't do that. He's the pride of the heavens, how could he do such a thing? I don't believe it, it must be fake. Taoist gentleman's spirit seemed to have been sucked out. In an instant he aged dozens of years. He suffered a huge blow and couldn't accept this result. His disciple, Taoist gentleman, had lost. Not only did he lose, but he also destroyed 2 treasures. In the end, he joined the sword god demon, causing his own reputation to be ruined. Could Taoist gentleman believe it? No, of course not. Demon Lin was just a country bumpkin from a small city. He didn't have any backing or background. In the end, he shocked everyone on Dragon Island. Not only did he suppress the top 10 heroes, but he also defeated the sword god young master and took the position of the Supreme Alliance leader. Even if he was a super dark horse, he couldn't be so heaven-defying. In Taoist gentleman's eyes, what he was most satisfied with was that he had nurtured a peerless genius like Taoist gentleman. Everything went according to plan, and he had nurtured a sky realm expert. In the sect, Taoist gentleman was respected. Who knew how many geniuses tried to become his disciple? However, the news that came from Dragon Island was something that Taoist gentleman couldn't believe. In his mind he kept telling himself that it was all fake. Taoist gentleman wouldn't lose and Demon Lin was just lucky. The other elders' expressions were similar. They also couldn't digest this news, but they didn't suffer such a huge blow. Their Taoist gentleman, the most outstanding and the pride of the heavens, had not only lost miserably, but he had also damaged the sect's treasure. At the same time he had ruined their reputation. The Taoist gentleman had suffered a huge blow. For Taoist gentlemen to do such a thing, he had pulled them to the opposite side of the alliance. Sovereign, what should we do? The sect master of the mystic sect, Zhang Yi, looked expressionless, but in fact his heart was filled with anger. What do you want me to do? I'm the one asking you what to do. Originally he should have gone to the Continental Alliance by himself. Since Taoist gentleman had advanced to the celestial immortal stage, he had been sent out to gain experience. In the end he had made a mess of things. How could he not be angry? Headache, it was a real headache. Once the Continent Alliance was formed, everyone would gather together and become a powerful force. Even the Celestial Sect of Wonders would have to think twice. This time I'm really dead because of you. Reverend Zhang Yi was more depressed than anyone else. Reverend Gentleman was a heaven immortal, how could he do such a thing? Reverend Regretless, as the master of Reverend Gentleman, you failed to discipline your disciple well enough to cause such a thing to happen. You will not be able to escape punishment. You will be punished to face the wall for 1,000 years as a warning to others. Taoist Master Zhang Yi sighed. He had no choice but to punish them. He was afraid that all the sects had their eyes on the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Then what about gentlemen? Reverend Regretless asked. Reverend Zhang Yi's face sank. Reverend Gentleman abandoned himself to become the lackey of the sword god and almost caused a great disaster. A small place like the Celestial Sect of Wonders cannot tolerate a great deity like Reverend Gentleman. I will notify the continent and expel him from the Celestial Sect. Anyone can pursue and kill him. Sect Master, you can't do this. Reverend Gentleman is a member of our sect. Without waiting for Reverend Regretless to plead, Reverend Zhang Yi shouted, Shut up! This is no place for you to speak. Take him away and execute him to face the wall. The sect master was truly angry this time. Everyone watched as Reverend Regretless was taken away. Reverend Gentleman had really caused a great disaster this time. Even he didn't dare to stand out and say anything good. This matter was truly too big. Whoever spoke out would be unlucky. Immediately send out the notice to the world. This sect master will personally make a trip to the Dragon Island to deal with the aftermath. Reverend Zhang Yi sighed again. This was truly a disaster that never came alone. 2 of the celestial sect's treasures had been destroyed, and a proud son of heaven was about to be expelled from the sect. The one who suffered the most was Reverend Zhang Yi, but he had no choice but to do so in the current situation. Demon Lin had already become Alliance Master Lin and was practically the hero of the continent. If he was alone, Reverend Zhang Yi wouldn't be so afraid. But behind Alliance Master Lin were the 11 representatives who had united all the powers that could be united. This was the most terrifying thing. Reverend Zhang Yi didn't want to be marginalized. Now that the continent's alliance had been formed, all sorts of arrangements had begun to be made. Reverend Zhang Yi could only endure the pain and expel Reverend Gentleman from the Celestial Sect. He even had to announce the Celestial Sect's decision to the world. Even if his heart was bleeding, he could only endure this matter. Right now, the most important thing was to maintain his position as a representative. Once the foreign races were driven out of the continent, the alliance would play a decisive role. The Celestial Sect could not afford to lose this qualification. If they lost it, the Celestial Sect would be pushed back. The Celestial Sect had always been known as the righteous path. When they announced the matter to the world, it caused an uproar. Reverend Zhang Yi was truly capable. He immediately expelled Reverend Gentleman from the sect and even made Reverend Regretless face the wall for 1,000 years. Everyone thought about it. If the celestial sect didn't do anything, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be affected in the future. The celestial sect was cutting off an arm to express their attitude. They definitely wouldn't go against the alliance just because of a Reverend Gentleman. At the same time, in another place, dark clouds covered the sky. Everyone was frowning. I already said that the sword god wasn't reliable. Now look, how are we going to clean up this mess? In the depths of the void, the group of elders of the celestial sword sect were no longer as indifferent as they were in the past. At this moment, everyone was frowning. The sword god was too ambitious back then. That's why we suppressed him. I didn't expect him to be so daring and want to establish a supreme divine nation. This time, our celestial sword sect is in big trouble. Who was the one who said that the sword god would become the sect leader? Everyone can see it now. The sword god has become the public enemy and his whereabouts are unknown. That demon Lin that we gave up on is now the Supreme Alliance leader. He has an honorable status. Our celestial sword sect doesn't dare to do anything to him. It's really a case of a drink and a peck at the same time. It was destined long ago. The group of elders collectively fell silent. They were speechless. Right at this moment they really wanted to slap themselves. What kind of sin had they committed? Ever since they became a member of the group of elders, they had never felt as uncomfortable as they did today. It was very uncomfortable in their hearts, but they couldn't vent it out. That kind of feeling was very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Ever since the news from Dragon Island first came back, their first reaction was to not believe it. After asking 3 times in a row, they finally accepted this reality. The celestial sword young master that they thought highly of actually lost to the demon Lin that they gave up on. Not only that, but he also became the public enemy of the continent. All forces wanted to kill the celestial sword god. This kind of result was no less than a slap on their faces. It was a burning pain. How could they know that the demon Lin was so heaven-defying? He had secret techniques and supernatural powers. Without anyone knowing, he advanced to the celestial realm and became an immortal. If they didn't give up at that time, their celestial sword sect would really be in the limelight. One sect produced 2 heroes, it was really heaven-defying. Among the 11 counselors, they occupied 2 seats. Apart from that, there was also the Supreme Alliance Master. The celestial sword sect had never had such glory. At that time, the hall would be crowded with people from all sides coming to congratulate them. It was impossible for the celestial sword sect not to become famous. But now they had become the biggest joke of the continent. It was really like drawing water with a sieve. The person they thought highly of lost his prestige and was hated by everyone. The one they didn't think highly of, instead, advanced triumphantly and gave them a huge blow. He even sat on the position of the Supreme Alliance Master and became the leader of the continent's counterattack against the foreign races. What was this? Since things had come to this, the only thing they could do was to quickly repair this layer of relationship. The celestial sword sect couldn't afford to be shaken. We have to repair our relationship. We can't let Alliance Master Lin hate us. Finally, they voiced their common thoughts. Expel the celestial sword young master. One of the elders brought it up. I agree. I agree too. Even if the celestial sword young master is unparalleled in the world, he has already brought our celestial sword sect into the vortex. If this continues, we won't be able to keep our only qualification. At this time, the celestial sword sect also had to pull themselves out of it. They definitely couldn't continue. Then send out the notice. I will personally make a trip to Dragon Island and ask the 9-fingered sword immortal to come over. Back then, it was the 9-fingered sword immortal who brought Lin Fei into the sect. I believe that Lin Fei will remember our old friendship. The great elder was very helpless. The dignified celestial sword sect was now going to personally make such a big fuss for a disciple that they had given up on. This was really unexpected. If there was medicine for regret, they definitely wouldn't have deceived themselves because of the breakthrough of the celestial sword young master, resulting in this scene today. This bitter fruit could only be eaten by them. There was no other way. For the celestial sword sect, for the qualification of the counselor, no matter how helpless they were, they had to shamelessly pay a visit and apologize. Compared to the former two, the Myth City was filled with cheers and laughter. When the news of City Lord Lin becoming the Supreme Alliance Master spread, the entire Myth City was in an uproar. Everyone was cheering, they were indescribably happy. From today onwards, no one would have any ideas about the Myth City. Who would dare to make a move on the Supreme Alliance Master's base camp? Moreover, the Alliance Master had already advanced to become a celestial being. For a time, the three words, Alliance Master Lin, hung on the lips of everyone in the Myth City. At this time, various forces came to the Myth City one after another. Regardless of the consequences, they had to first build a good relationship before anything else. All kinds of congratulatory gifts were continuously sent over. The Myth City's entrance hall was crowded. The forces that usually wouldn't make a move all risked their lives to come over. No matter what, they had to leave an impression. All kinds of priceless treasures were innumerable. The happiest ones were the experts of the mythical palace. They had finally made a name for themselves. City Lord Lin had unknowingly become a celestial being and sat on the position of the Supreme Alliance Master. This result was something that they had never expected. Chapter 702. Lin Fei's position as the Alliance leader was very stable. Just Lin Fei's battle prowess alone was enough to make all the big shots admire him. With the title of Dragon King, who would dare to object? The dragon race was the one and only faction on the continent. Who wouldn't be envious of them? Who wouldn't want to be on good terms with them? Once they had them, they would have a huge backing. Lin Fei became the Dragon King of the Dragon Kings. His position was even higher than the Dragon Clan leaders. With the addition of Alliance leader Lin's position, he could command the entire dragon race. After becoming the Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei finally understood what trouble was. Immediately, Alliance leader Lin called for a meeting. It was still held on Dragon Island, which was heavily guarded. Since everyone has elected me to be the Alliance head, I must lead everyone to carve out a path for us to chase the outsiders out of the mainland. I believe everyone has heard what I said just now. If there are no objections, everyone can go back and make your preparations. Alliance head Lin sat on the main seat, looking superior to everyone else. He was full of mettle. For an entire day, everyone discussed the matter of attacking the mutated races. Finally, they came up with a plan. I have no objections. I agree with Alliance leader Lin. This was equivalent to a vote. Taoist He Tian Tai Yi, and those who were on good terms with Alliance leader Lin were the first to raise their hands in agreement. In addition, Alliance leader Lin himself had 2 votes. Refute? How could they refute? There was no way to refute. Alliance leader Lin was very satisfied. It was indeed good to have a partner. He wasn't afraid of them allying together. After the battle a few days ago, all the big shots had recovered. Fighting and scheming against each other was unavoidable. Lin Fei had the upper hand and was in complete control of the internal affairs. Alright, I have something to discuss with everyone. Lin Fei said to everyone. The Celestial Sect, Celestial Sword Sect, and Luo Tian Sect all knew it wasn't something good. Alliance leader, please speak. We are all listening. Lin Fei glanced around and said blandly, since our alliance was formed, we have to exercise our rights. For example, large and small forces, such as handing over a batch of members to join the war against the non-human kind. You can't just ask us to do that, can you? As for those sects that have surrendered to the outsiders, I suggest that we carry out a beheading operation to make an example out of them so that everyone knows. Demon Lin is preparing to establish his dominance. What a fast pace. Not only is Demon Lin unparalleled in terms of combat power, but he's also good at scheming. They would not reject this reason. All of them agreed. In that case, I suggest that this beheading operation be handed over to a group of outstanding talents. I believe that with their help, they will definitely be able to ruthlessly establish their might. Lin Fei made another suggestion. Everyone was slightly stunned. They thought that Demon Lin was going to personally go up to gain some reputation or something. This was really unexpected. The alliance was formed. They didn't want Demon Lin to become big and form a dictatorship. As long as Demon Lin didn't go personally, it wouldn't affect them too much. I agree. I agree as well. Those fence-sitters do need to be intimidated. This matter passed without a hitch. The various factions left one after another. At the same time, they made an announcement to spread the decision. Lin Fei, why aren't you personally leading the team? After the meeting ended, Tai came looking for him. Unknowingly, he had already gotten closer to Lin Fei and they had a close relationship. Do you think that I'll miss a chance to show off? Lin Fei smiled. You and I are both people who are going to ascend. Everything else is fleeting. My only hope now is to chase the outsiders out of the continent and return it to peace. Tai didn't believe that Lin Fei would arrange for them to be beheaded for no reason. The outsiders are a huge problem. They are all elites. If they don't listen to orders, it will be very troublesome. Lin Fei said the reason, the beheading operation is actually to restrict them. If they don't obey Alliance leader, you are so mighty. Tai couldn't help but shiver. If anyone underestimated Lin Fei, they would definitely eat them up. Don't doubt him, he had the strength to do so. At that moment the door outside rang. Come in. After becoming Alliance leader Lin, he naturally had corresponding servants. They were all transferred from Mythical City. Lord, the Mystic Sect's sect leader wishes to see you. Invite him in. Lin Fei thought about it and didn't refuse. If the Mystic Sect didn't take the initiative to visit, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Then I'll leave first. Tai knew the relationship between the two of them. It wasn't good for him to stay here. He still had some sense of propriety. Lin Fei didn't keep Tai. He was thinking about how to get benefits from the Mystic Sect. He wasn't the Alliance leader for nothing. If he didn't squeeze out some benefits, he would lose face. After becoming the Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei naturally had to make good arrangements for the rest of his time. So, the servant brought a middle-aged man in, closed the door and left. Alliance leader Lin, I am Sage Zhangyi. I have long heard of the Alliance leader's might. Today I specially came to pay my respects. Sage Zhangyi lowered his head. Otherwise he wouldn't have come personally. Who would have thought that the insignificant existence in their eyes would rise to become the Supreme Alliance leader and have the right to decide the outcome of 2 votes on his own? Who would have thought that the insignificant existence in their eyes would rise to become the Supreme Alliance leader? Sage Zhangyi, please sit. Lin Fei smiled. This is just a favor from others. It isn't worth mentioning. If Sage Zhangyi didn't know about Demon Lin's methods, he would have thought that he was a kind person. The two of them started to chat casually. They looked like old friends that hadn't seen each other in a long time. One couldn't see any anger, but in reality Sage Zhangyi lowered his head. Alliance leader Lin was calm and not anxious at all. One couldn't see any resentment. Sage Zhangyi was depressed. As a sect leader, it was really hard for him to hold back his words. However, he couldn't say anything. Alliance leader Lin, a few days ago, a traitor like Sage Junzi appeared in the sect. Our sect has already punished him and expelled him from Xian's sect. We have also issued a warrant to kill Sage Junzi. Enlightened Master Zhang Yi glanced at Lin Fei, but he didn't see any change in Lin Fei, so he continued, I know that Enlightened Master Junzi's actions have caused a negative impact, and it's not something that can be resolved in a short period of time. As for the impact caused by Enlightened Master Junzi, our sect has discussed it, and this is our sect's compensation to Alliance leader Lin. Lin Fei's face darkened. Sage Zhangyi, what is the meaning of this? People who don't know might think that I accepted benefits. That would make people doubt my ability to do things. This was different from what he had imagined. Sage Zhangyi was about to vomit blood. He had come to apologize, but Lin Fan was so serious. It was obvious that he didn't give Xian sect any face. If it was a normal day, he would have brushed his sleeves and left. Sage Zhangyi laughed dryly. Alliance leader is thinking too much. Chapter 703. Zhangyi was chased out just like that. How embarrassing. Luckily no one saw it, otherwise the news would have spread like wildfire. Lin Fei, I personally came to apologize and tried to compensate you. What else do you want? Do you really have to fall out with me? Xian sect isn't afraid of a battle. Daoist Zhang Yi was a sect leader, the leader of one of the top powers in the continent. Usually, who wouldn't be respectful to him? For thousands of years, it had always been like this. But today it was completely different. His face was no longer of any use. Daoist Zhang Yi didn't even give a damn about him. With a single sentence he was chased out. This time he took the initiative to come to ease their relationship. He couldn't become enemies and be targeted. Thus he brought rich compensation. In the end he paid a lot of money. If they didn't ease their relationship now, once the alien race army was ready to counterattack, their relationship wouldn't be good. Once the war started, they would most likely be unlucky. If they charged up and became cannon fodder, the other factions would be eager to weaken Xian sect's strength. But Demon Lin didn't give him face and acted like he was doing things by the book. Zhang Yi wouldn't accept this outcome even if he was beaten to death. Thicken his face and go again? Zhang Yi couldn't bring himself to do that. He heard Demon Lin say that he didn't have a problem with him and that he didn't care about Taoist gentleman's matter. But he had targeted him before. Did he think that he was a saint? Could he really put everything down? This sect master's heart is filled with anger. Zhang Yi was unwilling to go back just like that. Sect leader, I think we can start from another aspect. The elder at the side suggested. Why don't you say it? This concerns our Xian sect, so we just need a way. Zhang Yi calmed himself down. Demon Lin doesn't take any benefits and looks like he's tough to deal with. But in reality, if we start from another aspect, we might be able to succeed. For example, his women. The elder said carefully. Demon Lin has 2 women and he is doing things by the book. We can start from the women. After all, women are soft. Moreover, Lin Jiqing, who is in charge of Myth City, is a knowledgeable woman. We can. Immortal Zhang Yi was silent for a moment and made a decision. Then let's start with Lin Jiqing. It's better than starting with Lin Fei. He's just a stone in the latrine pit. It's a waste of time on him. Even though Reverend Zhang Yi was filled with anger, he still had to make a trip to the Myth City for the sake of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Wife, if that Taoist Master Zhang Yi isn't an idiot, he will definitely start with you. When the time comes, you must swindle him. That's right, tell little Feng to swindle him as well. In any case, the Celestial Sect of Wonders is rich, so spitting blood is nothing. In the room, Lin Fei said this to his wife, Lin Jiqing. If Zhang Yi heard this, he would probably scold. Demon Lin is just full of evil tricks. He's clearly trying to scam our Xian sect. In the room, the canopy unfurled and the 2 of them started talking. Hubby, you're so bad. If Reverend Zhang Yi comes, I will definitely make him bleed. If not, I would be letting you down for taking care of him. Lin Jiqing giggled. Lin Fei rejected Reverend Zhang Yi in front of him. This was a show of strength and he didn't want any benefits? Lin Fei wasn't an idiot. How could that be possible? Only an idiot would reject it. Moreover, the Celestial Sect of Wonders had a deep foundation that made people envious. After sitting in the position of alliance leader, Lin Fei naturally had to put on airs. Reverend Zhang Yi apologizing and compensating was a matter of course. If he accepted it in front of him, he wouldn't be able to squeeze any benefits out of it. However, it would be much better if Lin Jiqing opened her mouth. If you don't want to give it to me, that's fine. I'll find a chance to make things difficult for you. Let's see if you vomit blood or not. In the eyes of Lin Fei, a colossus like the Celestial Sect of Wonders was just a big fat pig. If he didn't go up and slaughter it a few times, it would be really embarrassing. Reverend Zhang Yi came to visit. If he didn't slaughter it, it would be a waste. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another shop. Lin Fei chatted with Lin Jiqing for a while more. He looked at his daughter. She seemed to be changing every day. She was chubby and very cute. Lord, the people from the Sword God sect are here. Just as he ended the conversation, the servant knocked on the door again. There was another message. Who came? Lin Fei asked casually. Lin Fei was very conflicted about his feelings towards the Sword God sect. On one hand, the Sword God sect had done him a favor back then. This was something that Lin Fei would never forget. But on the other hand, they allowed the Sword God young master to deal with him and expelled him from the Sword God sect. This matter left a knot in Lin Fei's heart. There was a gap between them and it wasn't something that could be resolved in a short period of time. Everyone would have emotions. Lin Fei was the same. It wasn't any less than others. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the Sword God sect had come to visit. There seems to be a great elder or something. The servant thought for a while and said, Oh yes, there seems to be a 9-fingered sword celestial. Lin Fei sighed softly and said, Go and invite the 9-fingered sword celestial in. As for the others, arrange for them to rest. Lin Fei didn't want to meet the higher-ups of the Sword God sect. He knew that the higher-ups of the Sword God sect were a group of elders. Everything was decided by them. When you guys gave up on me back then, you knew that this day would come. Don't even think about it. Lin Fei still had emotions subconsciously. Even though he had become the Alliance Master, Lin Fei was still a young man. It was hard for him to change in a short period of time. Lin Fei, should I call you Alliance Master Lin now, or? The 9-fingered sword celestial was as carefree as before. He asked with a smile the moment he entered. Uncle Master, aren't you making things difficult for me? Lin Fei said with a smile. The 9-fingered sword celestial heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Lin Fei would become unreasonable. Back then, when he saved the best seed, he knew that the Sword God sect would have a glorious day in the future. With such a genius in swordsmanship, the Sword God sect's glorious day was no longer a dream. In fact, the 9-fingered sword celestial was right. Lin Fei's strength rose at a rocketing speed. In a short time he went from being a nobody to becoming a celestial immortal. It could be said that everything was as expected. The only thing that didn't come true was that the Sword God sect didn't become famous because of this. Instead, it became a huge joke. It should be said that it became the joke of the whole continent. When he found out that the elders had given up on Lin Fei, the 9-fingered sword celestial knew that they would definitely regret it. Even though the Sword God was the #1 genius of the sect at that time and was favored by the heavens, his undisguised ambition had always made people very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, the sect valued him so much that the nine-fingered sword celestial could do nothing about it. The only thing the nine-fingered sword celestial didn't expect was that they would give up on Lin Fei. The regret came so quickly that he couldn't get used to it. The sword god sect had lost all its face. The entire elders were filled with regret. Lin Fei, there's something I've always wanted to say to you. That slap you gave them was really resounding. It was such a satisfying slap that those old antiques will finally regret it. Lin Fei blinked, suspecting that he had heard wrongly. You're not angry? Why would I be angry? Those old antiques in the sect are all inflexible. From the beginning I thought that indulging the sword god would lead to trouble sooner or later. I've always had good foresight. The nine-fingered sword celestial felt very satisfied. But they didn't listen. Fortunately, you defeated the sword god and shattered his ambition. Otherwise, the continent might really become his peerless kingdom. When that time comes, who knows how many more people will die. Lin Fei knew that the sword god sect had sent the nine-fingered sword celestial here to play the emotional card. He didn't expect to hear such words. I'm very surprised. I thought you would advise me. The nine-fingered sword celestial laughed loudly. Advise you? In fact, I can't even be happy enough. Over the years, the only thing I'm happy about is saving you and making you a disciple of the sword god sect. You don't know this, but after you became the Supreme Alliance leader and became a celestial immortal, the Saber sect master personally came to the sword god sect. He was quite frightened. Also, the Mu clan empire that wanted to kill you back then is now in a state of panic. They're afraid that you'll destroy them. Ever since the Saber sect and the Mu clan had become celestial immortals, they were just ants in Lin Fei's eyes. There was no point in him making a move against them. Martial uncle, I heard that you like good wine. I have some good wine here. You have to taste it. Lin Fei smiled happily. He changed the topic. He really didn't want to talk about this. I heard that your myth city has good wine. You even took in the 4 great fiends. Of course I have to taste this wine. The two started drinking in the room and chatted about all sorts of things. The nine-fingered sword celestial didn't seem to want to talk about the purpose of this trip at all. They just drank and drank. Martial uncle, go back and tell them that the sword god sect is the sword god sect, and the sword god is the sword god. These are two different things. I can forgive them. Towards the end, Lin Fei said to the nine-fingered sword celestial. Sigh. The nine-fingered sword celestial sighed. You're more benevolent than the sword god. Unfortunately, they made the wrong choice. Originally, the sword god sect could have been glorious, but now it was all for naught. From this moment on, the nine-fingered sword celestial knew that Lin Fei no longer had anything to do with the sword god sect. What the sword god sect did and what they chose to do next was up to them. Martial uncle, in the future if you get tired of living in the sword god sect, you can come to Myth City. I believe that it will be a good place. Haha, aren't you afraid that I'll drink all your wine? Martial uncle, even if it's a bottomless pit, I can let you drink to your heart's content. You really said that? The nine-fingered sword celestial returned drunk and reeked of alcohol. Lin Fei is benevolent and has already forgiven us. What else do you want? He is already a celestial immortal and will ascend to the higher realms soon. The nine-fingered sword celestial poured cold water on them. Everyone immediately sobered up. Lin Fei was about to ascend. It was already too late for them to do anything. Chapter 704. The visit of the celestial mystic sect and the sword god sect seemed to be a secret, but in reality, everyone had spies. When the news spread, everyone sighed. What was the meaning of shooting oneself in the foot? It was no different from the scene in front of them. Demon Lin couldn't be offended. Even the mighty celestial mystic sect had to lower their heads and apologize. After the conscription order was passed down, the entire continent was in an uproar. When the mutated ones invaded the continent, every sect and every force suffered greatly. Their disciples died or were injured, and their vitality was greatly damaged. The continent's dynasties were overturned, and the debt of blood was piled up. Everyone on the continent wanted to resist the mutated ones, but it was a mess. They didn't know where to start. Instead, they were attacked by the mutated ones everywhere. As the conscription order was passed down, everyone was excited. The day to counterattack the mutated ones had finally arrived. The Supreme Alliance leader was still Demon Lin. That ruthless guy instantly gave them supreme confidence. 3 days later, another shocking news came out of the continent. The elites of the continent joined forces and attacked the mutated ones' branches. There were more than 10 of them and they killed hundreds of thousands of mutated ones. At the same time, they beheaded the forces that had surrendered to the mutated ones. This news made everyone excited. It was as if they could see the day when the mutated ones were chased out of the continent and even attacked their savage world. The war to counterattack the mutated ones had begun. After the conscription order was passed down, warriors rushed to the strongholds in groups. Each stronghold was guarded by heaven immortals to prevent the mutated ones from attacking. In just half a month, an army of over 100 million warriors was assembled. No matter what force or sect they were, no one dared to hide anything in front of the conscription order. Everyone had seen what happened to the previous few sections. In front of the conscription order, everyone arranged for their disciples to participate. The influence of the continent's alliance began to spread across the continent. Gradually, they had a certain level of influence. The Supreme Alliance leader, Lin Fei, contributed the creation of Heaven and Earth Joint Attack Formation. Against the mutated one's army, he couldn't fight them alone. He could only rely on the combination of formations. The Heaven-Splitting Earth Formation was a secret technique of the dragon race. Its might was astonishing, and with a Heaven Immortal leading the formation, it could unleash its strongest attack against the outsiders. An army of over 100 million warriors would be carefully selected. As for the rest, they would be left to clean up the remaining alien races in various regions. The warriors selected would be the strongest army on the continent. Lin Fei divided them into 10 great Pangu formations and appointed 10 Heaven Immortals to lead the 10 million strongest warriors. Everyone's more or less done with the Heaven-Splitting Earth-Splitting formation. Let's counterattack. Everyone, I believe that everyone has already familiarized themselves with the Heaven-Splitting Earth-Splitting formation and is able to display 80 to 90% of its power. Myth City, City Lord Mansion. After Lin Fei returned from the Dragon Island, he held the last meeting before the counterattack. After half a month of preparation, Lin Fei felt that it was about time. He should have more or less mastered the Big Bang technique. If he continued, it would easily destroy the morale of the martial artists, which would be disadvantageous to the war. The demons are ready, Tai was the first to speak. With the Heaven-Splitting Earth-Splitting formation, I can control Pangu and display 90% of its power. The Oceanids can use 80% of their power. No one would hold back on such matters. It seems that everyone has more or less mastered it. Lin Fei was very satisfied. With a wave of his hand, 10 immortal treasures appeared in front of him. These are immortal treasures that I have specially prepared for everyone. They can increase your attack power and allow you to unleash 100% of your power. In order to complete this mission of peace on the continent, Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort. 100% of his power? Everyone was shocked. They knew that Demon Lin was extremely mysterious and had an endless supply of treasures. It was not easy to make Pangu, who was summoned by the Big Bang technique, unleash 100% of his power. Everyone present knew that the Big Bang technique was an astonishing joint attack formation. Due to the lack of time, it had not been mastered perfectly. Naturally, it could not unleash 100% of its power. Someone like Tai, who could unleash 90% of his power, was a pretty awesome existence. The others were temporarily unable to reach Tai's level. The army of 10 million martial artists, from half-step sky immortals to itinerant immortals, had been strictly divided. Over the past half a month, they had formed the perfect formation to unleash the strongest attack. That's right. This is the Heaven-Cleaving Sword. It has an amplifying effect. Lin Fei nodded. In a while I will pass on the technique to you. Once you refine the Heaven-Cleaving Sword and activate the Big Bang technique, you will be able to unleash 100% of your power. Alliance leader Lin is so benevolent. If we can unleash 100% of our power, our chances of defeating the alien army will increase by a few percent. Lin Fei gave out the Heaven-Cleaving Sword and passed on the technique to all of you so that you can quickly refine it and perfectly control Pangu. Boom. Outside the Myth City, the formation covered everything. But even so, Pangu's aura was still soaring into the sky. Haha, I can finally unleash 100% of my power. Black Heaven Priest controlled Pangu and unleashed 100% of his power. The shocking power shocked everyone. How many treasures does Demon Lin have on him? He is giving them away just like that? This was what all the big shots were thinking. Why don't all of you give it a try? Lin Fei naturally knew what they were thinking. I have plenty of treasures. Let's see what you choose. With the Heaven-Cleaving Sword in hand, Pangu could unleash powerful combat power and reach a perfect state. Alliance leader, when are we going to attack? My celestial sword is already thirsty. Everyone looked at Lin Fei. Lin Fei had a plan. We need to start reclaiming our territory and gather the alien races together. Then it will be our final battle. Right now, we need to attack from 10 different directions. The outsiders had occupied every corner of the continent, forming many strongholds. If they weren't uprooted, their counterattack would be nothing more than a joke. Only when the outsiders were forced into a corner would they truly start a decisive battle to decide the outcome of the battle. Everyone was in favor of Lin Fei's plan. They would attack from the strongholds and force them to gather together. This was a good idea. As for the remaining alien races, they could rely on the martial artist army to clear them out. Let's go at midnight. Lin Fei arranged the 10 locations and decided to attack in the afternoon. No one objected to this decision. Everyone was extremely excited. The alien race army had wreaked havoc on the continent for many years. Everyone was holding their breaths. From midnight onwards, the counterattack would officially begin. At midnight, the moon hung high in the sky. Lin Fei changed into a black armor. He was filled with killing intent like a god had descended. Everyone, let's go. Chapter 705. Tianyi Empire. This place, which had long been occupied by the alien tribe, became an important stronghold of the alien tribe on the continent, with millions of alien tribe soldiers. They were extremely powerful. Through this stronghold, they controlled a large area which was hundreds of millions of miles wide. In the entire area, the human tribe became slaves and they worked as miners. In the Tianyi Imperial Palace. When the alien tribe army attacked, the Tianyi Empire was the first to surrender. All the forces in the city resisted, so the alien tribe massacred the human tribe. Blood flowed like a river and millions of people died. Only then did they completely control the Tianyi Empire. At this time, the Tianyi Imperial Palace was full of singing and dancing. The leaders of the alien tribe were drinking merrily, and they regarded themselves as nobles, looking down on the weak human tribe. When they were dissatisfied, they would kill the human tribe to vent their anger. Not bad, not bad. The human tribe women are beautiful and they dance well. Sitting at the head of the table was a three-eyed outsider. His entire body was dark green, and he was called the three-eyed outsider. According to legends, the three-eyed outsider's 3 eyes could see through heaven and earth, and the vertical eye in the middle had a destructive light that could destroy everything. Your Majesty, we have recently captured a group of human tribe rebels, and there are many beautiful girls among them. Shall I send them to your room tonight? A three-eyed alien sitting next to the throne said. Most like those human women from last time. This king likes to torture them to death and then slowly eat them. Human girls are very delicious. Satsuma grinned from his seat of honor. His eyes emitted a ruthless aura. The surrounding humans were so scared that they began to tremble. They were the royal family of the Tianyi Empire, who had surrendered to the three-eyed outsider, and continued to enjoy their luxuries. However, they were terrified by the three-eyed outsider's behavior. The emperor of the human tribe treated the beauties like treasures, but in the eyes of the three-eyed outsider, he was a demon who enjoyed torturing beauties and then eating them alive. Your Majesty, this time we have specially prepared them for you. These human tribe rebels are reckless. We will kill them every time they come. Satsuma nodded in satisfaction. Right, pass down my orders to all strongholds to be on guard against the human race's sneak attack. The higher-ups have already given the order. That damned Continental Alliance has been formed, and they're preparing to counterattack our foreign races. I really don't know where they get their courage from. This king really hopes that they'll attack us. That way we'll have more meat to eat, ha. Great king pressure. Great king pressure. The outsiders on the left and right said in unison. Alliance leader, the largest stronghold of the Tianyi Empire is right below us. Once we get rid of this stronghold, we'll be able to liberate the hundreds of millions of miles of territory, the scout reported. The humans launched an all-out counterattack. Lin Fei wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. The Tianyi Empire would be the first target, and it would be a huge blow to the alien races. With the help of the divine fire space, Lin Fei broke through the periphery and arrived at the Tianyi Empire. His powerful divine sense covered the whole Tianyi Empire. He knew that the Tianyi Empire was the largest stronghold. There were no less than 500,000 individual immortals and 30 half-step celestial immortals. With such a strong force, ordinary counterattacks would not be able to break their defense. Let's start from here tonight. Lin Fei released 10 million itinerant immortal experts to form the Genesis of Heaven and Earth array formation to summon Emperor Pangu. In reality, Lin Fei was Emperor Pangu. With the battle strength of a heaven immortal, Pangu the Great became even stronger, his aura soaring into the sky. Open. Lin Fei, who was 10,000 feet tall, slashed down with the heaven-splitting sword. Boom! The array formation above the Tianyi Empire shook violently. Oh no, the humans are here. Fight back. The alien races in the imperial capital were in a panic. Emperor Pangu the Great's aura was too strong. With one slash, the array formation began to shake, which scared them. Even when the human army attacked last time, the array formation did not show any signs of collapse. Not bad, the array formation of the alien races can block 30% of my battle strength. Lin Fei's attack just now was a test. Break. Lin Fei mobilized his strength. He had to admire the dragon race for having such a powerful array formation. Otherwise it would be troublesome. The sword light slashed on the array formation. With this slash, Lin Fei used 50% of his battle strength. The array formation of the Tianyi Empire suddenly broke and turned into thousands of light spots. A large number of alien races were killed on the spot. Blood flowed like a river. Aha, you humans are finally here. Just in time to kill you all. Samo rushed out of the ruins of the Imperial Palace. His blood-red eyes flashed with excitement. He was like a bloodthirsty animal staring at its prey. Behind him was a group of half-step celestial immortals. Kill. Lin Fei slashed out with his sword. The sword light swept across the area with 90% of his battle strength. The alien races had always been cunning. As soon as they attacked, Lin Fei used all his strength, not giving them any chance. Divine Light of Destruction. The most powerful sword strike. Satsuma roared as he sensed the danger. He had never thought that this person would be so powerful. A single sword strike could cause such danger. The half-step heaven immortals behind him opened their third eye at the same time. A destructive aura spread out as a golden screen appeared in front of them, dyeing the night sky golden. Such a terrifying aura of destruction could only be displayed by the alien races. Under the Jingguang's canopy, the surroundings quickly melted and turned into ruins. The aura of destruction lingered in the ruins. Unfortunately, they had neglected Lin Fei. He was not an ordinary celestial immortal, and this array was not an ordinary array either. The invincible sword will rushed over and tore a huge hole in the Jingguang's canopy, breaking the three-eyed alien race's Jingguang's canopy. The Jingguang's canopy shattered like glass. The invincible sword will swept across them. The leading half-step celestial triops were cut in half at the waist and killed on the spot. Too strong. Run. He's a celestial immortal. Out of the 30 half-step celestial immortals, 10 were killed in the blink of an eye. The rest fled in panic. As for the king's Samo, he bore the brunt of the attack and was killed by Lin Fei. Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Lin Fei sneered. He swung his sword and killed the remaining half-step celestial immortals one by one. Lin Fei's combat strength was too strong to control the Big Bang formation. If it was someone else, they might have felt some pressure when facing the divine light of destruction. After losing the three-eyed aliens, the rest of the loose immortals were out of control. They were no longer a threat. Lin Fei took out the heaven and earth furnace and suppressed them in it. These were a large number of points in Jinchi. Plunder. Plunder. Inform the extermination army to clean up this area. I want them to be killed in the same way they killed the human clan. Lin Fei ordered the spy. He tore open the void and rushed to the next stronghold, uprooting all the alien strongholds in the Tianyi Empire. Lin Fei uprooted the first big stronghold. In another place, the Greater One spiritual master had transformed into Pangu the Great, holding the heaven-splitting sword, against the alien general. They were engaged in a fierce battle. He took advantage of the opponent's weakness and killed him with one sword strike. Haha, this is so cool. The Greater One spiritual master threw his head back and laughed. The alien general is just SOSO. I'll kill you all. He brandished his sword and rushed into the alien army, starting a crazy massacre. There were whales everywhere and blood flowed like a river. Similar situations occurred in many strongholds. With the divine power of Pangu the Great, he almost wiped out all the strongholds. The pressure was reduced and the sects also began to attack the remaining defeated alien races. Overnight, the situation began to change greatly. The next day, the news spread throughout the continent. Although the strongholds that were uprooted were only a part of the continent, they saw hope. The hope of defeating the alien army. 10 days. It was not a long time, nor was it a short time. The rebel army was in a good situation. They gradually recovered their territory. The alien army continued to collapse. One stronghold after another was uprooted. A large number of alien race loose immortals and half-step celestial immortals were killed. Blood flowed like a river and the sky changed color. The 10 great generals became famous in the continent. Each of them became an existence that people worshipped. Among them, Lin Fei was the most worshipped. His reputation became even more resounding. As for the previous title of Demon Lin, it was directly ignored and replaced by Alliance Leader Lin. As the strongholds continued to crumble, the Alliance army's numbers kept increasing. They wiped out the alien races everywhere. At first they surrounded the human race. Now it was the human race's turn. Life really had its ups and downs. The alien races suffered great losses. The divine kings could not sit still anymore. They began to recall the alien races outside to prevent further attacks. At the same time they formed a blockade. Temporary encampment in a huge senfu. Outside the senfu, the loose immortals and half-step celestial immortals formed a defensive formation. The alien races have started to withdraw their forces. Our plan is working. They can't afford such losses. This is more in line with our fighting style. Lin Fei was in a good mood. He had been raiding the alien race's strongholds day and night. He had finally succeeded. The people present were all representatives. They naturally understood what it meant when the alien races started to withdraw their forces. This was an important step forward for them. The alien races could no longer accept losses. In 10 days, the 10 great generals swept through one stronghold after another. As long as it wasn't a divine king with great Emperor Pangu's power, they were invincible. Alliance leader, in a few days we can fight them. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Tai was the one with the most murderous intent in the past few days. His body exuded a terrifying killing intent. Without a divine king guarding the strongholds, Tai practically swept through them. Even when he encountered a powerful divine king, he was still killed. Such rapid progress was actually beyond their imagination. Actually, the Genesis splitter formation was too strong. Plus, it could use 100% of its power. It was truly invincible. All of this was just the beginning. The real battle was coming. Chapter 706. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The human alliance relied on the might of Pangu the Great Emperor to continuously reclaim the occupied territories. During this period of time, the divine kings of the foreign races led the foreign races and both sides engaged in several fierce battles. Both sides suffered losses and were testing each other's strength. The 10 generals of the human race were temporarily the strongest force on the continent. This force could not be concealed and had already become the stabilizing force of the human race. The 10 generals had already fought with the 10 great divine kings. For the time being, both sides could not do anything to each other. At the same time, the battle lines of both sides quickly gathered together. The 10 great divine kings occupied an empire in the south of the continent and became the last base camp of the continent. They controlled the southern region of the continent. On the human alliance's side, they controlled the north of the continent and temporarily formed a situation of north and south facing each other. Alliance leader, aren't you letting them off easy by coming out personally? In the endless void, a warship flew past. On the warship, the scarlet refined heavenly demon could not help but say. In his opinion, it was better to stay in the base camp and command the battle. He should not take the risk and come out. The foreign races are holed up in the south. With the 10 great divine kings holding down the fort, victory seems to be one-sided. If you really think that way, you will definitely regret it. Lin Fei sat on the seat and said with a smile. I almost forgot. The foreign races could dominate for a period of time in the past. They are not as simple as they appear on the surface. The scarlet refined heavenly demon quivered and seemed to have thought of something. Are you talking about the Holy Mother? In the cabin there were only a few people who understood the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother is a special race. The 10 great divine kings are all nurtured by them. It is not wrong to nurture another 10 great divine kings. Lin Fei said with a smile. Have you all noticed that the territories we reclaimed have a sharp decline in population? In addition, the foreign races have changed their behavior and are wantonly attacking and plundering the population. It might be for the Holy Mother. Lin Fei stopped there and did not continue. Everyone's face turned solemn. City Lord, we have arrived at the Fire Beacon continent. It is one of the worlds that have been occupied by the foreign races. A scout quickly ran in and reported the situation. Everyone prepare for battle. Lin Fei stood up. When the battle line between the north and the south was opened, Lin Fei found an opportunity to go to the land outside and cut off the non-humankind army's retreat. With the previous victories, Lin Fei didn't think that they could keep suppressing the foreign races. Especially after the 10 great god kings came out to fight a few times and chose to turtle up, he realized that something was going to happen. The first thing that came to Lin Fei's mind was the mother insect. The system had recorded that it was a powerful existence. If Lin Fei was still able to see through it, then he could forget about being the leader of the alliance. The battleship entered the Fire Beacon continent. The sky was filled with flames. It was a red nation. Lin Fei's divine sense swept outwards and everything within a radius of 5 million kilometers appeared before his eyes. After advancing to the heavenly immortal stage, his divine sense was able to extend to a full 5 million kilometers. Don't kill us. We're not going, let us go. You strange races, someone will come and kill you sooner or later. In the blood-colored underground world, miserable, despairing and angry voices filled the air. In front of the gigantic blood-colored whirlpool, a large group of suppressed humans were chased up and forced into the blood-colored whirlpool. Behind them, there was an endless stream of human figures. There were at least billions of them, tens of billions of people. Above the blood-colored whirlpool, there were tall and ugly foreign races standing guard along the way. They chased the humans into the whirlpool. Anyone who moved would be killed. Corpses were strewn all over the place. That blood-colored whirlpool was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the human race without stopping. Above the whirlpool, on a high platform, there was a tall figure wearing blood-colored battle armor. The aura around him turned into blood-colored lotuses that bloomed repeatedly. When can the other passage be opened? If this continues, the speed is too slow. The God Kings can't wait any longer and will fly into a rage. Blood Devil retracted his gaze and asked the person beside him with an anxious expression. Replying to the king, our people are working hard. I believe we can open the other passage tomorrow and increase the speed of the delivery. No, it's too slow. Tell them to speed up. I want to see the passage open in half a day. These humans are the best flesh and blood nourishment. There cannot be any mistakes. Neither you nor I can bear this crime. Blood Devil coldly said. This lowly one will arrange it immediately. Only Blood Devil was left on the high platform. Fire Beacon Continent has plundered 100 billion people. With my contribution, I can probably become a God King by then. Blood Devil squinted his eyes as he was intoxicated. Whoever dares to stop me from becoming a God King, this daddy will kill them. Ha ha ha. City Lord, the population of Fire Beacon Continent seems to have been plundered. The warship stealthily entered the continent. Everywhere it passed, there were no signs of human habitation. Ruins were faintly visible. The once prosperous Fire Beacon Continent had become a dead world. It seems like we were right to come this time. Lin Fei also realized the severity of the problem. The population is very important to the foreign races. We need to find out why they need so many people. Lin Fei constantly released his divine senses to check Fire Beacon Continent. Even though Fire Beacon Continent wasn't big, the current Lin Fei couldn't quickly scan the entire continent. He could only search inch by inch. Found it. 1 hour later, Lin Fei used his powerful divine senses to find the base camp of the foreign races. Human race. The human race of Fire Beacon Continent and a large number of demonic beasts. Looking down from above, they could see everything clearly. On the blood plains, the black army of the foreign races was like a dark cloud that covered the sky. The entire plains were guarded, and below them were countless humans. They were constantly rushing towards the passages and killing those that didn't go. There were more than 10 blood passages, just like the gates of hell. What do the foreign races want? Lin Fei frowned as this was unexpected. He couldn't figure it out, but from the looks of it, there were at least tens of billions of people. City Lord, let's just kill our way out and save them first. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil's strength had increased. He was now a half-step heaven immortal. His desire for battle was even stronger. Even though he didn't know what was going on, he had to save them first. Let's start from here. Lin Fei flew out from the warship and activated the formation. Emperor Pangu appeared in the sky and swung his divine sword, sending out endless sword chi. Defensive formation? None at all. Lin Fei's sword swept across like a storm, crushing a large number of the foreign races into dust. Not good, the human race is here. With one slash, the foreign race's iron fortress was torn open. The foreign races were in chaos. They quickly formed their first wave of attack. The suppressed humans below all stopped. Their pale faces couldn't help but reveal a smile. They finally saw hope. They're here to save us. The human race from the other great worlds are here to save us. This news was like a shot of adrenaline for everyone. Emperor Pangu's Lin Fei looked down on everyone. Even though the foreign race's rogue immortals were strong, with the divine sword in hand, it was like chopping vegetables. Chapter 707. Savage Wilderness Great World. This base camp of the foreign races was filled with a black mass of army with no end in sight. Under a huge volcano crater, scorching magma tumbled continuously. Bubbles flew out and collided with the rocks. Scorching air waves spread everywhere, and huge pits appeared on the hard rocks. The 10 great divine kings were gathered below. The scorching air waves were dispersed by them. All of them had solemn expressions, and a smile flashed across their faces as they looked ahead. It was no small matter for the 10 great divine kings to gather here. On the boiling magma, a blood-colored tree was rooted in the magma. It was 30,000 feet tall. The blood-colored tree wasn't a true tree. It didn't have any branches or leaves. Instead, it was covered with blood vessels as thick as an arm. There were hundreds and thousands of blood vessels like this. 30,000 feet high, a huge white cocoon of light was giving off sacred light. In less than half a year, Lord Holy Mother should be able to recover. Divine King Hao Tian looked at the cocoon of light and said, "Unfortunately, we underestimated Demon Lin, causing the continent to be reclaimed by them. If we had known, we would have killed Demon Lin back then. This day wouldn't have come." Transformation Divine King said in frustration. "What's wrong with that? We can take back our lost territory." Crimson Light Divine King sneered. "They would never have thought that we didn't attack the continent for resources, but for a large number of people. The large number of people of the human race is our goal." On the blood-colored tree, blood flowed rapidly through the blood vessels and into the cocoon of light. The cocoon of light shone brightly and multicolored light filled the sky. More than half of the population of Shantian continent has been taken in by us. Even if the human race knows it's useless, they can't attack our savage wilderness great world, Heavenly Wings Divine King said. "You did well, you didn't disappoint me." Suddenly, a huge human face appeared on the cocoon of light. It was extremely ugly, but in the eyes of the Divine Kings, it was an incomparably familiar aura. Holy Mother. The 10 great Divine Kings knelt down, and the magma couldn't invade them. So, inside the cocoon of light was their Holy Mother of the foreign races. At this moment, Holy Mother had revealed herself. Back then, Holy Mother had been heavily injured and couldn't recover. That was why the foreign races kept attacking the various great worlds and plundering their population to recover Holy Mother's injuries. Since the Holy Mother had set a deadline of 1 year, they naturally did not dare to be negligent. They immediately attacked with their full strength. Coupled with the appearance of the starry sky-shaking beast, they were able to suppress the sects of the continent. This is what we should do. Godly King Hao Tian was overwhelmed by the favor. However, this is not enough. I need a large amount of flesh and blood. The Holy Mother said, "I've seen all of your recent battles. Therefore, in a while, I will activate my power and nurture a intergenerational God King to reverse the current situation for you." Great. The 10 great divine kings' faces revealed delighted looks. The outsiders had a huge population, but in terms of God Kings, they were extremely lacking. They were inferior to the human race, but with their powerful human armies, they eventually conquered the various worlds one by one. If they had enough God Kings, they wouldn't have to worry about the human race. At the same time, I will pass on a spell formation to fight against the humans. I want you to take over the mysterious heaven great world and capture those powerful flesh and blood. Everyone understood that even if a large number of people were to recover, they would still be inferior to powerful celestial immortals. The Holy Mother continued. Multicolored light filled the sky, enveloping the interior of the volcano. The Holy Mother disappeared, and the cocoon of light dimmed as if it had consumed a huge amount of energy. Even the brilliance it released was not as bright as before. 3 days later, God Kings will be born in the cocoon. Although their strength is inferior to yours, they can lend you a hand. Do not disappoint me. The Holy Mother's voice faded. Looking at the huge tree that was 100,000 feet tall, there were dozens of cocoons of light hanging. A God King roughly counted, a total of 67 cocoons. These cocoons were completely black and 100 feet wide. They hung on the tree as if they were growing on it. If the human race knew that the outsiders had produced 67 God Kings in 3 days, even though their strength was inferior to the 10 great divine kings, a God King was still a God King with the combat strength of a celestial immortal. With their help, we can crush the human race alliance. We, the outsiders, have many itinerant immortals. This time we must teach the human race a lesson. Every God King finally had a smile on their faces. Godly King Hao Tian opened his eyes. Lord Holy Mother, the energy consumption is too great. For the time being, she can't pay attention to us. This king has already obtained the secret technique. Bang! Before Godly King Hao Tian finished speaking, a huge blood vessel on the tree suddenly exploded, withered, and disappeared. The God Kings were enraged. A large blood vessel ruptured. It was equivalent to a great world losing its supply. Something happened to the Fire Beacon continent. Godly King Heavenly Wings took a look and said in a deep voice. At this time, something happened to the Fire Beacon continent. The consequences of losing a supply were undoubtedly very serious. Immediately bring people over. You must find the culprit. Godly King Hao Tian was enraged. Just now, he had guaranteed in front of the Holy Mother that nothing would happen. In the blink of an eye, one of the branches had ruptured. How could he not be enraged? I'll go immediately. Godly King Heavenly Wings said. The remaining God Kings, guard here and wait for the God King to be nurtured. There must be no more problems, Godly King Hao Tian ordered. Even though this was the savage Great World, their headquarters, they had to be careful when faced with a situation. Especially when the Holy Mother expended her energy to produce white cocoons and nurture God Kings. Apart from a limited number of God Kings, the rest stayed under this volcano, waiting for the God King to be born. Apart from that, they studied the secret technique that the Holy Mother had passed down. Fire Beacon Continent. Lin Fei went straight for the root of the problem, killing his way down from the surface. Under Great Emperor Pangu's array formation, unless a God King appeared, it was nearly impossible. The foreign races did not expect that someone would appear on the Fire Beacon Continent. This was a mid-level world. The arrangements left behind by the foreign races were very powerful. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Fei. Lin Fei killed his way down from the surface. When he encountered a leader-like existence, he immediately killed him. When he saw the huge vortex below, he destroyed it with one sword strike. After killing the foreign race experts of the Fire Beacon Continent, Lin Fei stopped. He left the rest to them to handle. What exactly is this blood-colored vortex? Even though he destroyed the blood-colored vortex with one sword strike, Lin Fei did not know the origins of this blood-colored vortex. Subconsciously, this blood-colored vortex was related to the disappearance of a large number of humans. Back then, when Lin Fei saw the blood-colored vortex, he felt that it was not something good, so he directly destroyed it. City Lord, this is a member of the original royal family of the Fire Beacon Continent. A subordinate with a few noble auras. There were a few people with noble temperaments. Although they had temporarily declined, one could still see the temperament of the royal family on their faces. You are members of the royal family? Lin Fei's gaze fell upon a middle-aged man. His face was rather pale, clearly having been interrogated. Now that his strength had recovered, his complexion had changed quite a bit. I am Adept Tianqian of the Fire Beacon Continent. I was once the master of the Fire Beacon Continent. Adept Tianqian said. I thank you for saving us. Otherwise, all of us on the Fire Beacon Continent would have been completely annihilated. Adept Tianqian thought that they were dead for sure. His power had been sealed, making it impossible for him to break out. The foreign army had tried to break out of the encirclement several times but were unable to. Instead, a large number of them had died. In the end, Adept Tianqian had given up. Just as he was about to lose all hope, a giant descended from the heavens and destroyed the formation, killing their experts. Adept Tianqian knew that they were saved. My lord is the leader of the Shantian Continent Alliance. The members of the royal family behind Adept Tianqian revealed surprised expressions. So it is the leader of the Shantian Continent. This old man greets the leader. The Fire Beacon Continent was very powerful, but compared to the Shantian Continent, it was nothing. The Shantian Continent was the true major world. It was more than 100 times the size of the Fire Beacon Continent. Experts were as common as the clouds, not something that the Fire Beacon Continent could compare to. Although he didn't know the leader's background, Adept Tianqian knew that no one would dare to say such a thing. It's just an empty title. Lin Fei smiled. I'll have to trouble Adept Tianqian to take care of the people below. Adept Tianqian was surprised. This young man was much more broad-minded than he had imagined. He had thought that the young man would control them, but after hearing this he realized that he had been thinking too much. He felt quite ashamed. Go help them. Take care of the order and arrange for them to stay here for now. Adept Tianqian said to the clansmen behind him. There were so many people on the Fire Beacon Continent. Lin Fei wasn't interested in taking care of them. Coincidentally, he had discovered the secret of the outsiders. The outsiders were quickly defeated. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't bring many people with him. The outsiders fled in all directions, causing quite a bit of trouble. Fortunately, the people of the Fire Beacon Continent recovered their strength and joined in the chase. They had been holding back for far too long. The entire Fire Beacon Continent was captured in one fell swoop. After being rescued, they immediately attacked and hunted down the outsiders, wanting nothing more than to kill them all. Sage Tianqian, I wonder if you know the origin of this crimson vortex? Lin Fei pointed at the crimson vortex that had been destroyed. Adept Tianqian gritted his teeth. This is a nourishment formation set up by the outsiders. Supposedly, it teleports to the outsider's main camp, the savage world. Nourishment formation? Lin Fei was a bit confused. Adaptation explained. The outsiders suppressed all of the humans on the Fire Beacon continent and sent them into this blood vortex. Our flesh and blood are turned into nourishment and teleported there. As for who they teleport to, I'm not too sure. Could it be the Holy Mother? A thought emerged in Lin Fei's mind, and then it went out of control. It must be the Holy Mother. The system said that the Holy Mother needs a large amount of nourishment. Damn it, this is the outsider's goal. Lin Fei finally understood the real goal of the outsiders. Before, he always thought that they had an aggressive nature, but now it seemed that they were doing this for the Holy Mother. Chapter 708. P.S. Thank you to Lee7894563321*, for the tip. In the boundless void. A black battleship flew across the sky, and behind it, many battleships followed. There was no end in sight, and there were at least tens of thousands of battleships. These battleships were the human race's battleships. Ever since Alliance leader Lin showed off his invincible might, killing the God King of the foreign races and cutting off their main force, the foreign races lost their leader and started to collapse. The martial artists of the continent gathered together and attacked the foreign race's lone warriors. On the southern battlefront, the foreign race's main camps fell one after another, and the foreign race's warriors turned into ashes. The death of the God King caused the human race's morale to soar. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter, sweeping through everything in their path. The foreign race's armies, which had already lost their morale, continued to crumble and be destroyed. Only those who managed to return to their major worlds were lucky enough to survive. After half a month of cleansing, there were no more foreign races left on the continent. All the passageways leading to the foreign major worlds had been destroyed by the foreign races, which meant that they had lost their chance to return to the continent. The Xiantian continent, which had been in chaos for so long, finally regained its peace. The black clouds dispersed and the sun shone brightly. It was a long-awaited peace. To the continent, the foreign races had caused great damage to the continent. Who knew how many sects had lost their legacies because of this? How many sects had been annihilated because of this? How many sects had made the wrong choice because of this? How many powers had risen to power because of this? After the continent regained its peace, the Xiantian continent joined forces with the other major worlds and began to liberate the suppressed worlds. A month later, they stepped onto the final battlefield, the savage world. Although the foreign armies had retreated and their god kings had been slain, to the people of the various worlds, the foreign races would forever be a dangerous existence. This was especially true of the peerless Holy Mother. As long as she wasn't eliminated, it was possible that she would repeat the same disastrous mistakes. As for whether or not a great hero would appear by then, no one knew. The Holy Mother had to be killed. A Holy Mother who could produce a God King at any time, without question, this was an extremely dangerous thing. Thus, the scene of the warships traversing through the void towards the savage world came about. Only after the foreign races lost their Holy Mother would they be able to truly relax. They wouldn't have to worry about her any longer. Boom, boom, boom. One warship after another charged into a brown planet. After entering this world, an aura of desolation washed over them. Everywhere they passed, there was nothing but desolation. Yellow sand danced in the air and sand and pebbles flew everywhere, creating a whistling sound. Alliance Master, we've arrived. This is the savage world. Countless warships hovered in the sky like a dark cloud, blocking out the sun and sky. The savage great world is truly barren. Lin Fei stood at the bow of the warship. Everywhere he looked, there was nothing but desolation. There was no aura of life. No wonder they keep invading. A single world really can't satisfy them. Lin Fei had to personally oversee the Holy Mother's nest. Subconsciously, the Supreme Holy Mother was the strongest existence of the foreign races. Unfortunately, when he killed the God King back then, he had forgotten to leave one alive so that he could interrogate her for details. This was the first time they had come to the savage world. In their imaginations, the foreign races would go all out to stop them from invading the savage world. Once they conquered the savage world, the foreign races would be completely wiped out. However, the scene before them was very different from what they had imagined. The foreign races did not attack. In fact, there was no aura at all as far as the eye could see. It looks like the foreign races are planning to fight a decisive battle with us. Tell them to fan out. Once they see the foreign races' army, fire the divine martial cannons. Don't give them any chances. Lin Fei smiled as he gave the order. The eyes of the people behind him twitched. They really wanted to say, "Alliance Master, Why do we need to use the divine martial cannons against these cannon fodder? It's too wasteful. Each of the elite warships was equipped with a divine martial cannon. In Lin Fei's words, since they were allies, he was willing to sell them such a powerful weapon at a low price. Others could forget about it. Lin Fei naturally earned a lot of money. Unfortunately, they were still worrying about how to obtain more resources. The divine martial cannon was a bottomless pit. No matter how rich they were, they might not be able to support it. The warships continued to fan out. As they continued to head deeper, they did not see any foreign races appear. It was as though they had completely disappeared, giving up on the savage wilderness world. The savage wilderness world was very large, even larger than the Shantian continent. However, it was extremely desolate. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere and there was no sign of life at all. The commonly seen plants and trees were completely extinct in the savage wilderness world. There was no trace of them at all. The system's words were correct. The foreign races are innately the locusts. Wherever they go, they empty out everything. The savage wilderness world really does suit the characteristics of the foreign races. Lin Fei silently thought to himself. Half a day later, an enormous golden castle suddenly appeared at the end of the horizon, as well as a black mass of foreign races. A desolate aura surged towards them. So the foreign races had long since made preparations for a major battle. They had been standing guard at their headquarters. So many foreign races formed a black mass. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a desolate aura surged towards the heavens. Upon seeing such a large number of foreign races, everyone finally understood why Lin Fei had suggested to bombard the foreign races with cannons. At the very least, it would save them trouble and reduce unnecessary casualties. We can only win this battle. We cannot lose. Lin Fei's gaze was resolute. I'll leave the matters outside to you. Lin Fei had come for this battle for the sake of the Holy Mother. Of everyone present, only he could fight against the Holy Mother. If this scourge wasn't eliminated, it would be hard for the continent to find peace. Ever since he had obtained the bloodline of this world, Lin Fei had viewed himself as a person of this world. Those distant memories were now buried deep within his mind, and he truly viewed himself as a part of the Shantian continent. Alliance Master, don't worry. We'll definitely annihilate everything that happens outside. The Fiend Lord's killing intent surged. This time their Devil Gate had suffered heavy losses. Attack. Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear, and it exploded in the skies like thunder. What followed was the sound of the outsiders attacking as well. The outsiders swarmed forward like a tidal wave. Divine martial cannon, fire. In the face of so many outsiders, the divine martial cannon showed its might. Boom, boom, boom. Brilliant beams of light tore through the skies and exploded within the outsiders' army, causing huge shockwaves to sweep out. One outsider's body after another was torn apart by the shockwaves. Blood rained down from the sky, landing on the dried yellow sand. The divine martial cannon is so powerful. Tai cheered loudly. Its power was unparalleled, but it used up so much energy that even he felt pained. For the sake of the outsiders, it was all worth it. Chapter 709. What? The outsiders are plundering so many people for the sake of the outsiders' Holy Mother? To heal the wounds left behind by that battle? When this news reached the Shantian continent, the entire human race alliance was completely shocked. They were truly frightened by this news. Ever since they had reclaimed the northern part of the continent, they had discovered an important problem. A large number of the human race had disappeared. Aside from a limited number of major factions that had managed to preserve their population, almost all other places had been wiped out. Everyone had been guessing where the human population had gone. Most people believed that the human race had been plundered by the outsiders and had become their slaves to mine resources. They hadn't thought about the other reasons. When they heard the news from Lin Fei, they were all shocked. This news was world-shaking. There was no way they could relate it to the disappearance of the human race. Thus they had their previous doubts. Despicable. This is too despicable. No wonder the outsiders are constantly invading other worlds. If we had known this would happen, we would have intervened long ago to stop them. That's why things have come to this. Our Shantian continent is a major world. A large number of people have disappeared. Mid-level worlds and minor worlds can't compare to us. Right now, the only thing we need to know is how much the outsider's Holy Mother has recovered. That's right. The outsider's most powerful being is the Holy Mother. Even the divine kings were created by the Holy Mother's power. If the Holy Mother's injuries have fully recovered, it will be very disadvantageous for us. I suggest we send troops to liberate the other worlds and stop the outsiders from continuing, Their understanding of the outsider's Holy Mother was limited to rumors. It had happened so long ago that they had almost forgotten about the Holy Mother. 100,000 years? 1,000,000 years? It had been too long. They couldn't remember clearly. It had been passed down from generation to generation. The news about the Holy Mother had been passed down from a long, long time ago. Back then, the Holy Mother's divine might had reached the heavens. She had countless experts under her command. She had established a peerless outsider's divine kingdom and enslaved the human race. The outsiders called themselves nobles. After that, the cruelty of the outsiders incited the resistance of the human race. They united the various worlds and fought a long war. In the end, the heaven realm sent down many immortal clones to fight against the outsider's Holy Mother. The outsider race's Holy Mother was extremely powerful. Even when the heaven realm immortals descended to the mortal world, they were still killed by the outsider race's Holy Mother. It was difficult for them to resist and they suffered heavy losses. In the end, a supreme expert sent down his will and forced the outsider race's Holy Mother into the endless void. Only then did he manage to injure her. Unfortunately, the outsider race's Holy Mother used a peerless divine ability to escape. From then on, the outsiders completely retreated, and the peerless outsider's divine kingdom fell apart. The human race once again became the masters of the continent. For generations it was passed down that when the Holy Mother appeared, she had to be killed. They knew how powerful the Holy Mother was. Unmatched experts attacked, yet they couldn't kill her. Even though afterwards the unmatched experts used great divine abilities to search for the Holy Mother, in the end they still failed, having no choice but to return dejectedly. After that battle, most of the alien race's experts were killed, and the alien race's strength was greatly reduced. They were no longer as powerful as before, and the Holy Mother of the alien race had disappeared. Back then they had at most heard of the Holy Mother's strength, but they had never seen it for themselves. The news that Lin Fei sent back really moved them. They finally understood why their ancestors had left behind the ancient instruction to kill the Holy Mother. Unfortunately, they had never taken it seriously. In addition, the various forces on the continent weren't as united as they used to be. They were fighting for themselves against the alien race, and in addition to the competition for benefits, who would go and kill the Holy Mother of the alien race. If it wasn't for the fact that the continent was about to be conquered by the alien race, this alliance meeting might not have happened. They would probably still be fighting for themselves, resulting in a large number of sects being destroyed by the alien race. Lin Fei's news was too important. Thus, after some discussion, the human alliance reached an agreement to liberate the other worlds. One reason was to stop the population from disappearing, and the other was to build an anti-alien army. Every world had experts. Even though the worlds had been conquered, it didn't mean that all the human experts had been killed. Liberating the large worlds was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. In the endless void, the Heavenly Wings Divine King brought a group of experts and rushed to the Fire Beacon world to find the culprit. The Fire Beacon world was a place to transport nourishment. It happened to be under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Wings Divine King. He was full of anger. In his opinion, it was definitely the work of the human resistance army. He regretted not completely killing them back then, resulting in such a thing happening. He was truly unwilling. I've arrived at the Fire Beacon world. The Heavenly Wings Divine King broke through the barrier and once again arrived at the Fire Beacon world. Damned humans, all of you deserve to die. Once he entered the Fire Beacon world, the Heavenly Wings Divine King sensed that his subordinates of the alien race were constantly being killed. Blood flowed like a river and the horizon was one color. How dare you? You killed our people from the outsiders and still dare to swagger around? This time we'll definitely annihilate all of you to vent our anger. The Holy Mother's revival was imminent, and such a thing happened. The Heavenly Wings Divine King could not remain calm. If he was punished by the Holy Mother, he would lose all his face. Even if the Heavenly Wings Divine King did not let him come, the Heavenly Wings Divine King would take the initiative to ask to come. Let's go. The Heavenly Wings Divine King led the experts and flew to the Imperial Palace that was originally controlled by the alien race. He wanted to kill them all to vent his anger. Within the Imperial Palace, Sage Tianqian was inviting Lin Fei to a banquet. Through his acquaintances, he learned that Lin Fei was a monstrous rising genius of the Shantian continent. Alliance leader Lin, we will build an army as soon as possible and join the human alliance. We will do our part to fight against the alien army. Sage Tianqian picked up his wine cup and took the initiative to drink. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Sage Tianqian's actions. The alien army was enormous. The human race had to constantly work together in order to defeat the enemy. Fighting against the alien army is everyone's responsibility. I'll drink this cup. Lin Fei also picked up his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Rumble. Suddenly the earth shook. The imperial palace was not spared. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone flew out of the imperial palace and stopped in midair. They saw a group of experts with alien auras charging in. Everywhere they passed, corpses were everywhere. Sage Qianqian's eyes were bloodshot. It's you damned alien race again. I will kill you all. Kill us all? Just you? An arrogant voice resounded in the sky. The Heavenly Wings Divine King strode forward. His enormous heavenly wings flapped, and an arrow flew out. No one could block it. Heavenly Wings Divine King. Sage Tianqian gritted his teeth and stared at the Heavenly Wings Divine King. That day I could suppress you once. Today I can still kill you. The Heavenly Wings Divine King's eyes were as sharp as swords, and they exploded with killing intent. Heavenly Wings Divine King, you talk big. Have you forgotten the loss last time? Just as the Heavenly Wings Divine King was about to kill Sage Tianqian, a sudden voice shook his heart. It was familiar. He turned and saw a smiling face, and his face darkened. Chapter 7:10. It's you, Demon Lin. Just a few words contained God King Heavenly Wings' endless resentment. He understood why Fire Beacon World would fall and why Demon Lin would be here. Anyway, if Demon Lin was here, then it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. The truth proved that God King Heavenly Wings' guess was right. Demon Lin definitely had something to do with the Fire Beacon World going out of control. God King Heavenly Wings hated himself. Why did he meet Demon Lin here? Before Lin Fan became a Sky Immortal, he had suffered at his hands. Moreover, after becoming a Sky Immortal, he felt uneasy. What? Are you surprised? Lin Fei smiled and said to God King Heavenly Wings. Were you the one who did this? God King Heavenly Wings suppressed his anger. Lin Fei curled his lips and found it funny. Wasn't he asking the obvious? Since you are so sincere, I might as well tell you directly. I was passing by and saw the alien race here, so I casually cleaned it up. Are you satisfied with this answer? God King Heavenly Wings stared. So, you destroyed the blood-colored whirlpool? What? There was an accident? I thought it was too little and was prepared to search. Do you still want to find trouble with me? Lin Fei smiled. I am here to find trouble with you. God King Heavenly Wings really wanted to say that, but he couldn't. He held his breath and felt really pained. You are going against the alien race. God King Heavenly Wings laughed coldly. You will pay the price for your stupidity sooner or later. I guarantee it. Perfected Tianqian, who was standing behind Lin Fei, heard it and was shocked. He thought to himself, this alliance leader Lin is really not simple. With just a few words he managed to suppress a God King. Are the rumors on the continent true? Before this, Perfected Tianqian had his doubts. No matter how monstrous a person was, he couldn't sit in the position of alliance leader. One's reputation could be bragged about. But after seeing the scene in front of him, he was completely convinced. As expected, he was a monster. God King Heavenly Wings was furious and looked like he would attack at any moment. Perfected Tianqian could clearly see that God King Heavenly Wings was suppressing his anger and didn't want to attack. This meant that God King Heavenly Wings was afraid of alliance leader Lin. Apart from this reason, what else could there be? Awesome. Your guarantee is useless, but I can guarantee that you won't be able to leave this place today. Lin Fei took a step forward. Who asked you to be so lucky to run into me? Today Lin Fei was prepared to kill a God King. Sky Split Tower suppress. With this attack, the Heavenly Wings Divine King's enormous body moved, riding the wind and traveling hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Heavenly Wings Divine King had long been on guard. Once Demon Lin attacked, he immediately activated it and broke through the void, appearing hundreds of thousands of miles away. Demon Lin, just you wait. I will beat you up sooner or later. The Heavenly Wings Divine King really could not muster up any desire to fight. That demonic Lin was too monstrous. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible in case he failed miserably. With a flap of his wings, he was hundreds of thousands of miles away. After all, the Heavenly Wings Divine King was good at speed. In a few breaths he was millions of miles away. He could escape immediately. Humph, I'll show you the true power of a godly aura. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. The Sky-Split Divine Tower expanded infinitely. Treasure light shone brightly, illuminating half of the Fire Beacon continent. Crack, 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 the Heavenly Wings Divine King, who was fleeing, suddenly felt a mountain-like pressure. His body was pressed down and he broke out in a cold sweat. Then he saw a divine tower fly out and press down on his enormous body. It fell out of the void and smashed into the ground, forming a huge crater. The Heavenly Wings Divine King was smashed so hard that he saw stars. His internal organs seemed to have shifted, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. What the hell? What kind of celestial artifact is this? I've already fled millions of miles away. The Heavenly Wings Divine King was covered in cold sweat. He struggled to fly away, but the sky-split divine tower was like an existence that could not be moved. It pressed down on him, making him unable to move. How is it? My sky-split divine tower tastes good, right? Activating the sky-split with the combat power of a celestial immortal was truly an unparalleled celestial artifact. It could easily sweep through all directions. Even though it could not kill him, Lin Fei could still suppress him. The Heavenly Wings Divine King revealed a gloomy expression. Do you think you can trap me like this? You think too highly of yourself. Transform. A glint of unwillingness flashed across the Heavenly Wings Divine King's eyes. His enormous body suddenly exploded, and the sky-split divine tower missed and smashed into the ground. Within 10,000 miles, it instantly sank and turned into a huge crater. Hundreds and thousands of the Heavenly Wings Divine King fled in all directions. It was hard to tell which of them was real and which was fake. Divine fire filling the sky, seal the void. The Heavenly Wings Divine King was fast, but Lin Fei was even faster. The sea of fire filled the sky, and heaven and earth formed a line, forming a huge fire cage. Divine sword unsheathing. A jingguang flew out, and the divine sword turned into a golden dragon that swept out. Bang 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 bang. With the divine sword activated, it crushed all the clones. The Heavenly Wings Divine King's clones were continuously crushed into powder. How can he be so strong? The clones kept losing and the Heavenly Wings Divine King kept coughing up blood. This life-saving divine ability had always been successful, and it had never failed before. Run run run. The Heavenly Wings Divine King really couldn't believe it. Cheat cheat cheat. The scorching flames burned and the clones were burned. I can't go up but I can go down to the ground, right? The Heavenly Wings Divine King changed his direction. He couldn't go up but he could lock down the ground. Just as he charged down from the sky, the flames on the ground filled the sky, forming an inescapable net. Even though he knew that Demon Lin's strange fire was very domineering, he didn't expect it to be even more domineering than before. Since the divine sword was out, the Heavenly Wings Divine King was the one suffering. His clones kept being killed. His combat power had increased greatly, and he also had 2 supreme swords. Lin Fei really didn't have to worry about dealing with a single Heavenly Wings Divine King. Path to Heaven. Lin Fei once again took out the heaven-reaching divine tower. Don't you like clones? I'll destroy all of them. The path to heaven was even more domineering. It carried with it the might of the heavens, and as it pressed down, the clones were defeated even faster. The loss of each clone made the Heavenly Wings Divine King feel so much pain that he wanted to die. The Heavenly Wings Divine King might have used his clones to escape, but in reality, each clone was a part of him. Now that he was continuously being slaughtered, the one who suffered losses was the Heavenly Wings Divine King himself. He was continuously killed by Demon Lin, and the Heavenly Wings Divine King really regretted using his divine ability. This wasn't a good thing that came knocking on his door. Demon Lin, you are so vicious. The Heavenly Wings Divine King didn't dodge anymore. His essence, energy and spirit were greatly damaged. Vicious? Lin Fei shook his head. Compared to your alien race's viciousness, I am much kinder. Who asked you to be so lucky to meet me today? Outside, Perfected Tianchen and the others were fighting with the experts that the Heavenly Wings Divine King had brought, but when they saw Alliance leader Lin gain the upper hand so quickly, they were completely stunned. They were all heaven immortals, but the difference was huge. Lin Fei put away his divine sword and the divine tower. Tell me everything about the Holy Mother, as well as your future plans, and I can spare your life. Lin Fei wanted to know about the Holy Mother the most. Haha, dream on. The Heavenly Wings Divine King charged forward with a hideous smile. You will never be able to defeat our alien race. Long live the Holy Mother. The Heavenly Wings Divine King self-destructed. The huge explosive power formed a black tornado that headed straight for Lin Fei. He wanted to kill Lin Fei and perish together with him. God-fiend body. The huge commotion made the people who were originally fighting stop. They stared blankly at the center of the storm. The terrifying power that spread from the center could tear them apart countless times. The Divine King self-destructed. Perfected Tianchen was speechless. It was hard to imagine that the Divine King, who was synonymous with ferocity and strength, would choose to self-destruct. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have thought that such a day would come. Alliance leader Lin will be fine, right? Perfected Tianqin was worried. It was unbelievable to make a divine king self-destruct. It was to the extent that a divine king would be so desperate that he had no choice but to self-destruct. Unfortunately, your self-destruction can't kill me. Lin Fei stood in the sky, completely unharmed as he muttered to himself. Come out. Heavenly Wings Divine King. The divine sword transformed into a stream of light and slashed at the void, forcing out a person. Heavenly Wings Divine King appeared in front of Lin Fei with a pale face. He roared, even my self-destruction could not kill you. Could it be that you were born to be the nemesis of us alien races? The Heavenly Wings Divine King was completely in despair. The current Heavenly Wings Divine King was just a true spirit, an existence similar to an essence soul. He could no longer calm down and began to despair. Heavenly Wings Divine King, you are really powerful. I was almost fooled by you. Lin Fei said, unfortunately I was so close. You alien race, especially your divine kings, are all afraid of death. Do you think it's possible for you to self-destruct with me? Please don't be so flashy next time. Aren't you telling me that there's something wrong with you? Lin Fei exposed Heavenly Wings Divine King's goal. Heavenly Wings Divine King had to admit that he had underestimated this demon Lin. If he had been ruthless and fought to the death, there wouldn't have been such a scene today. Just as Lin Fei had said, Heavenly Wings Divine King was afraid of death. If not, he wouldn't have run so quickly. He had wanted to self-destruct to kill Demon Lin. Even though he would be greatly injured afterwards, once Holy Mother revived, he would recover completely. However, Demon Lin had still seen through him. I admit defeat. It's too late. Lin Fei sneered, your Holy Mother is about to recover her strength. It's not like I don't know that. Your Holy Mother even used energy to give birth to a powerful existence. She gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. What? How did you know that Holy Mother would give birth to a divine king? The moment Heavenly Wings Divine King spoke, he immediately knew that he had been fooled. It was too late. You lied to me. Lin Fei's heart sank. So what if I lied to you? So, you want to give birth to a divine king. No wonder you need so many humans. However, you can die now. Divine sword slash. Lin Fei didn't need to ask anything else. I can't accept this. Heavenly Wings Divine King roared before he died. Chapter 7:11. The Skywings God King was actually killed. The people below did not know what words to use to describe the opponent's divine might. The black-haired youth in the sky had become an invincible god of war in their eyes. He looked down upon the world, an ancient, invincible existence. They all knew how powerful the Skywings God King was. When the Skywings God King had come personally, he had easily defeated Adept Tianqin and reduced him to a prisoner. Today the Skywings God King had been utterly defeated. The Shentian continent truly had many geniuses. Adept Tianqin sighed from the bottom of his heart. There were many geniuses in the Fire Beacon continent, but none of them could compare to Alliance leader Lin. But for Lin Fei, killing a God King gave him a large amount of experience and an enormous amount of energy. While he was happy and excited, he also felt a certain amount of pressure. This Holy Mother is truly incredible. I'm afraid that soon she will no longer be one of the 10 great God Kings, Lin Fei said to himself. It looks like I have to finish this quickly. After flying down from the sky, Lin Fei briefly explained the situation. The Fire Beacon continent seemed safe, but after he killed the Skywings God King, Lin Fei believed that the 10 great God Kings would come in person. By then, Adept Tianqin and the others would be the unlucky ones. Alliance leader Lin, the people of the Fire Beacon continent are willing to join the Shintian continent. Spiritual Master Tianqin couldn't even defeat a single Heavenly Wings Divine King, let alone the rest of the Divine Kings. If they all attacked at the same time, the Fire Beacon continent would truly become a river of blood. It was time to find a backer for himself. The Fire Beacon continent had very few alliances, and Adept Tianqin had always been low-key and focused on managing his own continent. In the end, when the alien races landed, they tore through the defense line like a hot knife through butter. Adept Tianqin realized what they lacked. They lacked a powerful ally. Lin Fei accepted without hesitation. Although they had lost more than half of their enormous population, there were still quite a few elites left. Lin Fei took himself into the Skirich God Tower and became an additional source of strength. With the artifact refining art, Lin Fei easily mastered the Skirich God Tower and began to explore its internal space. This immortal artifact could be activated by other martial artists as well. After Lin Fei explained the reason, Spiritual Master Tianqin did not refuse. He activated the Heavenly Divine Tower and provided Lin Fei with great help. After taking the people away, Lin Fei didn't stay any longer and headed to the next location. At the same time, he sent news back and told the Alliance to pay attention to the Outlander race's reaction. Heavenly Wing's Divine King has perished. The one who knew this news was God King Haotian. His expression was also stiff. As the offspring of the Holy Mother, Divine King Haotian and the others could not be said to be telepathic. However, they were connected by blood. The moment something happened to Divine King Heavenly Wings, he immediately sensed it. "It's you again, Demon Lin." After checking it out, God King Haotian gritted his teeth. "Fiend Lin, you've obstructed us time and time again. I really regret not paying the price back then to destroy you." After learning that the Heavenly Wings God King had perished, all the God Kings flew into a rage and roared non-stop. They were truly agitated by Demon Lin's actions. They, the 10 great Divine Kings, had been through a huge battle and lived until now. Now that one of them was killed, it was equivalent to giving them a slap on the face. How could they not be angry now? "Divine King Haotian, let me lead the army to Fire Beacon Continent and slaughter those people to take revenge for Heavenly Wings God King." Crimson Light God King had a good relationship with Heavenly Wings God King, so he stood out with a murderous expression. Demon Lin slaughtered his way to Fire Beacon Continent. He definitely knows about the blood-colored whirlpool. He might be able to guess our objective. Transformation God King had a grave expression. Bang bang bang, on the huge blood-colored tree the blood vessels burst in an instant. "Ah, it's that Demon Lin again." At this moment they didn't need to guess to know that other than Demon Lin, no one else could do such a thing. Even Heavenly Wings God King had died in his hands, let alone the other continents. They were practically no match for him, so the blood-colored whirlpool would naturally be destroyed. Divine King Haotian was also anxious. If this situation continued, there would be a huge problem with the transportation. They definitely couldn't continue like this. Giant Eye God King, Crimson Light God King, Transformation God King, Mermaid God King, the 4 of you lead the army to seal the void and chase after Demon Lin. We mustn't let him stop and continue to destroy. Divine King Haotian was filled with murderous intent. As long as we can hold on for 3 days, let the Divine Kings breed first. In a middle-grade world, Lin Fei used Great Emperor Pangu to sweep the foreign race army. The heaven and earth smelt continuously refined tens of thousands of foreign races, and his strength was continuously increasing. Boom! The 4 great Divine Kings led the army into the middle-grade world. Demon Lin die. Once the 4 great Divine Kings entered the world, their consciousness found traces of Demon Lin. When they saw that Demon Lin was slaughtering, under their rage, 4 powerful forces tore open the void and blasted towards Demon Lin. Their speed is so fast. Lin Fei stopped his massacre. After taking a look, he knew that they were in a state of rage. It seems like they can't take the damage from the blood-colored whirlpool and are furious. Otherwise they wouldn't have chased after me. Unfortunately, they discovered it too late. Now they destroy everything they see. Lin Fei thought to himself. Let's go. Lin Fei didn't plan to fight them. Space lock. The 4 great godly kings gave the order, and the huge outsiders used the space-locking formation. With a whoosh, the entire world was locked down. This ability could only be perfectly executed by the foreign races who had the numbers advantage. Lin Fei was blocked back and the void was completely locked. Under the rage of the 4 great Divine Kings, they executed supreme divine arts and attacked him. They wanted to make him stay here forever. Open, Lin Fei didn't panic. He executed his strength and slashed at the void with all his might. After refining large amounts of foreign races, Lin Fei gave off a powerful aura. With one move of the divine sword, he broke the lock. Sorry, I'll be leaving first. Just. The faces of the 4 great Divine Kings turned black. After setting up the space lock formation, Demon Lin still escaped. That was just too despicable. The only thing worth being happy about was that Demon Lin wasn't strong enough to fight against the 4 of them. They didn't have to worry about him. Since they couldn't trap Demon Lin, the only thing they could do was to chase and kill him. They couldn't let him continue to destroy and affect the foreign race's plan. It seems like they really want to waste time with me. Lin Fei turned his head and looked at the 4 great Divine Kings. I'll let you be smug for a while longer. When the time comes, you will all cry. Another middle-grade world. Lin Fei charged in and headed straight for the foreign race's base. The sword formation struck. First, he broke the blood-colored whirlpool and cut off the connection. Then he activated the heaven and earth furnace to crazily plunder people. Chapter 7:12. The fact that the 4 great god kings were working together to kill Demon Lin could not be concealed. The people of the Shantian continent immediately knew. What greeted them was madness. Even though the human alliance had reclaimed their territory, everyone still felt as though something was missing. In fact, they were lacking a piece of exciting news. The fall of the Heavenly Wings Divine King was undoubtedly a heavy bomb on the path of anti-foreign races. Everyone was excited. Lin Fei did not know that killing the Heavenly Wings God King had not only brought excitement to the continent, but also morale. It had swept away the morale of the alien races. When Lin Fei became the alliance leader, it caused people to change their views. Then, when he killed Heavenly Wings God King, it caused people to worship him endlessly. Even the higher-ups of the alliance didn't know how much of a reaction alliance leader Lin had brought to the continent. It could be said that the morale of the human race's side was high, sweeping away the previous low morale. If they were to launch an all-out attack now, their combat strength would increase by 20 to 30%. Tai Yi and the others wanted to help Lin Fei, but Lin Fei refused. He told them to be on guard against the alien races and not to worry about him. The 4 God Kings could not hurt him for now. The 4 great God Kings chased after Demon Lin but were unable to succeed. One had to say that it was a headache. What does Demon Lin want to do? Wild Great World. Divine King Hao Tian analyzed the news that came back. It was okay if Demon Lin specialized in destroying the blood-colored whirlpool. However, Demon Lin had a celestial artifact that plundered the alien race's population. Increase my strength? God King Hao Yin didn't think that Demon Lin had such terrifying strength to complete it. Wasn't he afraid that he would explode? He had never heard of a person who could continuously steal people to increase his strength. Did he think that he was a bottomless pit? If that was the case, Demon Lin would have been invincible and wouldn't have been chased. Continue to pursue him. It would be best if you can get him as far away from the Shantian continent as possible. It would be best if he doesn't return during this period of time. Godly King Hao Yin reminded, he doesn't like to liberate the great thousand worlds. Let him go. Your mission is to not let him return. Even if he couldn't kill Demon Lin, God King Hao Tian wasn't anxious. If he couldn't return, it would be a great merit. It would prevent him from spoiling his plans. It wouldn't be too late to deal with Demon Lin after the dust settled. In a few days, Divine King Hao Tian would launch an all-out counterattack. Under the crater of the volcano, Divine King Hao Yin tore open the void and arrived. On the blood-colored tree, the light cocoons were almost transparent. One could see many godly kings inside. They were of all shapes and sizes, and not a single one of them was the same. Not long after, the godly kings would be successfully reproduced, and the outsiders would gain a great helping hand. It would be enough to turn the situation around, and break through the defense of the human clan in a crushing manner. God King. The guardian God King came forward to greet them. God King Hao Tian's gaze landed on the cocoon of light. Luckily, we plundered a large number of people back then. Otherwise, if Demon Lin really affected our progress, all of this would become a thing of the past. The God King is coming out. Pa 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 pa. The translucent light cocoons on the blood-colored tree exploded one after another. One after another, the godly kings of the alien races descended from them. As they opened their eyes, the aura of sky immortals filled the mouth of the volcano. One by one, the God Kings stood on the lava. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 67 God Kings stood on the lava together. God King Clear Sky laughed out loud. Welcome, God Kings. From this day forth, we are all brothers and sisters, and we will serve the Holy Mother together. Serve the Holy Mother. Serve the Holy Mother. The 67 godly kings said in unison. Their voices reverberated through the vast savage world. Large swathes of the alien race army knelt down one after another. Demon Lin should have died outside. There's no justice in the world if he didn't die. The Mystic Gate was in charge of a stronghold on the northern front. On the northern and southern battlefronts, every position had a general guarding it. The Mystic Gate happened to be one of them. When he heard that Demon Lin was being hunted, the sect leader of the Mystic Gate, Zhang Yi, couldn't calm his heart. If it wasn't for Demon Lin, he wouldn't have had to bleed so much and get extorted by the Myth City. Why would he have come to such a place where he had power but no fame? Reverend Zhang Yi was the happiest one when the 4 godly kings chased after Demon Lin. From the bottom of his heart, he looked down on this country bumpkin Lin Fei. He felt that Lin Fei was lucky, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to sit in this position. Although Reverend Zhang Yi was in charge of a stronghold, in reality his power was suppressed. The person in charge of controlling the generals wasn't from the Mystic Gate either. What else could Reverend Zhang Yi say? He could only endure it. Demon Lin had won over everyone. In addition, he had killed the Heavenly Wings godly king, causing his reputation to soar. All the young people worshipped him. It wasn't appropriate for him to go against him now. If Reverend Gentleman had become the Supreme Alliance leader, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Reverend Zhang Yi shook his head. He really couldn't accept it. In order to get Demon Lin's forgiveness, he had personally gone to the Myth City and been extorted by that B***th. He had been suppressing this anger in his heart. As a sect leader, he had to compromise. Even if he died, he wouldn't have the face to meet the old ancestor. Of all the past sect leaders, he was probably the most tragic one. Who? In the room, there was a wave of energy and then a person appeared. Sect leader, it's me, Reverend Bu Hui. Reverend Zhang Yi waved his hand and set up a formation. When he saw that Reverend Bu Hui had broken his rules and come out on his own, he was filled with anger. Reverend Bu Hui, who allowed you to come out? Don't you know the impact this will have on the sect? Are you trying to harm the sect? Today, the power of the celestial sect was greatly affected, especially with the addition of the Human Race Alliance. One could imagine what would happen if Reverend Bu Hui, who had ordered him to face the wall and not come out, appeared here. Boom. Another aura descended, and a person appeared beside Reverend Bu Hui. Senior brother, I was the one who asked Master to come out. A bright and clear voice came from the scholarly young man. Reverend Gentleman. Reverend Zhang Yi was shocked. He didn't expect that his junior brother, Reverend Gentleman, would dare to come here. Didn't he know that the people of the continent were chasing him? That's right, I'm back, Reverend Gentleman said calmly. As for the matter that senior brother is worried about, there's no need to worry. Demon Lin has only increased his strength after autumn. He won't be able to jump around for long. Sect leader, our celestial sect is one of the superpowers. How can we be restrained by a continent alliance? Reverend Bu Hui said, now that junior brother Reverend Gentleman has returned, Demon Lin won't be able to jump around for long. At first, Reverend Zhang Yi was worried about being noticed because of Reverend Bu Hui's appearance. After a moment he understood. Junior brother, could it be that something has changed? Reverend Gentleman smiled. Senior brother, Demon Lin is forcing you and oppressing our celestial sect. I'm not willing to accept this before I ascend, so I'm here to give you an idea. As long as you control the generals outside, the Human Race Alliance will collapse on its own. Reverend Zhang Yi immediately understood. You and young Master Divine Sword are siding with the foreign races? No. Reverend Gentleman shook his head. We're just working with the foreign races. They're not worthy of our allegiance. Moreover, junior brother is about to ascend. Is there a need for that? There's no harm in telling senior brother that the foreign races have more than 70 celestial immortals. Do you think there's any hope for the human race? What? More than 70 celestial immortals? Reverend Zhang Yi was stunned. Senior brother, you don't need to worry about the generals outside. As long as you lure them in, there's nothing to fear. Reverend Gentleman smiled. Reverend Zhang Yi was silent for a moment. For the sake of the celestial sect, what harm is there in temporarily cooperating with the foreign races? When do we make our move? Over 70 God Kings was simply a one-sided situation. The Human Race Alliance simply couldn't stop them. I'll have to trouble senior brother to lure them in now. Reverend Gentleman smiled. Trust me. I have a way. Junior brother, don't worry. I'll arrange for someone to invite them in. I believe we still have to give them some face. After all, our celestial sect is one of the 11 representatives. As expected, Taoist Master Zhang Yi used his words and reputation to trick the general in charge of guarding the place. The three of them took action and suppressed the general. I'll have to trouble senior brother to personally oversee things. After Reverend Gentleman gave some instructions, he tore open the void and entered it, sending out a message. The celestial sect has succeeded. Reverend Gentleman's eyes were filled with boundless resentment as he looked in the direction of Mythology City. Just you wait. Your position as the Alliance Master is about to arrive. Northern Front Headquarters. On this day at noon in the sky above the vast continent, dark clouds covered the continent, following which a huge face appeared. Foolish humans, don't think that you've already won. In the eyes of our foreign races, you're just a joke. The deafening rumble echoed across the entire continent like a clap of thunder, striking the hearts of the crowd. It's godly King Hao Tian. Tai, the demon lord, and the sea god emperor flew out from the headquarters. When they saw the huge face in the sky, they revealed looks of surprise. What were the foreign races going to do now? Godly King Hao Tian, don't play any tricks. If you have the ability, let's go all out. The demon lord raised his head and sneered. We've already arranged for people to attack the worlds you control. Don't even think about reviving the Holy Mother's hope. Insignificant humans, so what if you know? Godly King Hao Tian was expressionless and unmoved. I'll give you half a day. After half a day, if you don't surrender, our foreign races will start a massacre. That's all I have to say. Think about it. Godly King Hao Tian's face exploded in the sky above the Xintian continent. The world returned to normal. The foreign races are attacking. The demon lord frowned. A few days ago they were so timid. Now that they've made it public, could it be that they have some help? Chapter 7:13. The human alliance moved. The foreign races were going to fight a decisive battle. What did the humans have to fear? Their morale was high now. Who was afraid of who? On the northern battlefront, the defending generals were on guard, waiting for the foreign races to appear and give them an unforgettable memory. At every stronghold, the human morale was high. Alliance Chief Lin could even kill a godly king, let alone the other godly kings. Without the Alliance Chief, they had inherited the spirit of charging forward and could still defeat the foreign races. Time flew. Half a day passed. On the vast southern continent, a black army appeared, covering the entire sky. It was as if the night had come, just as godly King Hao Tian had said. Attack. The loud rumbling was like a thunderclap on a sunny day. The black army covered the sky, covering the entire south. It looked as if they had come out in full force. The terrifying aura was like the waves of the sea, coming wave after wave. Formation. At the stronghold, the general summoned Great Emperor Pangu. He stared at the foreign race army in the distance, revealing a rare solemn expression. Foolish humans, let me show you the true power of the foreign races. Godly King Hao Tian's godly king voice came again. Boom boom boom, celestial immortal auras surged into the sky one after another. In front of the black army, godly kings appeared, their auras rippling. So many godly kings. How is this possible? How did the foreign races produce so many godly kings? There are at least 50 godly kings. The godly kings appeared together, their auras joined together, and their killing intent soared. The expressions of everyone on the human alliance's side changed drastically due to the sudden change in events. They stared at the god kings who had appeared as they doubted their eyes. 67 godly kings. The final number was like a blow to the head, shattering the morale that they had worked so hard to raise. Unknowingly their hearts sank. They had underestimated the foreign race's ability. Without batting an eyelid, they had created a grand array of 67 godly kings. Even if they were not as strong as the 10 great godly kings, they were still genuine godly kings. On the side of the human race, there was no way they could produce so many celestial immortals. Humans, today will be your doomsday. Pass on my order. Mobilize the army and attack. Godly King Hao Tian waved his hand, his voice reverberating in the southern continent. Kill. Their orderly voices shook the heavens and the earth, as if they were going to blast a huge hole in the sky. Formation. The dense black army transformed into 67 giants. Each giant was no weaker than a general. Their terrifying auras once again caused the hearts of the humans to sink. The strange races also found a joint attack formation, and their momentum was shocking. Fight. The generals on the battlefront charged out with the sky-splitting swords in their hands, fighting against the non-human generals. The energy ripples in the sky tore open the void, and the entire sky was incomplete. Let's go too. The Fiend Lord and the others all made their moves at this moment. The outsiders were too domineering. Dozens of generals attacked at once, catching them off guard. They had underestimated the outsiders and suppressed them in terms of overall strength. If they didn't kill their godly kings now, once they fell into a disadvantageous position, they would be at a disadvantage in this battle. They knew that this battle would be extremely difficult and there might even be casualties. A world of ice and snow. The Ice Palace's Ice Fairy had a frosty expression as she slashed out with her sword. She trapped a God King battle general in a world of ice and snow and started to fight with him. Star-chasing arrow, Tai transformed into a giant, holding a demon bow. His divine arrows shocked the heavens, and the heavens and earth lost color at this moment. He unleashed all his mystiques and began to fight with his life on the line. He couldn't let the outsiders break through the battlefront. Ha, you humans, today is your doomsday? Godly King Hao Tian flew up and stared straight at the Fiend Lord. Fiend Lord, rumor has it that your demonic arts are monstrous. Today I will kill you. As you wish. The Fiend Lord stepped through the air, his eyes filled with murderous intent that pierced through the void. Supreme Demon Kingdom locked the heavens and earth. A supreme demon kingdom with demonic soldiers and generals appeared behind the Fiend Lord. At this moment, The Fiend Lord transformed into a Supreme Demon King and trapped Godly King Hao Tian in the Supreme Demon Kingdom. Saint's Divine Fist breaks kingdom. Godly King Hao Tian's aura surged, and the millions of kingdoms behind him shattered. On the north-south battlefield, the situation was one-sided. There were too many Godly King battle generals. Zhang Yijinren, come and kill this Godly King with me. Ice Palace's elder called out to Zhang Yijinren. She was suppressing a Godly King battle general, and with the battle general's help, she only needed one more helper to kill the Godly King battle general. Godly King battle general, die. Zhang Yijinren took out the last treasure of the Taoist sect, the righteous sword, and stabbed at the Godly King battle general. With that, the Godly King battle general would definitely die. Just when everyone thought that the God King battle emperor was about to die, Reverend Zhang Yi smiled strangely. His sword stance changed, slashing down on the Ice Palace elder's body. The Ice Palace elder's body exploded, and he was heavily injured. Zhang Yijinren, you actually sided with the outsiders. The Ice Palace elder was shocked. At this critical moment, Zhang Yijinren betrayed them. You talk too much. Stupid woman, you can die now. Zhang Yijinren slashed out again. Righteous energy surged and the Godly King battle general was gone. He also slashed out, and with the power of two experts, the Ice Palace elder was killed on the spot. Elder. The Ice Fairy, who had been fighting the Godly King battle general, saw the Ice Palace elder die. Her eyes spat out blood and she felt cold all over. She gave up on the Godly King battle general and turned to attack Zhang Yijinren. At this moment, a Sky Immortal from the Human Alliance had fallen. Boom! A human battle general was killed by one of Zhang Yijinren's subordinates at the critical moment. Then Reverend No Regrets figure was revealed. Zhang Yijinren, you shameless bastard. The Human Alliance saw that Zhang Yijinren had betrayed them at the critical moment, and all of them vomited blood. They wanted to kill Zhang Yijinren on the spot. Dang dang dang. Zhang Yijinren's righteous energy protected him and blocked the Ice Fairy's sword move. Haha, all of you have been blinded by greed. Is Demon Lin worth listening to? Let's see what he can do today. Zhang Yijinren was having too much fun killing. Zhang Yijinren was an experienced Sky Immortal. Even though the Ice Fairy was also a Sky Immortal, her battle power was far from his. He saw through her weakness and she was injured. Your Ice Palace elder is dead. You can die too. You'll have a companion on the road to hell. Zhang Yijinren teamed up with Reverend No Regret to kill the Ice Fairy. Bastard, how dare you! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the critical moment, Tai shot out a godly arrow, suppressing Zhang Yijinren and Reverend No Regret. Tai's godly archery was unparalleled. Even the two of them didn't dare to take it head-on. They could only watch as they missed the chance to kill the Ice Fairy. Thank you, Tai. Chapter 7:14. In the Boundless Void. A black shadow turned into a stream of light and rushed out of a world. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a few more figures caught up. They were not in a hurry and were very calm. Demon Lin runs really fast. Is his zodiac a rabbit? Why did it sound so weird? That Devil Lin probably doesn't know that Divine King Hao Tian has already brought people to counterattack. Crimson Light God King said proudly. When he finds out, it should be very interesting. Chiming, you're wrong. The Mermaid God King said, Demon Lin is currently advancing according to the route. Do you think we'll have a chance to see him? Haha, how could I have forgotten about this? Crimson Light God King came to a realization. This time we must make it hard for Devil Lin to escape. The situation over there should be ready. We're just waiting for Demon Lin to take the bait. Giant Eye God King's killing intent surged. We didn't chase for so long in vain. What's important is that the result is worthy of us. We will hang behind and threaten Demon King Lin in case he sees any flaws. If nothing goes wrong, we will soon see Demon King Lin's expression when he can't smile. Transformation God King smiled. The four great God Kings chatted and laughed as they increased their speed, catching up. Give me a little more time. Sooner or later, I will deal with these four God Kings. Up in the void, Lin Fei was activating the heaven and earth smelt continuously. However, there were way too many of them. It wasn't something that could be smelted out within a short period of time. City Lord, don't you feel that the four great divine kings are too calm? It doesn't conform to their normal state. On the warship, the Qilian heavenly demon said. With that said, Lin Fei noticed that their attitude towards him seemed to be a little different. Something seems to be missing. Less anger. Qilian heavenly demon said, even though they have been chasing behind, City Lord doesn't feel it. They purposely slowed down a bit so that City Lord can plunder those foreign races. At the start, Lin Fei didn't feel anything. But after hearing what the Chilean heavenly demon said, his speed slowed down. At the start, when they caught up, he had to break the formation. Later on, when he left the world, they caught up. Could they be plotting something? Lin Fei guessed. However, Xiaochen was currently in the void and his whereabouts were uncertain. He was not heading in a fixed direction. It seemed impossible for the Divine King to play any tricks. But why? Lin Fei couldn't think of anything for a moment. City Lord, you might as well wait for them to appear in the next world. You should be able to see some clues then. The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon reminded. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he decided to do it and see what tricks they had up their sleeves. Maple World. Lin Fei showed no mercy as he mobilized the heaven and earth smelt right away. Those beneath the heavenly immortal stage were simply incapable of resisting against such a plunder and were all sucked into the heaven and earth smelt. Even though Lin Fei was plundering non-stop, the heaven and earth smelt was like a bottomless pit that would never be satisfied. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei waited until the 4 great god kings arrived. When the 4 great god kings saw that Lin Fan was waiting for them, they were shocked. Could it be that he had discovered something? They signaled with their eyes and charged towards Lin Fan without any regard for the consequences. Just as I expected. Lin Fei saw the clues and didn't fight with them. He just left Maple World. They are not in a hurry and have been following behind me. It seems like they want to threaten me. Lin Fei's thoughts spread out. Could it be that they don't want me to go back? Suddenly Lin Fei thought of a possibility. Apart from this reason, the alien race god kings wouldn't be so calm and allow him to continue plundering the alien race population. This wasn't something a god king should do. They should be itching to kill him. Lin Fei hurriedly contacted Lin Jiqing in Myth City. There was a communication tool in the system store. Lin Fei brought it with him so no matter where he was, he could connect in the shortest time possible. The moment the communication was opened, Lin Fei saw a slightly panicked Lin Jiqing. Wife, did something happen in the continent? Lin Jiqing saw the human race alliance's defeat and she was anxious. Myth City activated all the formations and received Lin Fei's message. Hubby, come back quickly. Our side has been defeated. Lin Jiqing said hurriedly. Lin Fei frowned. He couldn't accept this outcome. How can we be defeated? That shouldn't be. Tell me the details. Lin Jiqing explained the situation and emphasized on the alien race god kings, Xianmen's betrayal and the fall of the heaven immortals on their side. Xianmen are so bold. It must be Taoist gentleman who is causing trouble. Lin Fei didn't expect that in the few days that he had been out, the alien race god kings would attack. They even sent out dozens of god kings. The situation was completely one-sided. Lin Fei calmed himself down. The human race had been defeated. Even if he rushed back now, he might not be able to kill them all. Activate all the formations and put the entire Myth City under martial law. Use all the resources to support the formations. Then, inform the dragon race to guard the Myth City and hold on until I return. Lin Fei wished he could fly back in one breath. You have to be careful outside. The Myth City has formations. They won't be able to take down the Myth City in a short time. Lin Jiqing was relieved. I'll be careful. Hold on for a few days. I'll be back. After hanging up, Lin Fei slapped his forehead. I'm so stupid. If I knew that the Holy Mother was going to create powerful existences, why didn't I take it seriously? Lin Fei had found out from Heavenly Wings God King that the Holy Mother was creating powerful existences. However, he didn't expect that the Holy Mother would create God Kings. She created more than 60 God Kings in one go, so much so that she suppressed the overall strength of the human race. The actions of the alien races were too fast. They were so fast that there was no time to stop them. In reality, even though Lin Fei knew that the Holy Mother was very powerful, he didn't expect that the Holy Mother's ability was even more terrifying than he imagined. In the blink of an eye, she had created such a huge force. City Lord, let's go back immediately. The Myth City has formations. We can definitely hold on until we return. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was also shocked. The change in the situation was too great. He couldn't accept it in time. Go back. Lin Fei didn't plan to go to the next world. His woman and daughter were in the Myth City. It was very clear that the human race had been defeated. With the God King's temperament, they would definitely attack the Myth City. Seal, in the boundless void, a 6-pointed star flashed, and a strange force locked the void in an instant. The warship collided with the invisible force and was sent flying on the spot. Lin Fei cried out in his heart, "Oh no!" He suddenly realized that the four great divine kings were chasing him because of this, luring him into a trap. At this moment he understood everything. Flying out of the warship, Lin Fei activated the Tongtian God Pagoda and smashed it against the invisible force. He tried to open a gap. The Tongtian God Pagoda went down. On the invisible force, a strange light flashed. It was like an invisible wall that blocked all the attacks. The power of the wall was boundless. How is this possible? Lin Fei was shocked. He activated the Tongtian God Pagoda. Just a mere force was easy to deal with. I don't believe it. The Divine Sword and the Tongtian God Pagoda attacked together. They attacked this mysterious force. The powerful force seemed to want to tear the entire starry sky apart. It still doesn't work? Lin Fei attacked with all his strength, but he still couldn't break this force. City Lord, we have encountered a big problem. Suddenly, the scarlet refining heavenly demon flew out with a sunken face. If I didn't guess wrong, this should be the Starry Sky Teleportation Formation. It is an absolute formation from the upper realm. This young master thought that no one in this world knows this formation. It turns out that someone knows it. In the void, the astral wind whistled. The sword god prince crossed the void and stood outside the formation. He couldn't hide the pride on his face. It's you? Lin Fei knew that not being able to kill the sword god prince last time would bring trouble. He didn't expect this premonition to come true so soon. Isn't it strange? The sword god prince said indifferently. In order to set up this starry sky teleportation formation, I spent more than half of my wealth. You should be satisfied. I'm afraid you still don't know the power of this formation. You might as well let your subordinate tell you. Rise, the hexagram rotated. A divine tower appeared in the void, enveloping Lin Fei and the others. Blue light flashed. The aura of the starry sky was vast and boundless. Lin Fei suddenly felt that he had fallen into the vast starry sky. He was lost in that distant place. What a strange feeling. City Lord, the sword god prince wants to banish us to the starry sky. We will never be able to return to the Shantian continent. The scarlet refining heavenly demon's face was solemn. He even wants to banish us to the endless danger lands. The sword god prince smiled. That's right. In this young master's opinion, killing you is really meaningless. It's better to banish you to the endless danger lands. As long as you go in, you won't be able to come out. Sinister. This was definitely a sinister action. This formation is too mysterious. Am I really going to be banished? Lin Fei's heart sank. This formation had already surpassed the level of this world. He couldn't break it at all. Lin Fei knew about the starry sky danger lands. Once he was teleported to that place, he would really be trapped inside. The sword god prince's plan was really sinister. That kind of danger land blinded the heavenly Tao and sealed everything. Even if Lin Fei wanted to ascend, he would be completely isolated and unable to ascend to the upper realm. Sinister and sinister action. You are really sinister. Lin Fei activated his Yuan Qi. Barely. We are about the same. The sword god prince smiled proudly. Heaven-splitting finger. Lin Fei circulated his essence energy and used his essence energy skill in an attempt to break the array formation. This time Lin Fei was still disappointed. That boundless power attacked again and blocked this attack. Aha, Alliance Master Lin, are you very disappointed? I forgot to tell you. This starry sky teleportation uses the power of the starry sky. Do you think your attack can go against the starry sky? The sword god prince laughed sinisterly. Back then, I suffered from your mysterious power and was long prepared against you. At this moment, the four great divine kings flew up. Devil Lin, to think you would have such a day. Crimson Light God King seemed to have let out a sigh of relief. We didn't waste our time chasing you. We can finally banish you. Giant Eye God King had a deep hatred for Devil Lin. Goodbye, Devil Lin. Chapter 7:15. The hatred he had for Lin Fei was like a torrential river that flowed endlessly. At this very moment, he could finally banish the other party to the depths of the starry sky, never to return for the rest of his life. In the end, he would die in the depths of the starry sky. The sword god young master felt that his thoughts were clear. In that battle on the Dragon Island, the sword god prince was thoroughly defeated. Not only did he lose 2 of his treasures, he was also knocked down from his pedestal. After that, he became the target of scorn on the continent. This was a shadow that the sword god young master could never erase from his life. He constantly reminded himself to take revenge. He had to take revenge. Killing a person was satisfying, but it was far less satisfying than banishing the other party to the depths of the starry sky. Even if he couldn't kill Lin Fei, the price he had to pay was the sword god young master. He was most willing to see her. With a flash of light, the starry sky teleportation was activated. Everything within the divine tower was instantly teleported out. As for where they would be teleported to, nobody knew. However, one thing would not change, and that was that Lin Fei would definitely enter the depths of the starry sky. He would enter a desperate situation, a truly desperate situation. He would experience what it meant to be called the heavens. If the heavens did not respond, then the earth did not respond. Young Master Sword God, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, as long as Devil Lin isn't eliminated, our foreign races will have a headache. Crimson Light God King said to young Master Sword God. We are working together. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If it wasn't for all of you changing his route, Demon Lin, who has always been careful, wouldn't have fallen for it. Sword God Young Master said calmly. Young Master Sword God is right. Devil Lin has already been removed. Even if it's us divine kings, we will also fall in the dangerous land in the depths of the starry sky. If Devil Lin goes there, it'll be hard for him not to die. Crimson Light God King continued, our mission is completed, it's time for us to return and explain. They had always been worried that Demon Lin would see through them and cause all their efforts to go to waste. Only when they saw Demon Lin being exiled to the depths of the starry sky with their own eyes did they truly heave a sigh of relief. It was impossible for a miracle to happen with the starry sky teleportation. The number one enemy of the non-human kind, the supreme leader of the human alliance, was banished to the depths of the starry sky just like that. Once the news spread, the morale of the human race would be affected, and it would be the perfect time to conquer the continent. With the leadership of Divine King Hao Tian, it has always been easy for you guys to conquer the continent. The revival of the Holy Mother is imminent. Sword God Young Master smiled. Let's go back to the continent. With Demon Lin gone, the four godly kings felt like a huge rock had been lifted off their chests. They could almost see the shocked faces of the humans. They could finally hold their heads high. Everyone, it wasn't easy for us to get here. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Don't you think it's too rude? At this moment, a voice that they could not be more familiar with came from the void. Demon Lin? The four god kings, including the sword god Young Master, were in shock. They suspected that they had heard wrongly. Why was Demon Lin's voice still here? Was there a mistake? You must have heard wrongly. Devil Lin has already been teleported out. It's impossible for him to be here. Crimson Light God King shook his head, and the smile on his face froze. What replaced it was darkness. We must have heard wrongly. There's no way Demon Lin has the ability to predict the future. The Mermaid God King said seriously. We saw him being teleported away with our own eyes. Demon Lin, if you want to use such tricks to scare us, come out if you have the ability. Transformation God King said. He released his consciousness to search for suspicious existences. Sword God Young Master had suffered a blow. This time, to deal with Lin Fei, he spent most of his fortune to execute the supreme formation of the upper world to banish him to the depths of the starry sky. Lin Fei couldn't still be here. I thought that you God Kings had a strong ability to accept things. Seems like you are all the same. You can't take a shock. The mocking voice rang out once more. Scram out. Giant Eye God King opened his god eye and the light of destruction shot into the void. He roared angrily. Is he trying to mislead us? Sword God Young Master frowned. His joy of victory was instantly shattered by Lin Fei's voice. Giant Eye God King, don't be angry. Don't you know that anger is bad for your body? From another direction, Lin Fei's voice rang out once more. Shio Shio Shio, Giant Eye God King had suffered too many losses in the hands of Demon Lin. At this moment, Demon Lin's words opened up his scars and he was furious. Boom boom boom, under the divine light of destruction, all the suspicious places exploded and gave rise to an aura of destruction. Not good, leave quickly. Suddenly, Sword God Young Master frowned. He took out a small boat and flew outside. Too late. Before the four great god kings could come back to their senses, a country of flames suddenly appeared in the void. There were majestic mountains and flaming plains that were vivid and lifelike. Clang, Sword God Young Master, who had the fastest reaction, tried to rush out of this country, but he was still a step too late. Scorching flames and merciless fire waves swept over. The small boat that was made of special materials was actually damaged. Sword God, welcome to my country. In the sky above the country, Lin Fei stood on a red high platform and appeared alive in front of them. Why weren't you teleported away? Crimson Light God King tried his best to calm himself down. I was indeed teleported away. Lin Fei said with a smile, however, my true body is still here. Impossible. We are very clear about the true body and clone. It was clearly not a clone that was teleported away. Mermaid God King shook his head and didn't believe it. I don't care if you guys believe it or not, it was my clone anyway. Lin Fei looked at the four great God Kings. Speaking of which, I have to thank you guys. If it wasn't for you guys following behind me, I would have almost fallen for it. How did you discover that we were going to deal with you? Giant Eye God King's face was black. Wrong, it wasn't that I discovered you guys, it was your actions that made me suspicious. I still remember that in one of the worlds you guys were clearly having fun and not killing people out of anger. From that moment onwards, I started to suspect you guys. Lin Fei also felt lucky. If Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil had warned him, he would have been severely injured this time. The four great God Kings stared with their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe that they were the ones who had revealed a flaw that was discovered by Devil Lin. In the end, they were the ones who fell into Devil Lin's country of flames. It was no different from being slapped on the face and still having to stretch out the other side. Devil Lin, you are indeed the nemesis of us foreign races. You can even see through such a flaw. Crimson Light God King's face was dark. However, it doesn't matter. Since we can't banish you to the forbidden lands of the starry sky, the five of us can still kill you. They were clearer than anyone about Devil Lin's country of flames. Unless they killed the other party, it would be extremely difficult to break it by force. Sword God, count yourself lucky that you managed to escape last time. Accept your fate this time. Lin Fei stared at Sword God Young Master. The speed of your small boat is fast. You have nowhere to run in the heaven and earth smelt.